Chapter 1566. Helplessly looking at Xiaohua, he said in a deep voice, "My Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods are generally divided into 3 grades. The first grade is the high-grade cultivation method, which is cultivated by those with thunder attribute physiques. Not only is the progress very fast, but the power of the cultivation method is also very strong. The second grade is the middle-grade cultivation method, which is prepared for those with fire attribute physiques. The progress should also be okay, but the power of the cultivation method is reduced. I'm afraid it can't compare to the high-grade thunder attribute cultivation method. The third grade is naturally the low-grade cultivation method, which is prepared for disciples with other attribute physiques. The cultivation speed is not fast, and the power is also ordinary. Of course, there are some disciples with rare attribute physiques. Their cultivation methods are also high-grade, but these disciples are extremely rare even in my Imperial Thunder sect, so there's no need to talk about them." Xiaohua said with a frown, "Disciple is of the fire attribute, so I naturally have to cultivate a fire attribute cultivation method. This can only be a middle-grade cultivation method. What else is there to choose?" "You idiot, if there isn't, why would Master say this?" Helplessly scolded, "What Master said above is only the general idea. My Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces cultivation methods are all hidden in the inheritance pavilions. And there are also the cultivation methods obtained by the previous masters when they were traveling outside. You, a little loose cultivator, can obtain 3 kinds of cultivation methods. How can my Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods be less than yours?" "Yes, disciple understands." Xiaohua understood helplessness's temper. He lowered his head and said, "Looks like my Thunderclap Palace has a high-grade fire attribute cultivation method?" "That's natural, otherwise Master and you." Halfway through speaking, helplessness realized that he had just said it. He coughed and scolded, "You idiot, if our Thunderclap Palace doesn't have it, you can go to the other 7 Great Thunder Palaces. Master wants to tell you, especially the Heavenly Thunder Palace, there are many good things inside. But disciple can't tell if that cultivation method is good or bad." Xiaohua somewhat scratched his head. "Damn it, Xiangyang, copy the beginning of the 10,000 Thunderbolts cultivation method for Xiaohua to see." Now that he knows what a middle-grade cultivation method looks like, is it still hard to find a high-grade cultivation method? Helplessness was somewhat impatient. "Master, this isn't good." Xiangyang anxiously said, "My Imperial Thunder sect has its own rules. Xiaohua can only receive Master's personal guidance when he reaches the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, if this foundation establishment cultivation method is seen by little junior brother earlier, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to his cultivation." What kind of bullshit rules are these? Which of those core formation martial uncles didn't casually give pointers to their aura refining disciples? He mumbled helplessly, "Besides, I didn't give him any pointers. I only asked you to show him a cultivation technique." "Oh right, after you read Xiaohua's cultivation technique, you must not cultivate it. Your cultivation realm is insufficient. If you forcefully cultivate it, you will definitely perish." Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he bowed and said, "Disciple understands." Soon after, he helplessly hesitated for a moment before saying, "I've already told you about the cultivation method and divine sense. The only one left is the great circle of the aura refining realm." Xiaohua was an individual cultivator, so his cultivation method was lacking. From the first layer of the aura refining realm to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, he didn't know how many areas needed to be perfected. "Sai, Master is also worried about you. How about this, Xiaohua, we don't need the great circle of the aura refining realm. You only need to cultivate to the peak of the aura refining realm and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Then you can take a foundation building pill. We only need the small circle of the aura refining realm." This. Xiaohua also hesitated. After all, didn't he go to the Fu clan to look for the Qingyun talisman? He wanted to cultivate to the great circle of the aura refining realm. Now that he had the method to refine the Qingyun talisman and the cultivation method, if he didn't cultivate to the great circle of the aura refining realm, his heart would be really uncomfortable. "Hee hee, Master, you've forgotten. Little junior brother is a loose cultivator. I'm afraid he has never heard of the great circle of the aura refining realm. Xiangyang helplessly reminded Xiao Hua when he saw him hesitate. Oh, right. Xiao Hua helplessly slapped his forehead. Just as he was about to explain, Xiao Hua said, Disciple understands what the great circle of the aura refining realm is. However, Disciple believes that since he can reach the great circle of the aura refining realm, Disciple can't cultivate without reason. If Disciple really can't cultivate, Disciple can just open the Qingyun talisman and directly enter the foundation establishment stage, right? How can it be that simple? Xiao Hua helplessly smiled bitterly. Foundation establishment isn't just about cultivation realm, it's also about fate. If you miss the opportunity to enter the foundation establishment stage, it will be even harder to enter the foundation establishment stage. There's such a thing? Xiao Hua was astonished. Hee, isn't that right? Look at your eldest martial brother, he still doesn't know? Xiao Hua helplessly looked at Xiangyang and said. Yes, what master said is the truth. Little junior brother, you still have to think twice. Xiangyang nodded. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. In his mind, Li Zongbao's great circle of the aura refining realm appeared. His eyes flashed with a trace of unswerving determination. He smiled and said, Disciple still wants to try. If it really doesn't work, Disciple will open the Qingyun talisman. Xiao Hua helplessly turned his head to look at Zhuo Minghui. The latter's eyes were filled with admiration as she slightly nodded. Okay. Xiao Hua helplessly sighed and said, In a few days, I'll go to Qiqiao Pavilion and help you fight for the Qingyun talisman. Qingyun talisman? Fight for it? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. Xiangyang smiled and said, The Qingyun talisman and the Qingyun talisman have roughly the same effect, only the names are different. As for fighting for it, it's because the Qingyun talisman is extremely difficult to refine. If it's not an outstanding disciple in the sect, it won't be given. When the time comes, whether or not little junior brother can get the Qingyun talisman is still uncertain. Afterwards, Xiao Hua accompanied Xiao Hua and Zhuo Minghui to talk for a while. Then, Xiao Hua followed Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian back to their immortal's cave. Xiangyang was very concerned about Xiao Hua's cultivation. He asked Xiao Hua some details about his cultivation, but what could Xiao Hua say? Xiangyang listened for a while and couldn't understand anything. He had no choice but to talk about some of his experiences when he was cultivating his foundation. This experience was the most precious. When Xiao Hua was a loose cultivator, he definitely wouldn't have heard about it. Almost every word Xiangyang said hit Xiao Hua's heart, causing him to scratch his head in excitement. Naturally, Xiao Hua also asked a lot of questions. His questions were also very sharp. Sometimes, it was difficult for Xiangyang to answer. He even called Yan Qinglian, who was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, to answer. Unknowingly, the two of them talked for an entire night. When dawn broke the next day, Xiao Hua reluctantly said goodbye and prepared to return to the eastern ridge. At this time, Yan Qinglian took out 4 booklets and gave them to him. At the top was the refining method of the invisibility talisman. Yan Qinglian said very gratefully, Little junior brother, this invisibility talisman has already been copied into a jade slip. I'm currently comprehending it. Unfortunately, I don't have the blood and fur of a lizard beast, so I'm afraid I can't refine it successfully. However, I still have to thank little junior brother for being able to learn this invisibility talisman. Xiao Hua promptly waved his hand. Senior sister has helped little junior brother so much. This invisibility talisman is nothing. When little junior brother gets a lizard beast for senior sister to refine into the invisibility talisman, it won't be too late to thank little junior brother then. Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and said, Then senior sister will wait for little junior brother's lizard beast. The second booklet was, of course, the pill recipes for the soul assimilating pill and soul gathering pill. Zhuo Minghui didn't say that she would copy them completely, while Xiao Hua only said that he would look for the spiritual grasses. Logically speaking, Yan Qinglian only needed to copy what kind of spiritual grasses were needed to refine these 2 pills, but she had completely copied down these 2 pill recipes. Xiaohua only needed to open the booklet to know what kind of spiritual grasses were needed to refine these 2 pills. The third booklet, needless to say, was precisely the first mnemonic chant of the foundation building cultivation technique 10,000 June Thunderbolt and the method to circulate true qi through the meridians. Although the copy of this cultivation technique wasn't complete, the mnemonic chant and the initial refinement of the meridians and true qi were all clearly explained. Xiang Yang's face was also somewhat awkward. He said in a low voice, "Little junior brother, the aura refining stage is the process of cultivators drawing spiritual energy into their body and refining it into true qi for their own use. As for the foundation building stage, true qi no longer exists. Instead, it liquefies and forms the so-called true essence. This true essence is the same as ordinary flowing water. No matter whether its quality or structure, it's not something true qi can compare to. Only by cultivating to the foundation building stage can one truly step into the realm of cultivation. Only then can one truly control magic tools and magic weapons and truly mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, this foundation building cultivation technique is completely different from the aura refining stage cultivation technique. Little junior brother can only use it as a reference and absolutely cannot practice it." As for the fourth booklet, it was even more beyond Xiaohua's expectations. It was actually a secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. It was a secret technique to refine the rainbow epiphyllum and other objects to stimulate divine sense. However, just as he said, Yan Qinglian had already prepared it. She was truly a good senior sister-in-law. Xiaohua took the 4 booklets and stored them in his space. He cupped his hands in thanks and said, "Little junior brother understands. If you have any questions, little junior brother will send a sound transmitting talisman." "Good. You should cultivate properly. Elder brother won't disturb you. There's still a year before the next Flame Dawn grass submission. Just remember it when the time comes." Xiang Yang said with a smile. "Don't, eldest senior brother. If you have something to do, you should go more often. Little junior brother is very lonely there," Xiaohua hurriedly said. Xiang Yang curled his lips and repeatedly said that he didn't believe him. Yan Qinglian took out 3 jade bottles from her storage pouch and said with a smile, "Little junior brother's monthly allowance is gone. I'm afraid that master's wife won't be able to find soul-gathering pills for the time being. Senior sister-in-law still has a few soul assimilation pills. They were also taken from junior sister Thunder Palace. You should take them for now. Senior sister-in-law." Xiaohua was really moved. Since he could remember, only Shang Huaming's 3 senior brothers had given him such care. And that bastard Zhang Qingxiao even coveted his Peiyuan pill. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to give these pills to them now, he couldn't find them. "Take them for now." Xiang Yang waved his hand at this time. "Don't be a little girl. If you know how to cultivate diligently and reach foundation establishment a step earlier and win glory for our myriad Thunder Valley, elder brother and your senior sister-in-law will be satisfied." Xiaohua took the pills and secretly made up his mind. When he returned to the eastern ridge, he would immediately look for earth fire, immediately refine pills, immediately cultivate, immediately, and a lot of things immediately. He must reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. He couldn't disappoint those who cared about him, and he couldn't let those who hurt him be happy. Thinking of foundation establishment, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He thought of 100 Herbs Gate. "Damn it, Jiang Jiantong, just you wait. I'll be back soon. You've seized my Shang Huaming's place, so you must spit it out bit by bit," Xiaohua thought. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, then flew to the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. With the identity token, Xiaohua no longer had the chance to get lost. According to the map and the token and his own little bright spot, Xiaohua easily flew to the Eastern Ridge. Chapter 1567. As expected, the Eastern Mountain Range was far away, and the myriad Thunder Valley was even more remote. The two were not in the same direction. Although it was a bit closer than the Thunder Palace, it still made Xiaohua fly for a long time. Seeing that the area ahead looked very barren and was not a good place to go, Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he thought, I'm afraid I'm lost again. Then, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the identity tablet and opened the map, and the direction should be correct. This should be a dangerous place of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua had just thought of this when a deafening roar came from the mountain range to his right. Xiaohua's body tensed up. That roar seemed to have the effect of confinement. Xiaohua's flight technique lost its effect and he immediately fell from the sky. Xiaohua's heart also jumped, as if it was going to jump out. Damn it! Xiaohua was shocked. On one hand, he shook his arms, trying his best to break free from the confinement around his body. On the other hand, he felt helpless and used the method to resist the sound of thunder that he had just taught. That method was indeed useful. Just as Xiaohua broke free from the confinement around his body, his heartbeat also returned to normal. However, without waiting for Xiaohua to fly up again, an emotionless divine sense quickly swept over, Foundation Establishment Spirit Beast. Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't even have the time to be shocked. He urged his magic power and immediately used the Earth Escape technique. Like a stone, his whole body quickly fell down and disappeared without a trace. That divine sense followed Xiaohua into the ground, but it immediately withdrew, as if it had lost interest in Xiaohua and withdrew like a waterfall. After escaping very far underground, Xiaohua felt that the divine sense didn't chase after him again. Only then did he shake off the sweat on his forehead, and thought in a panic, did I make a mistake? Every time I come out, I have to run into something. Last time, it was a fight between two late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, and I was caught in the crossfire. But fortunately, I was lucky and became a fisherman. This time, I directly ran into a spirit beast. I just flew past a dangerous place. Alas, why is there no safe place in the Imperial Thunder Sect? In the future, I'll have to stay far away from these dangerous places. Xiaohua escaped from the ground, identified the direction, and fled without a trace. By the time Xiaohua fully utilized his flight technique and flew back to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, the sky had already turned completely dark. Even though the night was nothing to cultivators, Xiaohua still felt somewhat cold in his heart. Only after he opened the array formation and returned to his abode did Xiaohua feel slightly safer. But immediately after, Xiaohua stomped his feet. What is this Thunder Flash Hall's deacon doing? Even the array formation token of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden had been taken away by someone else and he didn't even know about it. Damn it, I don't know when they'll be able to do it. You're all fine, but you're making me worry here. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Xiaohua raised his head and sighed, but soon after, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put his palms together and muttered in the direction of the myriad Thunder Valley, Master, this disciple didn't call you elder, and it's not that I'm disrespectful. Who told you to have such a strange name? Afterwards, Xiaohua released his perception and looked all around. Seeing that there wasn't anything abnormal, he placed the warning talismans in the abode and sat on a chair in the abode to ponder. This Eastern Ridge's array formation isn't very safe now. I have to think of a way myself. Evilgen's array formation is pretty good. It can even trap late-stage Foundation Establishment Kan Mingwei. I have to hurry and see how this array formation is arranged. Xiaohua was thinking about taking out Evilgen's things from the space, but just as his mind entered the space, he remembered that other Foundation Establishment cultivators used divine sense. He didn't have divine sense and only had perception, so how could he control it? Moreover, he didn't seem to know the method to control divine sense. Moreover, he didn't have any method to control divine sense, so how could he? So I had the foresight to ask eldest senior brother to give me a method to control magic tools. Magic tools are controlled by divine sense. Even if there isn't a method to control them, it will definitely be involved. With this young master's intelligence, how could I not know how to use it? Thinking, Xiaohua took out the booklet that Xiangyang gave him. Sure enough, not only did the booklet talk about the expedient method without divine sense, It also talked about the method to control magic tools in great detail. Although it didn't specifically teach about divine sense, Xiaohua was still beaming with joy. "Oh, that's right. Didn't eldest senior brother also give me the method to read jade slips? These two things can be used for reference." These days, Xiaohua took a lot of things from Xiangyang, so he was somewhat confused. And, fortunately, this young master has a master now, so I don't have to worry about these things. I have an honest and considerate eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister-in-law who have already prepared these incantations. I only need to properly practice them. Soon after, Xiaohua's heart warmed again. It was as if even a black shadow couldn't be seen as black. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to see how to control magic tools. First, he took out the method to use divine sense and carefully studied it. Then, he compared the method to read jade slips with divine sense. Late at night, he returned to his cave and sat cross-legged on a praying mat, cultivating heavenly laws embodiment technique. The next day, Xiaohua opened his eyes and checked his cultivation. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past few days, he had been refining fire essence flame crystals, so his cultivation increased at a godly speed. Now, he didn't have any suitable medicinal pills to take, nor did he have any fire essence flame crystals to refine. His cultivation increased at a tortoise's speed, returning to the first layer of aura refining at Yellow Flower Ridge. It wasn't that it wasn't increasing, it was just too slow. Xiaohua still had some Qing-Yi pills in his space, but they were no longer suitable for the 11th layer of aura refining. He did have a lot of foundation establishment pills, but they were reserved for when he reached foundation establishment. Didn't you hear Wu Qi say that? Foundation establishment was just a matter of opportunity. If he didn't grasp it, it would be difficult to step foot in the future. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't delay. He flew up and first found a pill room in Eastern Ridge. The pill room wasn't too far from the cave. The earth fire inside was sealed with a spell, just like the Fu clan. However, the seal was extremely firm. From the looks of it, it was at least the work of a foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua was helpless. He spent a tremendous amount of effort to use the tip of the devil's spear to loosen the seal. However, from the looks of it, there was still some distance before the seal was broken. And, fortunately, the seal didn't automatically recover under the burning of the earth fire. Otherwise, Xiaohua would have vomited blood. Soon after, Xiaohua found a slightly suitable place and released the puppet. It flattened the mountainous area, tidied up the medicinal garden, and took the seeds of the spiritual herbs. At the very least, he had to do something to save face. For more than 10 days, Xiaohua didn't do anything else but tidied up these things. However, it could be considered as a harvest. The earth fire seal was finally broken through after his painstaking efforts. The spiritual herbs were also planted in his space. Of course, they were planted earlier than these. As for the method of using divine sense, Xiaohua was even more delighted. His perception was actually the same as divine sense and could be controlled by him. Needless to say, he could already read the jade slips. It was even possible to write things in the jade slips. Moreover, he also thoroughly understood the method of refining magic tools. The only thing left was to refine the magic tools in the space. Of course, his current focus wasn't on magic tools. He first put these aside and looked through Xianxia's things. Xianxia was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There were many things in his storage pouch. Aside from the spiritual herbs that couldn't compare to Xiaohua's, he had more spirit stones and medicinal pills than Xiaohua. Moreover, Xianxia's storage pouch also had many jade slips and a small number of magic tools. As for the yellow talismans and other commonly used items, needless to say, there were even a few rare spiritual talismans. However, Xiaohua completely ignored all of this. He only took out those jade slips and looked through them one by one. The jade slips contained incomplete cultivation methods, pill recipes, talisman crafting methods, spell techniques commonly used by foundation establishment cultivators, and so on. There were also many that Xiaohua didn't understand. These were all thrown to the side by him. It wasn't until he picked up a jade slip that Xiaohua's furrowed brows relaxed. This jade slip recorded the arrangement and control method of the heavenly fire array. Of course, the jade slip didn't only record the heavenly fire array. There were also some basic formation principles and other formations. However, Xiaohua didn't want to study it in detail at this time. He put the other jade slips that he had seen and hadn't seen into the space. Only then did he carefully look at the heavenly fire array. The great fire array looked very difficult to understand. After looking at it for several days, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the great fire array was essentially the same as the warning amulet. The difference was that the warning amulet had different runes written on the child amulet in advance and then used the parent amulet to control it. The great fire array was composed of array discs and array flags. The runes were written on the array discs and array flags in advance. The array discs were the child amulets which were arranged in secret places. The array flags were the parent amulets which were used to activate and control the array. Understanding this, Xiaohua still felt somewhat confused. It seems, the array shouldn't be like this, right? But, what is this array? He couldn't remember. Alright, this young master will first understand this heavenly fire array and protect myself. Xiaohua abandoned the idea of getting to the bottom of things, and specifically pondered on how to arrange the heavenly fire array. In the blink of an eye, several dozen days passed, and Xiaohua barely understood this array. Soon after, Xiaohua left the cave and walked to a suitable location. With a wave of his hand, he took out a shiny formation plate. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. His hand formed a seal, and along with the movement of Xiaohua's fingers, the surrounding slightly violent fire attribute spiritual energy was sucked into the seal. When the seal was formed, Xiaohua's face was deathly pale. His hand felt as if it was holding a heavy object, and every wave was extremely difficult. In the end, Xiaohua finished forming the hand seals. He clenched his teeth and urged the remaining magic power in his body. He flung his hand and hit the formation plate. The formation plate ignited with a ting sound. It was like an orange-red flame that was extremely enchanting as it floated in the air. Moreover, along with the dancing of the flame, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also attracted, and the flame became increasingly bigger. Chapter 1568. Xiaohua squinted his eyes. He took out a few Qing-Yi pills and threw them into his mouth. He operated Heavenly Law's embodiment technique to refine the medicinal power and recover his magic power. When his magic power recovered a bit, Xiaohua urged his magic power again. He pointed at the orange flame and shouted, "Quick!" Suddenly, the flames seemed to have gained sentience as it landed on the ground and disappeared. Once the flames disappeared, Xiaohua also sat on the ground. He gasped for breath and said, "Damn it, this magic formation really isn't something an aura-refining cultivator like me can make. I just finished making a magic plate and my magic power is already not enough. Wouldn't it take me several days to finish setting up the entire heavenly fire formation? But in this formation that can kill a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, won't I be at ease?" As a result, Xiaohua set up a formation plate every day. Then, the magic power in his body would be exhausted. Then, he would close his eyes and cultivate to recover his magic power. The next day, he would set up another formation plate. After several days, the entire heavenly fire formation was completely set up. Because the location of the earth fire was not very far from the cave, Xiaohua considered safety and placed an abandoned alchemy room in the formation. After he finished setting it up, Xiaohua was once again exhausted and had no magic power left. He could only clap his hands foolishly and say to himself, "This is a formation, I'm really a genius." However, when Xiaohua recovered his magic power, he was stunned when he used his magic power to urge the formation flag. The entire heavenly fire formation couldn't be activated. Needless to say, there was definitely a problem with Xiaohua's arrangement. In the following 10 days, Xiaohua compared the jade slip and carefully thought about his method. He constantly improved it. Finally, on a night when dusk was rising, he finished setting up the entire heavenly fire formation. The instant he finished setting it up, Xiaohua sensed that the fire-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the heavenly fire formation was suddenly sucked into the formation plate. It overflowed like flowing water in the formation plate. When it reached a certain equilibrium, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually disappeared. The formation plate's previous abnormality also disappeared. Wonderful. Xiaohua clapped his hands. This was exactly the same as Xianxia's arrangement. However, right when Xiaohua circulated his magic energy and activated the formation with a wave of the flag according to the jade slip, the extremely enormous suction force on the flag had absorbed all of Xiaohua's magic energy in a short moment, and not a single drop remained. Fortunately, Xiaohua's magic power was just enough for him to wave the spell flag once. Looking at the orange flame that appeared in the place he wanted to see with the wave of the spell flag in his hand, Xiaohua's battered heart was revived. However, after resting for a while, Xiaohua once again had some doubts. He knew that his magic power was different from ordinary cultivators, it was much more vigorous. Although he was currently in the middle stage of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, Xiaohua believed that his magic power was absolutely comparable to the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Thinking about all the pills he had taken and the fire essence flame crystals he had refined, Xiaohua would naturally think so. In fact, he even believed that his magic power was not much weaker than an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. After all, these days, Xiaohua often dealt with early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, especially Xiangyang. In Xiaohua's eyes, Xiangyang's magic power, to be honest, was really, since that was the case, then there was no reason for Xiaohua to wave the formation flag only once. Even if this formation flag was used by a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the disparity couldn't be that great. Thinking about how Xianxia had easily waved the formation flag that day and freely controlled the formation, Xiaohua's heart was filled with doubts. Could it be that there are still many secrets in this formation that I can't figure out? Xiaohua was very puzzled. He flipped through the jade slip again, but where were these records? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Xiaohua put down his doubts. Next, Xiaohua didn't stop. He first took the vitality absorption pill and tempered it. Sure enough, this vitality absorption pill was worthy of being a medicinal pill designated by the Imperial Thunder sect. Its effect was not comparable to low-level medicinal pills like the Clear Breeze pill. Xiaohua felt that his cultivation had improved again. Since he knew that this vitality absorption pill was useful, then the so-called vitality gathering pill must also be effective. Thus, Xiaohua went to the pill room and took out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. While warming up the pill furnace, he took out the pill recipe that Yan Qinglian had copied and examined it. After he finished reading, his brows slightly wrinkled. With a wave of his hand, he took out another jade slip. This jade slip turned out to be Xianxia's. It also contained pill recipes and alchemy techniques. Xianxia was originally an alchemist who refined the clear flower pill, so he naturally had these things on him. Xiaohua didn't look at it carefully. After all, what was recorded in this jade slip were basically medicinal pills used by Foundation establishment cultivators. There were only a few records of medicinal pills used by high-level qi refinement cultivators like the Vitality Absorption Pill and the Vitality Congregation Pill. Only after seeing that the things inside were the same as what was recorded did Xiaohua put away the jade slip and booklet. He frowned and pondered. The method of refining the Vitality Absorption Pill is different from the method of refining the Clear Pleasure Pill. There are many areas where the difference is very large. My methods are suitable for refining the Clear Pleasure Pill, but I don't know if they can be used when refining the Vitality Absorption Pill. This Vitality Absorption Pill's main ingredient also contains the Vitality Absorption fruit. I'm afraid it's about the same as refining the Peiyuan Pill. Of course, the about the same in Xiaohua's heart was referring to his own refining techniques. He had a lot of spiritual herbs in his space, and the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients for refining the Vitality Absorption Pill were all present. Once the pill furnace was ready, Xiaohua began to refine the vitality absorption pill. The refining room for the vitality absorption pill was naturally complicated. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the clear breeze pill. However, with Xiaohua's experience of refining pills in the Fu clan's pill refining room, he gradually fumbled around. After more than 10 days of hard work, he finally succeeded in refining 4 medicinal pills in a furnace. After casting the cultivation technique into the pill furnace, Xiaohua took out the vitality absorption pill given to him by Zhuo Minghui and put it into his mouth. He then operated his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal efficacy. Soon after, he took out the vitality absorption pill given to him by Yan Qinglian and similarly refined it in his meridians. He then opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Sure enough, the vitality absorption pills given to master and senior sister-in-law are the same. I'm afraid this medicinal pill is the same as the clear flower pill. Every year, there's a fixed alchemist who refines it and then distributes it to the aura refining disciples as a regular offering." Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua slapped his head and took out a jade bottle from his space. He thought to himself, this is young master's first month's regular offering at the Imperial Thunder sect. If it wasn't for eldest senior martial brother helping me receive it, I'm afraid I would have been punished and confiscated, right? Huh. This is also a vitality absorption pill. Xiaohua took out the medicinal pill from the jade bottle and took a look. Soon after, he also took it. After a long while, the medicinal efficacy of the vitality absorption pill was refined by him. Xiaohua opened his eyes and sneered, "The medicinal efficacy of this vitality absorption pill is inferior to the previous 2. I'm afraid it was refined by 2 different alchemists. Moreover, looking at how the medicinal efficacy is so far apart, not only is there a difference in the level of alchemy between the 2 alchemists, there's also a difference in their cultivation, right?" Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hand and the jade bottle on the ground flew into his hand. He said with a smile, "I wonder how much of a difference there is between young master's level and that of the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists." However, after waiting for a moment, before Xiaohua had time to refine the medicinal efficacy, his face revealed a trace of amazement, as well as a trace of pleasant surprise. It was a face full of pride. Damn it. Could it be that young master is an alchemist? After refining the medicinal efficacy of the vitality absorption pill, Xiaohua opened his eyes and immediately somersaulted several times in the air. How can the vitality absorption pill refined by myself be compared to the one refined by the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists, by several times? How can the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists endure this? Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed heartily. However, just as this laughter resounded through the pill refining room, it came to an abrupt stop. Xiaohua stared blankly on the spot. Soon after, Xiaohua's face revealed an expression of sudden realization. He jumped up from the ground and said loudly, I understand. Why is it that foundation establishment cultivators can easily set up formations, but I have to use so much effort to set them up? It turns out that it's just as eldest senior brother said. Foundation establishment cultivators have a lot of true qi in their meridians, but it's true essence. True essence is liquid true qi. No matter whether it's quality or quantity, it's not on the same level as true qi. And how can the magic power produced by true essence compare to the magic power produced by true qi? They're simply not on the same level. Moreover, I also understand what Master said before on Yellow Flower Ridge. Without a realm, even if one's magic power continuously increases, what's the use? The magic power casually used by a foundation establishment cultivator is more than the magic power of a qi refining cultivator. Moreover, Xiaohua laughed out loud. Moreover, how would I know what it is? I'm afraid that only when this young master enters foundation establishment will I know the specific difference, right? Damn it, this young master must enter foundation establishment. Xiaohua thought. He reached out and took out the vigorous thunderbolt cultivation technique. Although Xiang Yang repeatedly warned him not to read it too early, Xiaohua really couldn't help it. Of course, this foundation establishment cultivation technique was different from qi refining cultivation technique. The mnemonic chant was quite obscure, and Xiaohua didn't understand many parts of it. Fortunately, Xiaohua wasn't really cultivating right now. He just wanted to see how this cultivation technique was like in the end. He wanted to have a foundation in his heart so that he could go to the 8 Great Lightning Palaces Technique Inheritance Pavilion in the future to look for even higher level cultivation techniques. Although Vigorous Thunderbolt was different from Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, they both used meridians to temper the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Inside, there were naturally descriptions of meridians. However, after more than 10 days of reading and thinking, Xiaohua had some doubts. The meridians of this foundation establishment cultivation technique actually weren't connected to the meridians of the qi refining realm. This was naturally a very strange matter. Because among the qi refining cultivation techniques that Xiaohua had come into contact with, regardless of whether it was Death Flower Underworld, Raising Fire to the Heavens, or Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, the end of each layer of the cultivation technique was connected to the beginning of the next layer of the cultivation technique. In Xiaohua's understanding, a higher layer of cultivation technique was to break through the barriers between different meridians and use a new tempering method to temper even more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the new meridians. Foundation establishment cultivation techniques were naturally to break through the barriers of new meridians after reaching the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, and then cultivate in the new meridians. Chapter 1569. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought to himself, if the 12th layer of qi refining is said to have completely refined the meridians, then, the meridians in Heavenly Law embodiment technique clearly haven't reached the end. It seems that there are still many more meridians in dragonization art. Why does Vigorous Thunderbolt require one to reopen different meridians in the lower dantian to cultivate? This was Xiaohua. He was cultivating the dragonization art at the same time as cultivating a normal technique. Previously, he could sense the various meridians in the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he also knew that there were many interconnected meridians around these meridians. If it was someone else, how could they know? Could it be, this Heavenly Law embodiment technique isn't a complete set of qi refining techniques? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of this. However, he immediately denied it. He had already read this technique from beginning to end. If it wasn't a complete technique, he would have already said it out loud. In other words, the possibility that Xiaohua thought of didn't exist. Could it be, behind this Heavenly Law embodiment technique, there are still unrecorded techniques? Xiaohua suddenly quivered. An even more outrageous thought appeared in his mind. Only this thought could explain Xiaohua's perception of those meridians when cultivating the dragonization art. What's wrong with me? Is it the heart devil of the 11th layer of qi refining? After Xiaohua's excitement, he immediately calmed down. Qi refining techniques had been cultivated for who knows how many years in the Xiaoyu continent. Who knows how many heavenly geniuses there were, and who knows how many people had extraordinary encounters. Everyone directly entered foundation establishment after reaching the 12th layer of qi refining. There had never been a person who cultivated to the 13th layer after reaching the 12th layer of qi refining. Maybe I'm ignorant and inexperienced. I've never heard of it. Maybe those people were all geniuses who achieved great magical powers. But there are no records of them in the ancient records. Thinking of this, Xiaohua put these things down. Right now, he was still some distance away from the peak of the 11th layer of qi refining. There was no need to delve into it now. When he returned to Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, he would ask Xiangyang or Helplessness. If not, he would go to Thunder Palace's Technique Imparting Pavilion to investigate. In the following 10 months, Xiaohua wholeheartedly focused on refining pills, taking pills, and increasing his cultivation. While refining pills, he also began to practice the Thunderlight evasion technique and the driving techniques of magic tools. It was precisely as Xiaohua had expected earlier. This Thunderlight flight technique was extremely profound, and it wasn't something common flying techniques could compare to. The first step to cultivating the Thunderlight flight technique required one to possess a lightning attribute physique. Only with this physique would one be able to sense the lightning attribute spirit energy within the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and only then would one be able to borrow the flexibility and strength of the lightning attribute spirit energy to cultivate the flight technique. Fortunately, Xiaohua had already practiced fire escape and earth escape. Although this lightning escape technique wasn't a pure 5 elements escape technique, it was still within the 5 elements. Therefore, Xiaohua had some difficulties practicing it, but he still gradually learned it. Among them, what Xiaohua didn't understand the most was that he was actually able to sense the lightning attribute spiritual qi that troubled cultivators of other attributes. This was the most crucial step. As long as he took this step, his future path would be smooth and level. While Xiaohua was practicing the lightning evasion technique in the eastern ridge, he was still thinking, could it be, because of the thunder-devouring bead? There are flashes of lightning in my space from time to time. Maybe it has something to do with this? As for whether it was true or not, what did it matter? Xiaohua was already gradually getting familiar with the first level of the thunderlight flight technique. Furthermore, although the common method of refining magic tools was convenient, it also had its disadvantages. Different cultivation levels could refine different magic tools. With Xiaohua's cultivation level, he couldn't refine high-level magic tools. Not to mention the magic tools used by late foundation establishment stage cultivators in Xiaohua's space, even the shadow moon Xiaohua that Ling Jingyi gave him couldn't be refined. Xiaohua used 10 months of effort to refine the triangular magic tool of Spirit Husbandry Sect and the palm-sized ring of Yan Yanwei. The magic tool of Spirit Husbandry Sect was an offensive and defensive magic tool. It could use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to attack, and it could also form a protective barrier around the user. The most special thing was that it could change the outer appearance of the cultivator and conceal the ripples of the cultivator's magic power, achieving the goal of concealment. Xiaohua didn't know the name of this magic tool. Since it was his, he naturally had to give it his own name. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a long time before naming it Yi Chen. As for the palm-sized ring, it didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. The only thing it could do was to see through the 5 elements. Yan Yanwei relied on this thing to see through the restriction set up by Blood Shadow and Xiaohua's figure underground. Xiaohua named it Observe. Naturally, Xiaohua had also thought of using these magic tools to activate the black iron needle. However, after looking at the sacrificial refining method and then looking at the trick behind the black iron needle, Xiaohua still decided to use the sacrificial refining method. In Xiaohua's space, there was a set of 2 soul-absorbing bells. Xiaohua felt that they were similar to the small hook soul tool and wanted to refine them. Unfortunately, the common refining method in Xiaohua's hand wasn't effective. He probably needed the refining method specifically used by Xiao Nan's Qing family. Seeing that he had cultivated all the techniques he could in the past year, and that his heavenly reflection technique had just reached the peak of the 11th level of the Qi refinement realm, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed. It wasn't just his cultivation that was effective, Xiaohua's refining of medicinal pills was also very smooth. Now, he could already produce 24 soul-absorbing pills in one furnace, which was barely enough for Xiaohua's nighttime cultivation speed. During the day, Xiaohua could only refine medicinal pills while practicing lightning escape and familiarizing himself with the magic tools. In addition, Little Huang and Little Silver in the space had also changed a lot. Let's talk about Little Huang first. A year ago, after swallowing Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit, it had fallen into a deep sleep. While sleeping, Xiaohua could clearly sense that Little Huang's injuries had healed. Half a year ago, Little Huang had woken up. Although it hadn't fully recovered, it looked a lot more spirited and could already slowly fly around in the space. As for Little Silver, he had rendered meritorious service in saving Xiaohua's life last time. Even his sharp teeth had been grinded until they bled, so how could Xiaohua not be grateful? When Little Dusk slept, Little Silver only moved within a range of several zhang and never took half a step out of the minefield. However, Little Silver's nose kept sniffing the spirit herbs. It was just that without Little Huang's permission, Little Silver didn't dare steal any. It wasn't until little Huang woke up and told Xiaohua about this that Xiaohua found out that little Silver could eat spirit herbs. Wasn't that simple? Xiaohua might not be willing to part with spirit stones, but he had as many spirit herbs as he wanted in the space. Xiaohua took out a piece of the extremely vast medicinal field in the space. There were some ordinary spirit herbs inside, just that they had been growing for a long time. He had little Silver look for food in this medicinal field. Little Silver was very happy. It scurried around the entire herb field and rolled around casually, eating until its little belly was round and full. Little Yellow was also very happy to see this. AI, it's so good to be able to cultivate in peace. Xiaohua looked around the space from time to time and sighed with emotion. This scene was something he hadn't dared imagine when he was an itinerant cultivator. Alright, I've now reached the peak of the 11th level of Qi refinement. It's time for me to make a trip back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Admittedly, there's a rainbow epiphyllum in my space, but Shifu needs to go to Shuttling Thunder Hall to ask for another one. It'll be a waste if I don't take it. Xiaohua thought to himself. Also, it's time to ask Shifu about the cultivation technique. Let's see if I can go to Martial Arts Pavilion to find it now. Just as Xiaohua was about to pack up and leave, he thought again. Good, I almost forgot. It's almost a year's time, and that senior brother Zhenming who came to Eastern Ridge to pick Inflammation Dawn grass is coming again. If I run off now, won't he have to return empty-handed again? Thus, after Xiaohua picked enough Inflammation Dawn grass in advance, he calmly stayed in Eastern Ridge to refine pills and wait for Zhenming's arrival. Almost a month's time passed. Sure enough, the command medallion in the space vibrated again. When Xiaohua slightly released the restriction on the formation, a crimson-red messaging talisman flew in front of Xiaohua's eyes. He's finally here, Xiaohua crushed the messaging talisman and flew into the air. He opened the formation and saw a thin and tall young cultivator with a trace of impatience on his face. He was precisely waiting in midair outside the formation. Xiaohua carefully sized him up. This cultivator looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He had long and narrow cheeks, extremely small eyes, a pair of extremely light eyebrows, and a few black spots on his deathly pale face. When the cultivator saw Xiaohua come out to greet him, he didn't even salute. He very rudely called out, "Are you Xiaohua?" Xiaohua smiled and bowed. This disciple is indeed Xiaohua. Is senior brother Zhenming? Naturally it's I. Zhenming wasn't surprised. He sneered and said, if it wasn't for I's bad luck, who would come to this Eastern Ridge medicinal garden? Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, this disciple was negligent last year and let senior brother Zhenming accompany me to receive punishment. This disciple's heart truly feels apologetic. Don't say those useless things. Zhenming unexpectedly didn't want to talk to him. Where's this year's flame dawn grass? Don't tell me you still want I to personally go harvest it? Xiaohua smiled and said, this naturally isn't necessary. As he spoke, he took out his storage pouch and handed it over. He said, this disciple has already harvested this flame dawn grass long ago. Senior brother, please take a look. Zhenming slightly nodded. He took the pouch and opened it to take a look. He was somewhat astonished. Your harvesting technique is quite brilliant. Xiaohua replied, this disciple is only of this little use. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here so eagerly. Good. Zhenming only said one word. He took back the storage pouch and nodded. He said, this year's matter is already done. You should properly take care of the medicinal garden. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said, that's right, did you take a lot of seeds from the Thunder Flash Hall last year? Xiaohua replied, yes. Does senior brother need something? Naturally, I need to inspect it. Zhenming pointed with his finger and said, open the formation. I want to see where you've planted these spirit grasses. Xiaohua obeyed and opened the formation. He led Zhenming to the place where he planted the spirit grasses. Chapter 1570. Looking at the flat herb garden and some small sprouts, Jinming nodded slightly, then lectured, "How can you grow other spirit herbs in this kind of place? I don't know what you're thinking. Disciple has nothing to do, so I want to see if I can grow other spirit herbs. If I can, that would be great, but if I can't, I'll just waste some seeds." "As you wish." Jinming waved his hand and was about to fly away when Xiaohua stopped him. He patted his storage pouch and took out a few jade bottles and some spirit stones, then handed them over. He said very sincerely, "This is Disciple's 2 months' worth of provisions last year." Because of Disciple, senior brother Jinming was punished with a year's worth of provisions. Disciple knows that these provisions can't compare to senior brothers, but they are Disciple's good intentions, so please accept them. Jinming obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to give him pills and spirit stones. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand and the items fell into his hand. His pale face showed a trace of a smile, and said, "Since you have such thoughts, I won't be disrespectful." Seeing Jinming accept the pills, Xiaohua's heart could be considered to have been put down. He smiled and said, "Farewell, senior brother Jinming." Good, we'll meet again next year," Jinming said as he flew into the air. However, after flying for a few dozen feet, he turned back and reminded, "Oh right, Xiaohua, I still haven't found the spare token for the Eastern Ridge Formation. Your formation isn't very safe, so you have to be careful." "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Aside from flame dawn grass, there's only flame dawn grass here. It's far inferior to other herb gardens, so who would come here? Besides, Disciple is only a chi refining disciple, and my cultivation is shallow. Others won't put me in their eyes. It's always better to be careful. Unfortunately, this spell formation is only for defensive purposes. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities. Otherwise, I forgot that there are 2 command medallions." Smiling wryly, Jinming clasped hands and flew out of the Eastern Ridge, heading back to the Lightning Flash Temple. Seeing that Jinming had left, Xiaohua smiled and said, "This year's mission is over. I don't have anything to do for the next year. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Myriad Thunder Valley." After that, Xiaohua tidied up a little, opened the formation, and used the lightning escape technique that he had just learned, and flew in the direction of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. The lightning evasion technique was indeed formidable. It was more than half as fast as Xiaohua's flight technique. However, this lightning evasion technique consumed a lot of magic power. After flying for a while, Xiaohua switched back to his original flight technique. Along the way, Xiaohua was careful. He looked at the map while flying. As long as there were dangerous and forbidden areas, he would stay far away from them, so he didn't encounter any danger. On the contrary, along the way, they encountered a lot of aura refining and foundation building disciples. There was even a grandmaster in the Gold Core realm. Xiaohua respectfully stopped for these seniors with profound cultivation bases and politely let them go first. He received quite a lot of smiles. Seeing his master's immortal's cave, Xiaohua landed. That mountain ape immediately pounced out from the mountain forest. It stretched out its arms and revealed a pair of sharp claws to grab Xiaohua. Xiaohua frowned. He waved his hand and cast a confinement technique. The mountain ape was bound almost without any resistance. It fell to the ground in an instant and let out a roar. Immediately, 2 divine senses came from the helpless immortal's cave and Xiang Yang's immortal's cave respectively. They scanned Xiaohua's body. Of these 2 divine senses, Xiaohua was very familiar with one of them. It was eldest senior brother Xiang Yang. He didn't encounter the other one. Since it wasn't helpless, then it should be Zhua Minghui's. Sure enough, not long after the 2 divine senses were retracted, Xiang Yang flew over with a smile on his face. Seeing that Xiaohua's cultivation base was already at the peak of the 11th layer of aura refining, he was very happy and said, "Little junior brother is indeed a genius. I haven't seen you for just a year and you've made great progress." I can see that you're already a cultivator at the 12th layer of aura refining. Xiaohua wryly smiled. Eldest senior brother, I'm suffering in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden by myself. You didn't even come to see me. Otherwise, I might have already reached foundation establishment by now. What? Xiangyang was surprised at first, then he laughed out loud and said, You little brat, I was afraid of delaying your cultivation so I didn't dare to go. What's so hard about you? After you reach foundation establishment, I'll ask my wife-in-law to help you find a suitable dual cultivation partner in the Thunder Palace. At that time, let's see if you'll still complain or not. Hearing this, Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, Forget it, eldest senior brother. Let me go find one myself. Who knows what kind of person my wife will find? Oh, little junior brother, you don't trust your wife's eyes? Yan Qinglian also flew over. No. Xiaohua quickly said, I'm just joking with you, eldest senior brother. Hee, little junior brother, your eldest senior brother is right. If you are interested, I should help you find a dual cultivation partner in the mythical Thunder Palace. It can't be. Xiaohua was stunned and waved his hand even more hurriedly. Don't, senior sister, you two don't need to worry about this. Could it be that little junior brother already has a sweetheart? Yan Qinglian said with a smile. Eldest senior brother, where's master? This little brother has some questions about cultivation. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and asked. Hearing Xiaohua mention cultivation, Xiangyang also quickly replied, Master isn't in the cave today. He should be on duty in the myriad Thunder Valley. If you have something urgent, I'll send you a summoning talisman. No need. My matter isn't urgent. When will Master come back? He should be back by tomorrow. Xiangyang said with a smile, Master has been thinking about you for half a year. He said you used 2 months to cultivate from the 10th layer to the middle of the 11th layer. He hasn't seen you for half a year, so you must have cultivated to the 12th layer. Maybe I'll even cultivate to foundation establishment and give him a surprise. A voice came from the cave. It was Zhuo Minghui who walked out. Disciple greets mistress. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Hee, get up, good child. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand and helped Xiaohua up. She looked him up and down and said with a smile, although you haven't stepped into foundation establishment, cultivating to the peak of the 11th layer in a year is still commendable. Thank you for your praise, mistress. Xiaohua said embarrassedly, not being able to cultivate to the 12th layer might have disappointed master. Let's go, Xiaohua. Let's talk inside the cave. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, cultivation isn't something that can be done in a day. If the 10th layer can be cultivated to completion in 2 months, the 11th layer might take 2 years. Don't think too much. The 4 of them entered the cave and sat down. As usual, Yan Qinglian took out spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. After Xiaohua ate some, Zhuo Minghui asked, Xiaohua, your medicinal garden in the Eastern Ridge. However, she only said half of what she wanted to say and didn't say anything else. Hee, disciple understands. Xiaohua said with a smile. He clapped his hands and took out a storage pouch, handing it to Zhuo Minghui. This is disciple's gift to mistress. Mistress, please help me. Okay. Zhuo Minghui liked Xiaohua's cleverness very much. She opened the storage pouch and looked at the spiritual herbs used to concoct soul-gathering pills. She was very satisfied. The age of these things is quite good. They should be able to give you a satisfactory answer. As she said this, she put away the storage pouch. Xiaohua accompanied Zhuo Minghui and chatted for a while. Afterwards, he took his leave and followed Xiangyang back to their cave. After a while, Zhuo Minghui flew out of the cave and headed towards mythical Thunder Palace. Xiaohua and the other 2 sat down in the immortal cave. Xiangyang couldn't wait to ask about Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua's cultivation speed in this year could be considered normal, so he didn't hide anything and answered the general questions truthfully. After Xiangyang finished asking, Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and also asked, eldest senior martial brother, I have a question about foundation establishment cultivation methods. What? You still looked at the foundation establishment cultivation methods first? Xiangyang frowned. Didn't I already tell you about the foundation establishment cultivation methods? It's not suitable for you to look at now. I'm afraid it will affect your cultivation. Xiaohua smiled and said, eldest senior martial brother is thinking too much. I only looked at the meridians. I didn't look at any cultivation methods at all. So it's like that. Xiang Yang's complexion relaxed a little. He nodded and said, then what's the problem with the meridians? Xiaohua bit his lips and asked with some hesitation, it's like this. I want to ask, why does the foundation establishment cultivation method start by refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the new meridians? Why not continue to refine it in the previous meridians? The previous meridians? Xiang Yang asked curiously. You've already used the previous meridians? If you don't open new meridians, how can you increase your cultivation? Little brother's meaning is, why don't you break through the barrier of the meridians and open up new meridians like the previous meridians of the Qi condensation realm, but instead return to the Dantian and open up new meridians? Xiaohua explained. So the Qi refining meridians have already been used? How can you open new meridians? Xiang Yang asked back. How do you know there aren't any new meridians? What if there are more? Xiaohua smiled. There are still other meridians? Xiang Yang was greatly surprised. He had never thought of this kind of question. Hearing it now was very refreshing. He simply didn't know how to answer Xiaohua. But Yan Xinglian at the side clapped her hands and said, Hee, youngest junior martial brother really knows how to think. This question is difficult for your eldest senior martial brother. Xiang Yang also wanted to cry and laugh. He shook his head with all his strength. Youngest junior martial brother's thinking is really outrageous. I have no way to answer. Then. Eldest senior martial brother, how do you know that the meridians have been refined to the end? That there won't be any new meridians? Xiaohua wanted to get to the bottom of this. Youngest junior martial brother, you haven't cultivated to the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. When you enter the foundation establishment realm, you'll know. The peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm is different from the other layers of the Qi refining realm. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiang Yang and smiled. Husband, you should tell youngest junior martial brother about your foundation establishment realm. Although it's a bit early to say it now, it's still better than him blindly guessing at the side, right? Chapter 1571. Yes, that's right. Xiang Yang thought for a moment, then nodded and said, this is something that can only be said before you build your foundation. But if you think blindly like this, it's very easy to damage your cultivation. Brother will now say a few simple things, so that you won't make a mistake. The specific things to pay attention to will have to wait until later. Moreover, I used 2 chances to build my foundation, so I should still tell you this lesson first. Hee, I'm all ears. Xiaohua cupped his hands, very much enjoying the feeling of having someone give him pointers. Normally, after cultivating to the peak of each stage of Qi refinement, it's the process of reaching perfection. After making up for the gaps in the realm, a barrier will appear between the meridians. At this time, it depends on the amount of true Qi. If there's enough, then you can break through the barrier and enter the next level. Otherwise, your cultivation may forever stop at this level. Xiang Yang explained simply, but what about the peak of the 12th layer of Qi refinement? It's different from these. When the cultivation method reaches perfection, the true Qi will naturally change, and there will be signs of liquefaction. At this time, you have to take a foundation establishment pill. This foundation establishment pill has 2 effects. One is to provide medicinal power to break through to foundation establishment, and the other is to help condense true Qi into a liquid state. Then, if you don't take a foundation establishment pill at this time, and use other medicinal pills, or don't use medicinal pills at all? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. This. I don't know. Xiangyang said awkwardly. That day, when I built my foundation, I encountered the signs of liquefaction. I was ecstatic, so I quickly took a foundation establishment pill. It's just that. Xiangyang slightly sighed, looked at Yan Qinglian, who had a comforting smile on her face, and said again, it's just that at that time, I was the only one in the Immortals' Cave in Myriad Thunder Valley. Master and Master's wife were nowhere to be found. Although I made some preparations, I only took 2 foundation establishment pills. My cultivation was still lacking, so 2 foundation establishment pills weren't enough to condense all the true qi in my meridians into a liquid state. I barely managed to refine the 2 foundation establishment pills, and after I failed to break through to foundation establishment, I could only look on helplessly as the liquefied true qi gradually reverted back to true qi. Seeing the loneliness on Xiang Yang's face, Xiaohua smiled and said, eldest senior brother, then, have you ever regretted it? Xiaohua had already asked this question before, but now that he asked it again, it must be interesting. Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian. The 2 people's eyes were filled with affection. Indeed, in this place, silence speaks louder than words. After waiting for a short moment, Xiaohua coughed and asked again. Eldest senior brother, then what happened after that? After that? After that, I cultivated in seclusion for another 50 years. Just as I was about to lose all hope, the true qi in my meridians suddenly showed signs of liquefying. At that time, I had 10 building foundation dawn in my storage pouch. So, I immediately suppressed the ecstasy in my heart, and refined them one by one. Finally, all the true qi in my meridians was transformed into true elemental energy. Xiang Yang lightly said. That's strange. Eldest senior brother, you haven't consumed any other medicinal pills in the past 50 years? You didn't take another foundation establishment pill? Xiao Hua asked curiously. In his opinion, since his magic power wasn't enough, he should have just taken some medicine. Who cared about medicinal pills? However, Xiang Yang shook his head. My Imperial Thunder sect only has medicinal pills for those in the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. We don't have any medicinal pills for those who fail to build their foundation. Moreover, after Master came back, he only urged me to cultivate according to the cultivation method and didn't allow me to take any medicinal pills. As for why, I don't know. Oh. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. He also knew that with Xiang Yang's honest temperament, he would have absolutely followed the arrangement. He wouldn't have deviated even a little bit. Then, what about the accumulating spirit talisman? Eldest senior brother didn't use it? Xiao Hua suddenly thought. Accumulating spirit talisman? Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. He looked at Yan Qinglian and said, not only me, but even your senior sister-in-law has never used it. Little junior brother, ordinary cultivators, as long as they have the chance to build their foundation, they would do it without any regard for their lives. Who would be willing to stay in the Qi refining realm? Yan Qinglian said with a smile, only those heaven-sent geniuses who are extremely confident in building their foundation and are willing to take this risk to use the accumulating spirit talisman. As I said just now, the great circle of Qi refining is the natural perfection of the cultivation method. This is also commonly known as the small circle of Qi refining. If you use the accumulating spirit talisman, you can use the power of the talisman to forcefully delay the advancement of your realm and make the small circle of Qi refining even more perfect. That's the true great circle of Qi refining. Xiang Yang said somewhat enviously. It said that after cultivators at the great circle of Qi refining enter the foundation establishment realm, their magic power is 30% stronger than cultivators of the same realm. The most powerful ones might be 50% stronger. Ah. That much? Xiao Hua was slightly astonished. Of course. Otherwise, how could those extremely intelligent people stay in the Qi refining realm? Xiang Yang smacked his lips and said, that's not all. Qi refining's divine sense is in the nurturing stage. The longer it's nurturing, the more room it has for growth in the future. Think about it, if your magic power is 50% stronger than people of the same realm, and your divine sense is also 50% stronger than people of the same realm, then, how awe-inspiring is that? TCH, that's not awe-inspiring. Xiao Hua curled his lips in his heart. Although he was currently in the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm, killing someone in the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm wasn't a problem. This wasn't the same concept as people of the same realm. Little junior brother will enter the Foundation establishment realm in a few years. Master and Master's wife are also in Myriad Thunder Valley. If there are no mishaps, little junior brother should have no problem entering the Foundation establishment realm. Xiangyang comforted him. You just need to cultivate peacefully and don't think too much. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua bowed and said. Soon after, the three of them talked about something and closed their eyes to cultivate. They waited until noon the next day, but Helpless still hadn't returned. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry. He listened to Helpless talk about the taboos and experiences of Qi refining. Listening to it made him scratch his ears and cheeks. Xiao Hua had never thought of these things before, but after trying them out, they were indeed useful. Just as they were talking, a crimson summoning talisman flew into the immortal's cave. It was Zhuo Minghui calling them over. Xiao Hua and the others arrived at Helpless Immortal's cave. As soon as they saw each other, Zhuo Minghui smiled and handed over a storage pouch. Xiao Hua opened it in surprise. When he saw the soul-gathering pills and a lot of spirit stones inside, he couldn't help but feel extremely grateful. He said with a choked voice, Master's wife, I had nothing to do yesterday, so I went to Mythical Thunder Palace to see my senior sisters whom I haven't seen for a long time. And they praised your medicinal herbs very much. After exchanging them for spiritual pills, they also gave you some spirit stones. You should take them. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand as if she really was going to see her senior sisters, and exchanging them for spiritual pills was just a passing matter. Thank you, Master's wife. Xiao Hua nodded and put them away. A divine sense swept past. It was Helpless who had returned from outside. Master. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian stood up and shouted. Xiao Hua naturally also stood up. Helpless ignored Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian. He only looked at Xiao Hua and said, How come you're only at the peak of the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm? I thought you'd already cultivated to the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. Xiao Hua was quite displeased with Helpless' snobbery, and said embarrassedly, Disciple is actually quite stupid. I was barely able to cultivate to the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm. Oh. Why are you suddenly saying that? Helpless said angrily, You're the hope of my Myriad Thunder Valley. If you don't build your foundation, I'll crush you to death. Husband. Yan Qinglian said with a frown, If you say that, how will Xiao Hua feel? If he doesn't build his foundation, won't he be your disciple? If you don't want him, I'll take him as my disciple. Hee. Helpless, he rubbed his hands and said, I'm just afraid he'll be like Xiangyang. Soon after, he clapped his hands helplessly and took out a jade box from his storage bag. He tossed it to Xiao Hua and asked, Have you seen the secret technique to catalyze your divine sense? Xiao Hua took the jade box. He was originally at a loss, but when he heard Helpless' question, he immediately understood what was inside the jade box. He smiled and said, Disciple has just cultivated to the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm, so I haven't had time to see the secret technique yet. Then he raised the jade box and said, Is this the rainbow cloud? Rainbow cloud my ass. Helplessly eating a mouthful of spirit fruit, he spat the core on the ground and cursed, This year, my Thunder Palace originally had a rainbow epiphyllum that had just matured, but it was snatched by Jianghu, that old brat, one step ahead of us, saying that it was for his disciple, Jianghu Qin. Motherfucker, this guy is really shameless. That disciple named Wang Yunxiao was clearly chosen by me first, and I even marked him with my divine sense. This old bastard actually took Wang Yunxiao away and treated him as his disciple. Unfortunately, they've already registered in the Jade Archive Hall, otherwise I. Speaking up to here, he looked helplessly at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, Wang Yunxiao is already at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. You have to work harder, you have to build your foundation before him. Oh, even if you can't be the first, you can't fall too far behind. Xiaohua was speechless. He bowed and said, disciple understands. Then he said, if this jade box isn't the rainbow cloud, then what is it? Nonsense, if it's not the rainbow cloud, then it's the jade Qilin spirit. Jade Qilin spirit? Xiaohua was puzzled. When he opened the jade box, he saw something similar to a taro inside. It's just that this taro was like jade, and the layers of scales on top were like fish scales. Master, little junior brother is a rogue cultivator, he doesn't know about this. Xiangyang reminded. Rogue cultivator. Xiaohua said helplessly. He waved his hand and said, you tell him. Little junior brother. Xiangyang said with a smile, it's actually very simple. This jade Qilin spirit is the same as the rainbow cloud, they both have the ability to stimulate divine sense. It's just that the rainbow cloud is too rare, it's not easy to find one. In comparison, this jade Qilin spirit is much more abundant. Many cultivation families use this jade Qilin spirit for their disciples to stimulate divine sense. However, the jade Qilin spirit's effect is much worse than the rainbow cloud. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua put away the jade box and said with a smile, thank you, master. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. If there's nothing else, just go back and cultivate. Come see me when you've built your foundation. Xiaohua waved his hand helplessly. Disciple has a few questions. After I ask master, I'll immediately return. Xiaohua said with a smile. Quickly ask, quickly ask. Master, little junior brother is very talented. Xiangyang was afraid that Xiaohua would get angry, so he quickly said, disciple doesn't know how to answer the questions he asked. Is that so? Why don't you tell me? Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua with surprise. Xiangyang gave Xiaohua a look, telling him not to say anything. He then repeated Xiaohua's question. Sure enough, Xiaohua immediately jumped up and said, damn it, I showed you the foundation establishment cultivation method so you could go to the technique imparting pavilion and find an even higher level cultivation method than this one. You're actually looking for fun here, don't you want to build your foundation? It can't be. Xiaohua muttered. Beside him, Zhuo Minghui stopped him again and said, husband, this child is very curious. It's good that he can think more. You should talk to him, don't let him go down the wrong path. A disciple is as boring as a rock. I just took in one, and he's like, the mountain ape at the door. How can I be so unlucky? Xiaohua sighed helplessly. He thought for a moment and said, actually, it's nothing. Think about it, before the 12th layer of Qi refining, can every cultivator break through to the next realm by taking medicinal pills? Of course not. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Then, why can't they advance even if they take medicinal pills? Xiaohua asked helplessly. Xiaohua smiled and said, it must be the meridians, right? You're quite smart. Xiaohua glared at him helplessly. Meridians are the foundation of cultivation. All true qi and true essence are formed by refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the meridians. Everyone's cultivation process is also the process of refining the meridians themselves. If the meridian's ability to refine has already reached its limit, do you think, even if there are more medicinal pills and more spiritual energy, it can still be refined? Disciple understands. It must be that after reaching the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining, the meridian's ability to refine true qi has also reached its peak. It can no longer produce more true qi. If one can't build their foundation in time, then, their magic power can no longer increase? Xiaohua continued. Exactly. Of course, this is the case for your eldest senior brother. What's the use of taking medicinal pills? He just needs to carefully comprehend his realm. If fate allows it, won't he be able to enter the Foundation establishment realm? Xiaohua looked helplessly at Xiangyang and said, unfortunately, the difference between the second and the first time is too great. His achievements will always be limited. But master, doesn't the accumulating spirit talisman also force one's realm? Xiaohua asked. You don't know shit. The accumulating spirit talisman doesn't force one's realm. It forces one's true qi to transform into true essence. That was the first time he built his foundation. He only used the accumulating spirit talisman's magic power to prolong the process as much as possible. During this prolonged process, because true essence is together with true qi for a long time, it will undergo a certain mutation. On the other hand, it can refine the meridians that were refined during the qi refining stage again with true essence, increasing the strength of the meridians. After entering the Foundation establishment realm, one can have a few % more true essence than others. So that's how it is. Xiaohua finally understood. So there were so many reasons behind this. However, the accumulating spirit talisman is admittedly a good thing. Xiaohua helplessly said, but using the accumulating spirit talisman still has a great risk. Chapter 1572. When using the accumulating spirit talisman, if there's even the slightest bit of carelessness, the liquefied true essence will begin to transform back into true qi. That's not good. All of your previous efforts will be wasted. At best, you'll be beaten back to your original state and have to wait for the second foundation building. At worst, your meridians won't be able to hold too much true qi. Your meridians may break and your Dao will perish. Helplessly speaking, he looked at Xiaohua and said, now that you know, do you still want to use the accumulating spirit talisman? Why not? If others can use it, I can also use it. Xiaohua said without hesitation. Being competitive is the most undesirable thing in cultivation. Helplessly shaking his head. Fine, I'm just being competitive. Xiaohua secretly said, you want me to build my foundation earlier, but you don't want me to be competitive? Helplessly thinking, he said, it's still early. Wait until you reach the 12th layer of qi refining. If your true qi is vigorous, then use it. If it's not, then you should just build your foundation. I'll listen to master's instructions. Xiaohua bowed and said. Soon after, Xiaohua asked a few more questions, especially those about divine sense and the Naiwan Palace. Helplessly answering them all one by one. Don't look at Helplessly's impatient temper and somewhat irritable. In the aspect of cultivation, Helplessly was really amazing. When he talked about some cultivation experiences, Helplessly was very familiar with them. He explained the profound in simple terms and drew inferences about other things from one example and so on. Helplessly, he got so excited that he stopped cultivating. He only talked about the stars in the night sky and welcomed the rising sun. Only then did he stop talking endlessly. Under Xiaohua's worshipful gaze, he helplessly waved his hand and had Xiaohua leave. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian also followed him out. Before leaving, Xiangyang couldn't help but repeatedly exhort, junior martial brother, this foundation establishment is really extremely difficult. You must not let your emotions affect your decisions. If there's anything I can help you with, you must tell me. Xiaohua knew this was Xiangyang's concern. After thinking for a while, he said with a smile, how about this, if senior brother is willing, how about you protect me while I build my foundation? Great. A smile appeared on Xiangyang's face. This was exactly what he wanted. However, when a cultivator in the 12th layer of the aura refining realm entered the foundation building realm, it was also the time when they were at their weakest. It was impossible for an ordinary person to be by their side. Although Xiangyang was Xiaohua's eldest senior martial brother, according to reason, he should be by Xiaohua's side as a protector, but Xiaohua, after all, didn't receive Xiangyang's guidance since childhood. If he took the initiative to say it, it might not necessarily be somewhat reckless, and it also wouldn't be in line with Xiang Yang's timid nature. Now that Xiaohua mentioned it without the slightest hesitation, it naturally meant that he didn't regard Xiang Yang as an outsider. How could Xiang Yang not be happy? However, junior brother still has a few years to go before he reaches the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. Right now, we should break through the bottleneck of the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm and see if we can generate divine sense. Otherwise, we can only use the Jade Kirin fruit to accelerate the process. Xiang Yang said with a smile. Yes, I will listen to eldest senior brother's orders. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I'll return to the eastern ridge to cultivate first. If there's anything, I'll inform eldest senior brother. Soon after, Xiaohua leaped into the air and flew towards the eastern mountain range. However, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Xiaohua changed his mind. After a slight hesitation, he flew towards the shocking Thunder Palace. Along the way, Xiaohua saw that there was no one around. He used the lightning escape technique and arrived in front of the Yanlei Palace in just a few hours. At this time, the Yanlei Palace was different from the last time. Although it was floating in the clouds, there was a long ladder that snaked downwards from the entrance of the Yanlei Palace. Inside the clouds, the Yanlei Palace actually emitted a faint lightning glow, causing the surroundings to flicker. Is today the time to impart the technique? Xiaohua thought as his figure landed on the ladder. The ladder was also mysterious. Just as Xiaohua's figure landed and was about to lift his leg to walk up, the ladder actually moved up by itself. Xiaohua didn't need to move at all. His figure slowly walked towards the entrance of the Yanlei Palace. This is really interesting. Xiaohua thought to himself. When he arrived at the entrance of the Yanlei Palace, it was a tall palace that looked no different from the Shualei Palace. Just as Xiaohua was about to enter, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator came out of the palace. He looked at Xiaohua up and down, then used his divine sense to scan him. He frowned and scolded, "Where is your waste token? Why did you only come now? The technique imparting disciple has already been preaching for several hours. I'm afraid it's nearing the end. How can you step into the foundation establishment realm with this kind of slack?" Xiaohua smiled apologetically, took out his token and said, "Senior, please know that disciple's errand job is in the eastern mountain range. It's very far from here. Yesterday, I couldn't stay in the shocking Thunder Palace, so I came late today." When the cultivator heard that Xiaohua was in the eastern mountain range, his face slightly changed. He took the token, scanned it with his divine sense, and handed it back. "Quickly go in. The East Side Palace is preaching about the art of medicine. It's useful for you. You can go and listen. The West Side Palace is preaching about the foundation of techniques. It's also useful for new disciples like you." "Yes, disciple understands. Thank you for the reminder, senior." Xiaohua bowed and entered the Yanlei Palace. Xiaohua curiously looked at the main hall. The main hall of the evolved Thunder Palace seemed to be different from the Bright Thunder Palace and the Spring Thunder Palace. The main hall wasn't big, it was square-shaped, and in the middle, there was a square pillar standing from top to bottom. The four sides of the main hall, as well as the roof above, and the ground below, were all covered with many runes. These runes were engraved with intelligence, and seemed to have a profound meaning. On the square pillar, there were countless tiny lightning threads flashing. These countless lightning threads formed different runes that moved around the entire pillar in a very orderly manner. This pillar looks a lot like a jade slip. Thinking about this, Xiaohua released his perception and used his divine sense to read the jade slip to step into the pillar. Boom! When Xiaohua's perception entered the pillar, a rumbling sound came from the jade slip. Xiaohua didn't feel like he was looking at the jade slip. Instead, he felt the same as when he entered the illusion array. After a rumbling sound, a towering mountain range appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. This mountain range was completely crimson. This is... Before Xiaohua could think of anything else, a tall and thin cultivator with white hair and beard, wearing a red Daoist robe, descended from the sky and landed on the Crimson Mountain Range. Xiaohua couldn't see through that cultivator's cultivation. Who is this? Following Xiaohua's puzzlement, that cultivator patted his hand and took out a bead that was similar to the thunder-devouring bead from his storage pouch. Ah! Thunder-devouring bead? Xiaohua was shocked. However, when he looked carefully, this thunder-devouring bead was even smaller than the one he had. Moreover, there were no lightning sparks around the bead. However, Xiaohua could clearly see that there were countless lightning sparks lingering inside the small bead. Immediately after, the cultivator threw the thunder-devouring bead into the air and then grabbed it with his hand. As the cultivator slowly raised his hand, a large ball of lightning appeared from the thunder-devouring bead. As the cultivator raised his hand, the large ball of lightning flew into the air. Immediately after, the cultivator kept making hand seals. Every hand seal seemed to be played down, but wherever the hand seals were cast, a hurricane would appear in the air. Moreover, as the hand seals were cast, the lightning sparks emitted a dazzling brilliance. After a while, the cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a light purple brilliance into the lightning sparks. Suddenly, the lightning sparks emitted an extremely bright brilliance and gradually expanded. When it was about 100 feet wide, the cultivator pointed his finger and the lightning sparks slowly fell and sank into the Crimson Mountain Range. The cultivator's figure also disappeared along with the lightning sparks. Ancestor Qianyun. Xiaohua instantly understood that this cultivator was the founder of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Qianyun. Sure enough, a moment later, a purple light shone from under the mountain range and spread in all directions like a ring. Ancestor Qianyun's figure suddenly appeared from the mountain range and kept making hand seals. The brilliance flashed continuously in the mountain range. As the brilliance went away, heavy dark clouds pressed down from the sky and countless thin lightning sparks fell below the brilliance. Ancestor Qianyun's figure was like a god. Damn it, Ancestor is really awe-inspiring, Xiaohua secretly said. Immediately after, Xiaohua's eyes darkened again. When he could see clearly again, there were countless disciples on the mountain range and countless tall and majestic palaces. It was the current appearance of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Just when Xiaohua didn't know how to retreat, the image of Ancestor Qianyun appeared in front of him again. Greetings, Ancestor. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly bowed. Ancestor Qianyun ignored him and just flicked his sleeve. Xiaohua's figure suddenly rose up and fell into the palace in the clouds in midair. Ah! Isn't this the Yanlei Palace? Xiaohua was stunned, but when he was in a daze, he saw a tall and thin cultivator standing in front of the pillar of the Yanlei Palace. He looked very lost. Damn! Seeing the tall and thin figure, Xiaohua's heart moved. This seems to be, before he could even think about it, his figure merged with the tall and skinny figure. Then, Xiaohua's eyes shook slightly. When he opened his eyes, he had already retracted his perception. In front of him was still that pillar of lightning with restrained light. Xiaohua shook his head. He really couldn't distinguish whether he was in an illusion or in reality. He wanted to bite his finger to distinguish, but he felt that it was a bit embarrassing. At this moment, the door to the east side hall opened, and an early Foundation establishment cultivator walked out. He looked up at Xiaohua, who was standing in front of a pillar. His gaze swept over him, and without stopping, he walked into the inner hall. Behind that cultivator, dozens of aura refining disciples rushed out. These disciples were of different ages and cultivation levels, ranging from the 4th layer to the 12th layer of aura refining. Ha! Xiaohua. A very familiar voice sounded. Chapter 1573. Hearing someone call out his name in surprise, Xiaohua smiled and looked at the group of disciples coming out of the side chamber. Among the many male disciples, there were 20 or so female disciples. They all had flower-like faces and were wearing colorful clothes. Not only did they attract Xiaohua's gaze, the gazes of the 100 or so young male disciples also fell on them from time to time. In front of the 20 or so female disciples, there were two female cultivators who were about the same height. One had a round face, round and smooth like a pearl, and the other had an oval face, looking elegant. The one who called out to Xiaohua was the round and smooth Shui. Hearing Shui call out Xiaohua's name, the gazes of the 100 or so disciples all fell on Xiaohua. The eyes of the cold and elegant female cultivator beside Shui also flashed with a trace of astonishment. Seeing everyone's gazes fall on him, Xiaohua felt slightly uncomfortable. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his nose, and said with a bitter smile, Shui, long time no see, how are you? Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat lazy movements, Shui couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster. Her face was actually a bit hot, and her voice was much softer than before. She replied, I'm very good, how about you? Seeing Shui like this, the hearts of the surrounding male disciples became bleak. In an instant, their gazes were like flying swords, piercing Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua looked around and sneered in his heart. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Look at I's spirited appearance, how could I not be good? Not only did Shui's face smile, but the surrounding dozen or so female disciples also covered their mouths and giggled. Junior sister Shui, is this the Xiaohua you often mention? The cold and elegant female cultivator beside her also had a rare smile on her face. She moved closer to Shui's ear and whispered. It's him. Shui's voice was like a mosquito. This Xiaohua is really amazing. Previously you said he was only in the middle of the 10th level of qi refining. Look, it's only been a little over a year, and he's actually at the peak of the 11th level of qi refining. The female cultivator's voice was indifferent, but traces of competitiveness could be heard. Is that so? As soon as Shui saw Xiaohua, her heart was filled with joy. How could she pay attention to his cultivation level? When she heard what her senior sister said, she promptly raised her head. Wasn't Xiaohua at the peak of the 11th layer of qi refining? Junior brother Xiao. Right at this moment, another voice sounded from behind the crowd. When Xiaohua looked up, he saw Wang Yunxiao, Min Gu, Yuan Bo, and the others. Xiaohua looks at the dozen or so 10th and 11th layer qi refining disciples clustered behind these three people. He says with a smile, Hello, three senior martial brothers. Long time no see. Both of you are in the 12th layer of qi refining. I'm truly envious. Wang Yunxiao took a few steps forward, cupped his fists and said, Same here. We've all advanced from the middle of the 11th layer to the middle of the 12th layer, and junior martial brother Xiao has also advanced from the middle of the 10th layer to the peak of the 11th layer. Junior martial brother Xiao, you've made great progress. Xiaohua cupped his fists in return and said, That's incomparable, that's incomparable. I still don't know when I'll be able to step into the 12th layer. Min Gu and Yuan Bo glanced at Xiaohua, then shifted their gazes to Shui and the other female cultivator. Seeing the two whispering to each other and occasionally glancing at Xiaohua, their eyes were filled with displeasure. They glanced at each other again, then smiled and said, Congratulations, junior martial brother Xiao. You've finally broken free from the hardships of being a loose cultivator. Congratulations to you too. Xiaohua didn't understand why they would mention loose cultivators like this, so he only replied with a smile. Everyone came out of the side hall. Some people walked past Xiaohua, but there were also quite a few people who stopped and looked at Xiaohua and the others with interest. But when they heard that Xiaohua was a loose cultivator, their eyes immediately revealed a kind of disdain. They raised their pauses again and each of them dispersed. Apart from a few younger disciples behind Shui, the rest of the female disciples also left one after another. The cold and elegant female cultivator rolled her eyes a few times, then smiled and said, Shui, since you've met an old friend, you might as well wait here for a moment. I will return to Sunlei Palace first. Don't. Shui was a bit anxious. She grabbed the female cultivator's sleeve and said, Senior martial sister Shui, don't be anxious. This disciple will leave after saying a few words to him. When Wang Yunxiao saw this, his gaze slightly swept over Min Gu and Yuan Bo. He cupped his fists and said to Xiao Hua, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, you and I live very close to each other. Although we haven't seen each other for a long time, if you return to fledgling Thunder Peak, you'd better send me a sound transmission talisman. Your old friend is still here, so I won't take up any more of your time." With that said, he nodded and walked away. Min Gu and Yuan Bo didn't seem to want to leave. However, when they saw that Wang Yunxiao had left, followed by a few male disciples, they also cupped their fists towards Xiao Hua with extreme helplessness. Then, they nodded towards Xue Xue and the others and left Sunlei Palace. Before leaving, they viciously looked back. But at this time, Xiao Hua didn't see it, because Xue Xue pulled the cold and elegant female disciple in front of Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Xiao Hua, this is my senior martial sister. Her name is Sun Shu. Greetings, senior martial sister Xue." Xiao Hua had a smile on his face. He bowed and said, "This disciple has seen Senior Sun Ming's elegant demeanor at Spring Thunder Palace. I really envy you all. Hee, how about Senior Martial Brother Xiao also enter our Sunlei Palace?" A few female disciples behind Xue Xue, who looked exceptionally intelligent, said with a smile. Go, you all wait outside the palace." Xue Xue waved her hand, looking like a senior martial sister. Hee, yes, we will obey senior martial sister Xue's orders. Those female disciples smiled like flowers and ran out of Sunlei Palace. "Xiao Hua, I heard you went to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden?" Xue Xue blinked her large eyes and looked at Xiao Hua with great concern. "That place is so far away from Sunlei Palace and also not close to Zhenlei Palace. Why did you choose that place?" "The Eastern Ridge Herb Garden?" Sun Shu was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Hua and said very strangely, "Wasn't that herb garden abandoned long ago? Even if you want to look after the spirit herbs, you don't have to go to the Eastern Ridge." Xiao Hua scratched his head and said, "I don't know how to craft talismans, nor do I know how to refine pills. I also don't want to do other chores, so I naturally chose the easy job of looking after them. Moreover, I was born as a loose cultivator. If others look down on me, I might as well stay far away from them and save myself the trouble. Junior Martial Brother Xiao says it so easily. I'm afraid you have ulterior motives, right?" Sun Shu said with a smile, "Won't you know once you see fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation increase?" "Oh." Xiao Hua laughed and didn't explain. He looked at the side hall behind Xue Xue and said curiously, "This is my Zhenlei Palace's Yanlei Palace. You. Why did Sunlei Palace's disciples come to listen to a technique imparting disciples lecture?" Hee. Xue Xue covered her mouth and laughed. "Senior Martial Brother Xiao, have you never heard of a technique imparting disciples lecture? On the first day of every month, disciples of each Thunder Palace can go to other Thunder Palaces to listen to lectures. Senior Martial Sister Sun had a sudden impulse, so we came to Zhenlei Palace. I didn't expect." "What and what?" "Xue Xue." Sun Shu retorted from the side. "Wasn't it your idea to come to Zhenlei Palace? What does it have to do with I? And you bumped into that Yuan Bo as soon as you arrived and even asked him about something in a low voice. So you were asking about this?" Sun Shu continued. "Senior Martial Sister," Xue Xue said coquettishly with a burning face. At this time, at the entrance of Yanlei Palace, several Sunlei Palace's disciples who just went out poked their heads out and shouted, "Senior Martial Sister Xue, the palace sent a message telling us to go back earlier." Xue Xue heard and her face turned cold. She said to Xiao Hua, "The palace is urging me, so I won't say much to you. If you have nothing to do, send me a message too. Last time, you actually didn't tell me you were in Dongling." I was afraid of delaying your cultivation." Xiao Hua touched his nose and laughed. "Just remember it in the future." "Okay." Xue Xue laughed and pulled Sun Shu's hand to leave quickly. She still turned her head halfway. "Don't forget." I know. Go quickly." Xiaohua grinned and waved his hand a few times. After leaving Yanlei Palace, Shui and the others flew into the air. Sun Shu suddenly asked in a low voice, Shui, this Xiaohua seems to be very mysterious. Mysterious? Shui was slightly stunned and said very strangely, I've known him for so long, but I didn't feel it. Huh, you're in this mountain, so deep in the clouds you don't know. Sun Shu laughed. Look at him, he doesn't even know that the disciples of the Thunder Palace are taught by each other. It's like this is the first time he came to Yanlei Palace and he's never listened to the teachings of the senior brothers before. Think about it, he's a loose cultivator, but now he actually used more than a year to cultivate from the middle of the 10th level to the peak of the 11th level. Although he can't be considered outstanding in my Thunder Palace, it's still impressive. If he's not mysterious, who is? Shui shook her head. Maybe his master taught him more? Who's Xiaohua's master? Sun Shu shook his head. You also know that before we build foundation, our masters rarely give us pointers, and he's a loose cultivator, so his master's pointers are even less. Xiaohua's master's name is helplessness. Shui said. Even if it's not his master's pointers, maybe it's his senior brother's. Helplessness? Sun Shu was stunned, then the corners of his mouth rose. He said with a smile, then I know who Xiaohua's senior brother is? Who? Shui asked curiously. Is his senior brother very famous? Then the two people's topic of conversation changed from Xiaohua to Xiang Yang's story, back to Xiaohua. After watching Shui and the others leave, he took a step forward and walked towards a closed door on his left. When he arrived in front of the door, Xiaohua tilted his head to listen. It was very quiet inside, without any sound. So Xiaohua stretched out his hand and gently pushed. The door quietly opened. Suddenly, a clear voice entered Xiaohua's ears. Through the half-closed door, Xiaohua saw a rather large side hall with several hundred disciples. These disciples were all sitting in a circle on the ground. In front of the center, a foundation-building cultivator was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. He was stretching out a hand and slowly forming hand seals. Listening to the cultivator's voice, it seemed like he was chanting some kind of spell. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then quietly walked in. He closed the door behind him and walked behind the outermost disciple. He also sat cross-legged and listened to the cultivator's lecture in front of him. After listening for a while, Xiaohua could tell that the cultivator was talking about the minor confinement art. It was a spell that 10th and 11th layer qi refining cultivators could use. After talking for a while, the cultivator stopped and called a disciple to demonstrate. Unfortunately, that disciple didn't seem to be proficient. He waved his hands several times but still couldn't cast the minor confinement art. Seeing bean-sized beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, the foundation-building senior brother sneered and said, "Sit down. In the future, when you listen to lectures, you have to pay attention." When that disciple sat down with a flushed face, the foundation-building cultivator unexpectedly looked at Xiaohua. Oh no. Xiaohua was slightly startled. Sure enough, the foundation-building senior brother pointed at him and said, "What's your name?" "Stand up." Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. He stood up and bowed, saying, "Disciple Xiaohua greets senior. Are you a disciple of my Thunderclap Palace?" "Yes." "Then that's strange. How come I have never seen you before? Moreover, today, you actually came in right after I was about to finish my lecture. You don't know I's temper? That disciple is on duty at the Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden. It's really too far from my Thunderclap Palace, so disciple asked for the steward's order to cultivate on my own in the Eastern Ridge." Xiaohua said very apologetically, "This is disciple's first time listening to a lecture. I really don't understand senior's rules." And that cultivator obviously knew how far the Eastern Ridge was. He waved his hand and said, "Since you came, then you have to understand." "Did you understand what I said just now?" "Disciple understands." "Good, you can cast it and see." Hearing this, Xiaohua waved his hand and deliberately made the wrong hand seal. That minor confinement art naturally couldn't be used. That cultivator shook his head slightly and gave a few pointers. Xiaohua listened. It was precisely the part he made the wrong hand seal. After correcting it, he cast the minor confinement art. Not much. Your comprehension is quite high. That Foundation establishment cultivator nodded and said, admittedly, you're on duty at the Eastern Ridge, but you also have to prioritize cultivation. If you have free time, it's better to come back and listen to lectures more often. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua said respectfully. Alright, that's all for today. 10 days later, I will lecture on palm lightning again. Finished speaking, that cultivator stood up. All the disciples opened up a path and bowed, saying, respectfully, see Senior off. Forget it. That cultivator flicked his sleeves and walked out of the side chamber with quick steps. Xiaohua was right behind everyone, so he was naturally the first to come out of the side chamber. Seeing that cultivator walking towards the inner hall, he immediately ran 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, Senior, disciple has something to ask. That cultivator turned his head to look at Xiaohua and said with a smile, if there's anything you don't understand about the technique I taught today, I can naturally answer. Previous ones? Forgive I for not answering. I dare not. Disciple just wants to ask Senior where our Thunderclap Palace's technique imparting pavilion is. Xiaohua said respectfully. Technique imparting pavilion? What are you going there for? That cultivator looked at Xiaohua and said curiously, you haven't reached the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, so it's still not the time to look for a technique, right? Hehe, disciple just wants to look up some ancient books. Senior, please show me the way. Xiaohua said with a smile. Follow I. That cultivator turned around and said. Chapter 1574. Xiaohua followed the foundation building cultivator into the inner hall. After walking for the time it took to smoke a cigarette, several divine senses swept past Xiaohua's body, but they didn't stop. After turning into a corridor, there was a small projector wall. On the projector wall, there was a huge picture. On the picture was an antique pavilion. The door of the pavilion was half closed, and there was a plaque on the door with the words, Technique Imparting Pavilion, written on it. Seeing the cultivator stop in front of the picture, Xiaohua was a bit dazed. He secretly said, could it be, this is the Technique Transmission Pavilion? Sure enough, he heard the cultivator point his hand and say, take out your identity tablet and throw it into the picture. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua answered and took out the tablet. After hesitating for a moment, he threw the tablet into the picture. As soon as the tablet touched the picture on the screen wall, the picture emitted a trace of lightning that struck the tablet. Strangely enough, a trace of lightning also flashed from the tablet and collided with the lightning that struck it. The 2 streaks of lightning disappeared at the same time, and the tablet sank into the picture. After a moment, the whole picture emitted a tricolored brilliance. The brilliance flashed, and the picture disappeared. What appeared in front of Xiaohua was a courtyard door that was the same size as the picture. Through the courtyard door, not far ahead, there was a pavilion that was exactly the same as the one in the picture just now standing in the center of the courtyard. Just as Xiaohua was staring, a middle-stage foundation building cultivator came out from the courtyard door, holding Xiaohua's tablet in his hand. He looked at Xiaohua and asked, "You're Xiaohua?" Disciple is. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Why did you come to the Technique Transmission Pavilion? Xiaohua didn't answer. He turned around and said to the foundation building cultivator who brought him here, "Thank you for leading the way, Senior." Hehe, you're welcome. The cultivator laughed, flicked his big sleeve, and turned around to leave. When the cultivator walked far away, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the sect master's tablet, handing it over. Disciple has something to do in the Technique Transmission Pavilion. Senior, please check the tablet. Oh. The foundation building cultivator stared blankly at first, but when he saw the sect master command tablet, he was slightly startled. After repeatedly examining it, he handed it back to Xiao Hua along with the identity tablet. He said, according to the sect master command tablet, you can look it up in the technique inheritance pavilion, but you can't take it out. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua received the sect master token and replied. Come in. That cultivator turned around and entered the courtyard. Xiao Hua followed him in. When Xiao Hua's figure turned around the courtyard door, a tricolored brilliance flashed, and that picture appeared again. The entire screen wall returned to its previous appearance. The real inheritance technique pavilion was different from the picture. It was surrounded by Foundation Establishment disciples. The Foundation Establishment cultivator didn't lead Xiao Hua to the inheritance technique pavilion. Instead, he led him to a small house next to the inheritance technique pavilion. Reporting to Martial Uncle, there's an aura refining disciple with the sect master's order who wants to come to the technique imparting pavilion to look at the ancient records. The Foundation Establishment cultivator walked to the entrance of the room and reported respectfully. A very valiant divine sense was emitted from the small house. It circled around Xiao Hua's body a few times, and a lazy voice sounded. Has the sect master's order been examined? Reporting to Martial Uncle, it has been examined. It was indeed issued by the sect master. Then let him in. It's just that, this disciple's sect master's order is somewhat special. It seems the sect master has decreed that he can enter the technique inheritance pavilions of the 8 great lightning palaces. That cultivator said cautiously. Oh, this disciple is called Xiao Hua, right? Yes, Martial Uncle understands. He's indeed Xiao Hua. Let him in. The sect master has long passed down a decree. Cultivation methods and magic arts that are a level higher than his can all be looked at. It's just that he can't take it out of the technique inheritance pavilion. A trace of extraordinary splendor flashed through that cultivator's eyes. He cupped his hands and said, yes, disciple understands. Soon after, he said in a low voice, come with this old man. Xiao Hua nodded, then rushed into the small house and bowed. Thank you, senior. It was quiet inside the small house, as if no one had heard anything. Seeing that there was no movement, Xiao Hua also turned around and followed the cultivator into the pavilion. They walked all the way to the door, then the cultivator pointed with his hand and said, take your identity tablet and go in yourself. Then, he turned around and walked to a place not far from the pavilion. There was a praying mat placed on the ground there. He sat down cross-legged and no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He respectfully bowed and thanked the cultivators back. Only then did he take out his identity tablet and step into the pavilion. The pavilion's door wasn't high. It was carved out of bronze-colored wood. It didn't look too different from the study of a mortal family. Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked. He very easily passed through that door. There was actually no restriction at all. Strange. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. The restriction outside is so peculiar. Inside, not waiting for him to give birth to this thought, suddenly, from inside the pavilion, a large clump of lightning net flashing with lightning whistled and rushed towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't even see the situation inside the pavilion clearly before he was wrapped in the lightning net. Motherfucker, Xiao Hua's back instantly broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he also firmly believed that this lightning net would not harm him in any way. Although his transcendence energy was attracted by the lightning net and seemed to want to leave his body, he still forcibly suppressed it. Sure enough, just when he wasn't affected by the lightning net, the identity tablet in his hand emitted extremely faint lightning. It was different from when he entered the painting just now. Although the lightning was extremely small and faint, once it came into contact with the lightning net was like an illusion. It only flashed for a moment and then disappeared. After the lightning net disappeared, Xiao Hua finally saw everything inside the pavilion clearly. However, Xiao Hua's expression suddenly became dumbfounded. This pavilion wasn't large. It was only several tens of feet long. On the pavilion's surrounding walls, there were paintings that were more than half the height of a person hanging. The center of the pavilion wasn't like what Xiaohua imagined. There were bookshelves, and there were also no jade slips placed on top of the bookshelves. There were only fist-sized balls of light. Counting them carefully, there were as many as 9 balls of light. Each ball of light was rotating in a fixed place, and the 9 balls of light seemed to form a very mysterious magic formation. This. Xiaohua somewhat scratched his head. The cultivation method, where is it? Even though Xiaohua walked through the entire pavilion and looked at the seemingly existing second floor, there was no ladder that could lead to it. Just when Xiaohua turned around and wanted to go out and ask, one of the paintings on the wall beside Xiaohua suddenly emitted a faint lightning. That lightning swayed and cast on the floor of the pavilion. From that painting, a cultivator whose cultivation couldn't be seen walked out. Xiaohua was startled. He quickly retreated a few steps and respectfully looked at the cultivator. He saw that the cultivator's figure was originally nothingness, but then it gradually solidified. When the light and shadow turned into a real person, the lightning that was projected on the ground immediately returned to the painting. That cultivator slightly tilted his head and glanced at Xiaohua. He walked to the side of a ball of light and used his hand to point. That ball of light suddenly enlarged. The cultivator patted his hand and took out a jade slip. Then, he threw it into the ball of light. Then, with another point, that ball of light shrank and returned to its original position. Martial ancestor, Xiaohua saw that the cultivator was about to leave and quickly called out, "Disciple Xiaohua wants to ask for guidance from martial ancestor." "Oh, what do you want?" The cultivator turned his head and asked very indifferently. "This is the first time disciple has come here to look up the ancient records." "I don't know how to look it up." "Martial ancestor, please instruct me." Xiaohua respectfully asked. Zhenzheng and the others didn't explain to you how to use it?" The cultivator frowned and said very unhappily. "This, disciple didn't ask." Xiaohua saw that the cultivator was unhappy and quickly smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid martial uncle and the others thought disciple knew." "Hey, you're thinking for others." That cultivator snorted from his nose and pointed with his hand. "Within these few halos is the place where my technique imparting pavilion stores ancient records. You only need to throw your identity tablet into it and the halos will naturally lead you in." After saying that, the cultivator didn't stay and left the technique imparting pavilion. "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua cupped his hands and sent that cultivator off. Looking at the 9 balls of light around him, he didn't know which one was which. Originally, he wanted to go out and ask, but on second thought, there were only 9. Wouldn't it be fine to try them one by one? Thinking this, Xiaohua took out his identity tablet and tried to throw it into the ball of light next to him. Unexpectedly, after the identity tablet was thrown in, that ball of light spun rapidly and slowly emitted a layer of orange-red brilliance. The brilliance didn't last long and Xiaohua's identity tablet was thrown out again. "Hee, I'm afraid I won't be able to do good." Xiaohua understood that his identity tablet should be like what that senior he'd never met said. It could only enter the halos of foundation building and aura refining cultivation techniques. Sure enough, after Xiaohua walked towards the door and tried to throw his identity tablet in, that ball of light spun and emitted an emerald green brilliance. Soon after, from that ball of light, a flight of stairs floated in the air and extended to Xiaohua's feet. Wonderful. Xiaohua almost clapped his hands. Soon after, he stepped onto the stairs. Sure enough, the stairs automatically shrank and Xiaohua's figure shrunk even more. As the stairs unexpectedly flew into the ball of light and disappeared, the entire pavilion immediately returned to its previous tranquility. Not long after, the ball of light that Xiaohua entered suddenly started to spin again. Soon after, it expanded and another flight of stairs extended from the ball of light. A middle-stage foundation building cultivator walked down the stairs with a jade slip in his hand. As the stairs moved, a small inch-long person gradually grew bigger. By the time it landed on the ground, it already had the appearance of an ordinary person. Immediately after, that flight of stairs didn't shrink and Xiaohua walked out from the ball of light. He walked to the cultivator's side and bowed with a smile. "Martial uncle, thank you for your guidance." That cultivator didn't say much and clapped his hands. He took out identity tablet and threw it towards the wall. It was a blank picture scroll. Just like before, the picture scroll projected a brilliance of lightning. That cultivator took a step forward and the brilliance suddenly disappeared. The cultivator flew into the picture scroll and disappeared. Looking at the picture scroll again, it actually gradually revealed a splash ink painting. The mountain in the painting looked very majestic. Chapter 1575. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and saw that only 30% of the paintings on the wall had different pictures. Presumably, they were all occupied by people. And this painting has its own space. Inside it is a quiet room. Those who take the cultivation methods of the technique imparting pavilion are not allowed to take them out of the pavilion, so they have to comprehend them in this quiet room. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He then looked at the ball of light that just came out, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. Although the ball of light looks small from the outside, the space inside is extremely large. There are many jade slips. The jade slips are divided into talisman crafting, alchemy, cultivation methods, incantations, and so on. They are all placed in different areas. At the same time, there are several foundation establishment disciples in the space also looking through ancient books. Xiaohua is currently at the 11th layer of qi refining, so he doesn't dare to reveal too much of his perception. Seeing that the inside is full of jade slips, he just casually looked through them and didn't use his perception to probe. However, looking at the few jade slips in the cultivation method area, and then looking at the talisman crafting, alchemy, incantations, and so on, Xiaohua understood. Even in the Imperial Thunder sect, cultivation methods are extremely scarce. Standing in the pavilion, Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then threw the token into the ball of light next to the foundation establishment light ball. Sure enough, this ball of light also released a flight of stairs. Needless to say, this should be the qi refining light ball. Xiaohua stepped onto the flight of stairs and entered the ball of light. After the time it takes to eat a meal, he came out of the ball of light. At this time, Xiaohua held two small booklets in his hands, and a trace of a smile on his face. Soon after, Xiaohua, like the foundation establishment cultivator, also threw the token into a blank scroll and entered the quiet room. For 10 days in a row, Xiaohua stayed in the technique imparting pavilion. He constantly took out cultivation methods from the balls of light, went to the quiet room to study them, and then changed to take out other cultivation methods. Alas, these cultivation methods, only 50% of them are complete. The rest are mostly incomplete cultivation methods collected from other places in the country of Xi. And within these 50% cultivation methods, I feel that half of them are similar, only adjusted according to different constitutions. If I really cultivate it, it might not be as fast as I's heavenly laws embodiment technique. After Xiaohua placed a cultivation technique back into the ball of light, he thought to himself, it's true that I can comprehend it in the quiet room, but the spiritual qi of heaven and earth inside is insufficient, so it's very difficult to make any breakthroughs. Right now, I don't need to look at cultivation methods anymore. I should look at spells and the like first. That's the right thing to do. After watching for several more days, Xiaohua finally came out from the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. Seeing that the foundation building disciples on duty all around paid no attention to him, he could only cup his hands and walk away. After returning to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, Xiaohua opened the magic array and checked his cave and alchemy room. There were no traces of anything. Then, he relaxed and went into seclusion to cultivate. Unknowingly, another 10 days had passed. At noon, Xiaohua had just placed an absorption pill into his mouth. That trace of medicinal power had just been refined and transformed into true qi. Xiaohua only felt that the true qi within his meridians had begun to slightly fluctuate. Soon after, as if it was boiling, the true qi began to rapidly circulate along the meridians within his body. Wonderful. Xiaohua understood that he was about to break through the barrier of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Thus, he focused his mind and completely refined the medicinal power of the absorption pill. Then, he urged his true qi to break through the barrier. Just like other qi refining cultivators, breaking through the barrier was far from difficult for Xiaohua. He only felt his body lighten as his true qi broke through the new meridians. It was like mercury flowing down the ground, incomparably smooth. But right at this moment, a strange change occurred. The magic power around Xiaohua's body suddenly began to violently tremble, emitting a strange fluctuation. That fluctuation became increasingly intense. This fluctuation was like a kind of flame, instantly igniting all the true qi within his meridians. That true qi was formed from heart fire. Heart fire flowed along the meridians without stop, very similar to when Xiaohua refined the fire essence flame crystal. However, every time this heart fire moved, Xiaohua's heart would dry up by a bit. In his heart, there was a kind of longing for a sweet rain. At the same time, every time the heart fire moved, there was a tendency for it to break free from the shackles of the meridians. However, this heart fire was firmly blocked by the meridians. Io, this is the opportunity to stimulate divine sense. It's just as eldest senior brother said. But, why did this heart fire ignite on its own? I haven't activated the secret technique yet, have I? Xiaohua's spirit was blessed, and there was a very familiar feeling. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out the rainbow epiphyllum that had been growing for who knows how long. In his heart, he silently chanted the secret technique to stimulate divine sense. With a wave of his hand, heart fire came out from Xiaohua's 5 fingers. The thick rainbow epiphyllum and the several zhang long rainbow were roasted by this heart fire, immediately turning into a large ball of 7-colored liquid. It slightly rotated in Xiaohua's hand, looking very gorgeous. Isn't it a bit big? Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded. Of course, other people's rainbow epiphyllum were at most 100 years old. After melting, it was only the size of a soybean. How could it compare to his big one? I don't care. Xiaohua was the most greedy. He knew that this rainbow epiphyllum was very old, and he was unwilling to use only a little. Then, he clenched his teeth and waved his hand. That large ball of 7-colored liquid flew towards Xiaohua's head. Speaking of which, it was also strange. The 7-colored liquid that was originally larger than Xiaohua's head, under the Imperial Thunder Sect's secret technique, actually gradually shrank. By the time it touched Xiaohua's forehead, it had already been compressed to the size of a thumb. It directly shot into the long-disappeared swastika character on Xiaohua's forehead. With a tang sound, the 7-colored liquid entering Xiaohua's body was like adding oil to the fire. The heart fire in Xiaohua's meridians suddenly flourished, enveloping Xiaohua's entire meridians within the heart fire. Although Xiaohua had the experience of refining the fire essence flame crystal, he was still somewhat bewildered. He didn't dare to be negligent and activated the secret technique, sending the 7-colored liquid to his Naiwan palace. However, a strange thing happened. The 7-colored liquid didn't condense into a small dot like the secret technique said. Instead, it condensed into a rather large sphere. In his perception, it was even larger than Xiaohua's head. According to the guidance of the secret technique, Xiaohua should have urged this 7-colored sphere to slowly rotate, absorbing the heart fire in his meridians into this sphere. He should have used the heart fire to forge this 7-colored sphere, giving birth to the first strand of divine sense. However, Xiaohua's 7-colored sphere was truly too large. The secret technique simply couldn't move it. At this time, Xiaohua's arrow was already knocked on the bow. He had no choice but to brace himself and activate the secret technique, attracting the heart fire to forge the sphere. Because the sphere didn't rotate, the heart fire couldn't be easily attracted over. The heart fire that Xiaohua spent a Herculean effort to get was simply a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was of no use at all. It couldn't even refine a single bit of the seven-colored sphere. This is bad. I'm too greedy. Xiao Hua was somewhat regretful. It would have been better to use that jade Kirin fruit. However, at this time, the Naiwan Palace was occupied by that enormous seven-colored sphere. How could it still contain the jade Qilin fruit? Besides, who knew if there would be a problem if the rainbow epiphyllum and the jade Qilin fruit both melted at the same time? What should I do? Xiao Hua was practically sweating like rain. Suddenly, on Xiao Hua's forehead, where the seven-colored liquid had entered, the swastika character flashed out due to the effect of the rainbow epiphyllum. It reflected the seven-colored liquid and emitted a faint Buddhist light. That's right, don't I also know the exquisite leaf sutra? Xiao Hua suddenly thought. It seemed that this situation had an extremely similar feeling to the first step of refining relics in the exquisite leaf sutra. Thus, Xiao Hua put aside the Imperial Thunder Sect's secret technique that stimulated divine sense and recalled the contents of the exquisite leaf sutra. Then, according to the records in the Heart Sutra, he began to temper himself. As Xiao Hua tempered the seven-colored liquid in the Naiwan Palace, the swastika character on his forehead became more and more obvious, and the Buddhist light also became more and more intense. However, this Buddhist light didn't shoot far, and only enveloped Xiao Hua. In his meridians, the raging heart fire didn't extinguish because Xiao Hua gave up on the secret technique, nor did it go out of control because the seven-colored liquid didn't absorb it. Instead, it slowly circulated gently in Xiao Hua's meridians like true qi. At the same time, the reverse light in the space stopped rotating, and a tranquil and serene atmosphere filled the entire space. Little Silver and Little Yellow both fell into a deep sleep. At this time, the strange starlight also shot in and was refined one by the heart fire. After who knew how much time had passed, following the tempering of the exquisite leaf sutra, the seven-colored sphere gradually changed shape. A Buddha with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground with an expression of supreme benevolence gradually revealed a vague outline. It was just that this outline was very rough, and most of it was nothingness. So much so that after a slight flash, it only left behind a faint shadow. Of course, the strangest thing was that the Naiwan Palace where the Buddha's relic was located suddenly bulged out, as if the Buddha had an enormous belly. The Buddha's relic was also slowly rotating along with the spinning swastika character on Xiao Hua's forehead. The Buddha's relic's empty, illusory face seemed to overlook everything in the world as it rotated. Following Xiao Hua's sigh, his Buddha's relic stopped rotating, and faced the same direction as Xiao Hua. The swastika character on Xiao Hua's forehead also flashed a few times, and the entire Buddha's light converged, then disappeared without a trace. Although Xiao Hua sighed, he didn't open his eyes. At this time, his perception, that's not right, according to the exquisite leaf sutra, his perception should be Buddhist awareness. This Buddhist awareness was born from the Buddha's relic, and was who knew how many times more tyrannical than before. Everything within several hundred feet of him was within his Buddhist awareness. Damn it. This shouldn't be divine sense, right? After seeing Buddhist awareness, Xiao Hua wasn't happy at all. Instead, he was a little worried. He was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, not a disciple of some Buddhist sect. Without divine sense, how was he going to explain this to his master and grandmaster? How was he going to cultivate after he reached foundation establishment? He clearly didn't have divine sense, so how was he going to control magic artifacts, and even magic treasures in the future? Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Xiao Hua warned himself again. Chapter 1576. Right, didn't Master give me a jade Qilin fruit? Should I give it a try? Xiao Hua thought and took out the jade Qilin fruit. But looking at the ugly jade Qilin fruit, Xiao Hua hesitated. What if this jade Qilin fruit conflicts with the Buddha's Saraira? Will there be another problem? My true qi. Xiao Hua noticed the heart fire in his meridians at this time. Because according to the secret method of the Imperial Thunder sect, the heart fire should be completely absorbed by the rainbow epiphyllum, and new true qi would be produced. Now that Xiaohua didn't use the heart fire, the new true qi naturally wouldn't be produced. Damn it. Xiaohua almost jumped. He wanted to stop and send a sound-transmitting talisman to ask eldest senior brother Xiang Yang or master, but he had no way to explain the rainbow epiphyllum, and also no way to explain the Buddha's Saraira. Will the heart fire extinguish on its own? It seems, according to eldest senior brother's teachings, without the secret method of the Imperial Thunder sect, true qi and magic power would only boil for a while, then calm down. Just as Xiaohua thought about it, he immediately denied it. If it could be extinguished, it would have been extinguished long ago. He had tempered the Buddha's Saraira for so long, but it didn't extinguish. How could it be extinguished now? Maybe I should try the secret method of the Imperial Thunder sect? And try the jade qilin fruit? Xiaohua hesitated for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, then made up his mind. He once again activated the secret method, using the heart fire to melt the jade qilin fruit. Sure enough, after the jade qilin fruit melted, it became a tricolored sphere the size of a soybean. But, where should he put this tricolored liquid? When Xiaohua tried to send the liquid into his Naiwan palace to no avail, he faced a new problem. Fortunately, he only hesitated for a moment before he found an excellent position. Between the eyebrows of the Buddha's Saraira, which was also where the Naiwan palace was located. After placing the tricolored liquid of the jade qilin fruit, Xiaohua still closed his eyes and activated the secret method to rotate the tricolored liquid. Sure enough, following the rotation of the tricolored liquid, the heart fire in his meridians was all sucked around the tricolored liquid. The heart fire surrounded the liquid, fiercely burning it. After an unknown period of time, the three-colored liquid was burned dry with a boom, and the heart flame was extinguished at the same time. Between the Buddha Saraira's eyebrows, a faintly discernible, tiny dot that couldn't be any smaller suddenly appeared, and a pure divine thought emerged spontaneously. Green blood for elixir core? God's guidance? For some reason, these two names appeared in Xiaohua's mind. At the same time, he recalled two extremely familiar cultivation technique chants. This time, Xiaohua wasn't surprised, nor did he open his eyes. Instead, he calmed his heart and recalled the chant of God's guidance in his mind over and over again, hoping to recall something else. Unfortunately, the chant flowed through his mind like a clear stream of water, pure and without any other impurities. After waiting for a long time, Xiaohua slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were somewhat perplexed as he pondered. That nameless chant is clearly the same as the exquisite leaf scripture, but it is a bit superficial. I'm afraid it was also lost by that Buddhist sect. And this God's guidance is actually a cultivation technique with 9 levels. It seems, it is somewhat related to my Imperial Thunder sect's secret technique. If I were to compare the secret technique with the nameless chant, then this God's guidance would be the exquisite leaf scripture. Moreover, when I was trying to cultivate God's guidance, I faintly felt a kind of reaction from the location of the Naiwan palace. It's just that, this reaction is based on the feeling of the cultivation technique, so it can't be taken seriously. But the problem is, every human must have a Naiwan palace. Where does a cultivator's divine thought come from if they don't have a Naiwan palace? Since I can't feel the Naiwan palace, then, the Naiwan palace must have an abnormality. And this abnormality isn't ordinary, it's serious. Even that empress, with her incredible divine ability, couldn't sense it, so how can I deal with it now? After a few thoughts, Xiaohua dismissed the idea of using God's guidance to forcefully sense the Naiwan palace. He already knew that in this cultivation world, there were countless people with remarkable abilities. His own background was unknown, so he was afraid that he had some background. Of course, if he didn't have absolute confidence, he would rather suffer some grievances than alert the enemy and put himself in a disadvantageous situation in advance. The newly born divine thought was extremely weak. It was far inferior to Xiaohua's previous perception, not to mention the Buddhist sense that had undergone a metamorphosis. Xiaohua tried to control his divine thought to familiarize himself with his new divine thought. He also used the records of the exquisite leaf scripture to control his Buddhist sense. Comparing the two, Xiaohua was somewhat confused. These two things seemed to have the same use, but he felt that there were some differences in the nature of the two. It was like looking at a mountain. Divine thought, you could see the mountain, but you could also see mountains after mountains. On the other hand, Buddhist sense could see the mountain, but it could also see the mountain within the mountain. Good. I'm afraid I'll have to ask Master about this kind of profound matter. But immediately after, Xiaohua thought to himself, since Qin Mingwei and the others have been investigating this matter for several decades, Master. I'm afraid he might not know. At this moment, the command medallion in Xiaohua's bosom suddenly changed. Xiaohua impatiently took out the command medallion, flew into the air, and opened the formation. He saw that outside the formation, Jinming was also impatient. As soon as he saw Xiaohua, he berated, Xiaohua, since you know that today is the day to turn in the flame dawn grass, why didn't you open the formation? Could it be that you've already forgotten the lesson from 2 years ago? What? Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that he had only gone into seclusion once to break through the barrier of the 12th layer of the refinement realm and refine the Buddha's Saraira. All of a sudden, he had spent a year's time. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically. Senior Marshal Brother Zhen, disciple returned late yesterday. This morning, disciple went to the mountain to pick the flame dawn grass. I was afraid of delaying Senior Marshal Brother's matter, so, no need to say any more, quickly bring the flame dawn grass. Jinming stretched out his hand and shouted. Oh, Senior Marshal Brother, please wait a moment. Disciple still has some left. I'll go pick it right away. Xiaohua cupped his hands and quickly flew back. Fortunately, Jinming only frowned slightly and didn't follow him. He stood in the air and looked around in boredom. Not long after, Xiaohua turned back and handed over the storage pouch. Jinming opened it and looked, then handed an empty storage pouch to Xiaohua and asked, what about the other spirit herbs? Did they continue to grow? Xiaohua knew that he wouldn't come in, so he smiled and said, most of them can't be grown, but some have just sprouted. Humph, I knew it was impossible. Jinming didn't say anything else and flew back to the Thunder Hall. Looking at Jinming's departing figure, Xiaohua faintly smiled. He took out the command medallion and closed the Eastern Ridges formation. Then, he circulated his magic power and used the lightning escape technique to rush towards the myriad Thunder Valley. Far away in the Xuanyan mountain of the Xuanyan school, there was a towering mountain peak. This mountain peak was different from the other mountains around it. There was no forest or grass on the mountain, only a layer of ice and craggy rocks. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a huge cave. From the top of the cave, there were many ice pillars as thick as a human arm hanging down, blocking the cave. At this time, in front of the cave, Jianghu Ferry was leading several Foundation Establishment stage disciples to land on the smooth ground. Open the seal. Jianghu Ferry's face had a trace of joy, but also more confusion as she whispered. Yes, disciple understands. 2 older cultivators took 2 steps forward. Each of them held a crystal-clear jade disc in their hands. When they circulated their magic power, the jade disc emitted a sky-blue brilliance. Then, from the jade disc, half of an ice sparrow flew out. Each of them flapped a wing, which looked very strange. The 2 halves of the ice sparrow merged together in mid-air, forming a complete ice sparrow. Then, the 2 disciples looked at each other, circulated their magic power at the same time, pointed their hands, and shouted, "Go!" The ice sparrow slammed into the icicles in front of the cave. The entire cave flashed with the same sky-blue brilliance and was annihilated. Instantly, the numerous icicles disappeared, revealing the dark cave entrance. Jianghu Ferry didn't seem to hesitate. She flew into the cave entrance and flew down the mountain. The cave was winding and extremely deep. After flying for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they arrived at a place that looked like an ice palace. This was also a rather large space. Everything inside was carved out of ice. There were birds and beasts, famous flowers and strange plants, and there were even some things of the mortal world that were sparkling and translucent. Jianghu fairy flew to the center of the ice palace. In front of an exquisite house, she patted her hand and took out a token. She threw it at the door of the house. When the token touched the cold door, it immediately flashed a brilliance and sank into the door. In a moment, the whole house strangely melted, revealing a round hole on the ground. Jianghu fairy was not in a hurry to enter the cave. Instead, she released her divine sense and looked around before flying into the cave. After the cave, there was another deep cave that was bitingly cold. The four walls of this deep cave were inlaid with a lot of moonstones. But in the cold, the moonstones' brilliance was dim, as if they couldn't go very far. When Jianghu fairy and a group of Foundation establishment stage cultivators behind her entered this deep cave, they immediately looked at the 5 chi refining stage cultivators who were sitting cross-legged around the cave. Clap clap. Jianghu fairy patted her hand and the 5 cultivators opened their eyes at the same time. Their faces were full of joy as they looked at Jianghu fairy. You all wait here. This time's cultivation ends here. Yes, disciple understands. We will follow martial ancestors' order. The 5 cultivators stood up at the same time. One of them was Xiao Mao. Go, each of you take one and follow me back to Golden Goose Mountain. Jianghu fairy looked around and scolded. Yes, disciple understands. 5 of the Foundation establishment stage cultivators stepped forward and each of them grabbed a disciple and followed Jianghu fairy out of the deep cave, not knowing how far away from Xuanyan Mountain, in a mountain forest surrounded by white clouds, countless birds and beasts were leisurely flying. Dang! A bell rang. Not only did it scare away the birds and beasts, but it also shook the clouds away. Gradually, in the depths of the mountain forest, at the foot of the mountain, in front of a magnificent palace, a white-clothed cultivator was quickly entering the palace. This person was the Foundation establishment stage. Li Zongbao. Chapter 1577. Li Zongbao was still as graceful as ever. He didn't appear arrogant or domineering just because he had reached the Foundation establishment stage at such a young age. Even when the young disciples who were at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining came out of the palace and respectfully saluted him, he only smiled and nodded. This kind of humility was like the warmth of the spring breeze, warming people's hearts. Li Zongbao entered the palace and saw that it was empty. In the middle of the palace, there was an incense burner that was as tall as 2 people. Incense was floating from the top. A skinny cultivator with pure white hair was sitting cross-legged in front of the incense burner. He seemed to be meditating with his head lowered. This cultivator was Li Zongbao's master, Heng Zhao. Li Zongbao didn't dare to make a sound. He took 2 light steps and stood inside the palace with his hands behind his back. After a while, a slightly old voice came from the incense burner. Zongbao, you have reached the Foundation establishment stage for several years. Have you stabilized your realm? In front of the incense burner, Heng Zhao, who had his back facing Li Zongbao, had turned around. His pair of bright eyes stared at Li Zongbao and asked kindly. Hearing this, Li Zongbao took a few steps forward and came in front of Heng Heng. He bowed and said with a smile, Good, Master knows that this disciple's realm has already stabilized in the 2nd year. In these few years, I have been steadily improving, and there has been no stagnation. Well, that's good. The Foundation establishment stage is just a small beginning for you. The core formation stage is your real test. The Foundation establishment stage is not like the chi refining stage. All the details must be cultivated. Do not be careless. Disciple understands. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Li Zongbao said respectfully. Heng Zhao smiled again. A few years ago in the country of Xi, although you revealed the soul accumulation talisman a little early and your chi refining was not complete, I have asked you to slow down your cultivation for the past few years. I presume you have more or less made up for your previous mistakes. Yes, master. Good. In the 100 peak of the kingdom of Shi, you killed a devil from the devil realm. Heng Ming said while clapping his hands. But Li Zongbao frowned and said carefully, Master, that blood shadow devil was not killed by me. Ah, Zongbao. Heng Ju shook his head slightly. I know you're magnanimous and disdain to steal credit from others. But that little rogue cultivator is only at the second level of qi refining. If you hadn't restrained the demon's blood shadow, how could he have destroyed it? At the end of the day, he was just taking advantage of the magic tool. He was lucky that you didn't snatch it from him. What credit can he claim? Li Zongbao blinked and remained silent. What's more, you represented the Lian Kingdom and the Utopia faction at the 100 feet peak. You killed the blood shadow of the devil realm, and the Utopia faction deserved the credit. After you came back to report to me, I reported this matter to the sect leader. This is a great contribution of the Utopia faction after the battle in the Imperial Demon Valley. The sect leader has already reported this matter to the Celestial Alliance. But I don't know why the Celestial Alliance hasn't rewarded us yet. Looking at his master's white hair and the ardent hope on his face, Li Zongbao sighed in his heart and nodded. This disciple understands. What master said is true. Ha, that's right. This is related to the reputation of the Utopia faction. How can it be taken lightly? Although Heng Ming said this, he still shook his head. He glanced outside the hall and said, during the trip to the country of Shi, you investigated the matter of Ming Yang. Your martial uncle Cho Hui is very grateful and has praised you in front of me several times. That's nothing. Ming Yang joined the Utopia faction with great difficulty. He just made some progress in his cultivation and then died. I'm afraid Uncle Cho is very sad, right? It's not sad at all. Heng Ming sighed. He just wanted to help him on the road of cultivation because of his bloodline. Since he couldn't do it, he naturally had to give up. Now that you found out the cause of this matter, your uncle master won't be worried about you anymore. That's why he's grateful to you. In fact, when he led Ming Yang into the Utopia faction, I had advised him against it. Mortals have their pleasures and cultivation families have their means. Our cultivation faction is very different from theirs. If we lead a disciple with an unstable foundation into the cultivation faction, it's tantamount to pulling a seedling to help it grow. It's not good for Ming Yang and your uncle Cho Hui. Hearing this, Li Zongbao's mouth twitched slightly. There was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He whispered, actually, this disciple understands Uncle Cho Hui's. Humph, Heng Ming snorted coldly. You understand. But you can't do what he did. Now he's caught in his own trap. He has worries in his heart and his cultivation hasn't improved for a long time. Previously, his cultivation was only slightly lower than mine. But now? He's only at the initial stage of the gold core realm. Looking at the situation, although the family's matter has come to an end, he's now cut off his worries and his cultivation should be able to improve. But, the most suitable time has passed. I'm afraid he won't be able to conceive a baby in this life. A trace of despair appeared in Li Zongbao's eyes again. He seemed to be in pain, but this pain was quickly annihilated. How could Heng Ming see it? I called you here today to tell you that your uncle Cho Hui just sent a message. The Taiqing faction of the Meng Kingdom will host the Feather Fairy Gathering next year and send an invitation to the Utopia faction. Your uncle Cho Hui has accepted the disciple selection for the Feather Fairy Gathering. According to his idea, he wants to give you a hand and let you be the deputy leader of the team. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Zongbao pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, I appreciate Uncle Cho Hui's kindness. But the Feather Fairy Gathering is in the Meng Kingdom. This is related to the reputation of the Utopia faction. I'm just a cultivator at the initial stage of the foundation establishment stage. How can I be the deputy leader? Uncle Cho Hui's idea is somewhat inappropriate. Heng Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Your uncle Cho Hui won't assign you casually. The Feather Fairy Gathering is just a gathering of cultivators at the peak of the Qi refining stage. It's a chance to show off the strength of our faction and communicate with the disciples of other factions. Even if there is any victory or defeat, it's just a child's play in our eyes. Don't take it seriously. You're just a cultivator at the initial stage of the foundation establishment stage. It's just right for you to go there. Li Zongbao understood what his master meant. He had stepped into the foundation establishment stage at a young age and was considered an outstanding cultivator among the various factions of the Lian Kingdom. If he went there as the deputy leader, he didn't need to participate in the exchange and could use his age to show off the strength of the Utopia faction. He was indeed a very good candidate. So Li Zongbao cupped his hands and said, "I'll listen to Master and Uncle Cho Hui's instructions." "Okay, then you should make some preparations. Refine and familiarize yourself with your magic artifacts. The Feather Fairy Gathering will be held next year. At that time, a disciple will inform you." Heng Ming waved his hand and said, "Yes, I know." Li Zongbao nodded and then asked, "I wonder if this year's Feather Fairy Gathering will still be held in the Xi Nation, the Meng Kingdom, or the Lian Kingdom?" "Yes, of course." Heng Ming said impatiently, "When did the Han Kingdom participate? What about the cultivation families? Will they participate?" "Humph. How could they be qualified to participate?" Heng Ming sneered and said, "The Feather Fairy Gathering has always been a matter of the cultivation families. What does it have to do with them?" "Yes, I understand. I'll take my leave now." Li Zongbao didn't dare to say anything more. He bowed and was about to leave. Just then, Heng Ming suddenly asked, "Zongbao, have you made a breakthrough in your parting love treasure mirror?" Li Zongbao smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "I feel that I'm about to make a breakthrough. But there's always a barrier in front of me. I know the door, but I can't enter it. Mortal bond. Inner demon. Worry." Heng Ming said without hesitation, "The parting love treasure mirror is the best cultivation method of the Tai Ching sect. It's the best way to cultivate to the gold core stage. At the same time, it's also the basic incantation to cut off mortal thoughts and condense a nascent soul with a pure heart. Zongbao, you have to take care of yourself." I understand." Li Zongbao lowered his head and replied with a slightly changed expression. After Li Zongbao left, Heng Ming only glanced outside the hall. He then turned around and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. As for Xiao Hua, after leaving the Eastern Mountain Herb Garden, he used the lightning escape technique. His speed was much faster than before. He flew straight to Wu Xian's cave in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Before he landed, a divine sense swept past him. Xiao Hua was very familiar with that divine sense. It was Wu Xian. Xiao Hua smiled and tried to release his own divine sense. When the two divine senses met, Wu Xian's divine sense immediately retracted, as if he was afraid of damaging Xiao Hua's divine sense. Then, Wu Xian's laughter came from the cave in the distance. "Ha ha ha," as expected of a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. "You broke through to the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm in just a year. Your divine sense is also very authentic." Then, Wu Xian and Xiang Yang appeared in the distance. When they arrived, Xiang Yang also smiled and said, "Congratulations, little junior brother." Xiao Hua bowed to the two and said with a smile, "This is all because of Master's teachings and eldest senior brother's supervision." Ha ha ha. Wu Xian laughed again as if he really taught Xiao Hua. He then waved his hand and said, "Go, your master's wife has prepared a gift for you. See if it's suitable." When he heard that there was something to take, Xiao Hua immediately beamed with joy. He then followed Wu Xian and Xiang Yang into the cave. Inside the cave, Zhou Minghui and Yan Qinglian had already prepared the spirit wine and spirit fruits. When they saw Xiao Hua, they naturally congratulated him. When everyone was seated, the first thing Xiao Hua smelled was the fragrance of the emerald green spirit wine in the wine cup. This fragrance was very refreshing, fragrant, and pleasant. It was many times more tempting than the wine he tasted in the young immortal's cave. Good, good, no wonder eldest senior brother nagged master. This spirit wine is really good. Xiaohua thought, but his eyes were glued to the wine cup. Cough cough, Wu Xian coughed and said, today is the happiest day in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Since Xiaohua entered the 10,000 Thunder Valley, he has been diligently cultivating. His cultivation has been constantly improving. Today, he has finally stepped into the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. Although he hasn't built his foundation, his divine sense has already been stimulated. Looking at Xiaohua's cultivation, if nothing unexpected happens, building his foundation won't be a problem. It can be said that he already has 1 foot in the foundation establishment realm. Xiang Yang's face was also full of smiles. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he closed it again. He helplessly raised his wine cup and said with a smile, everyone, let's toast to the happy occasion of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Thank you, master. Xiaohua was very happy. He raised his wine cup and looked at everyone. After waiting for everyone to drink the wine, he also raised his head and poured the spirit wine into his mouth. As the spirit wine entered his throat, a burning feeling emerged from his throat. That feeling rushed to his head and flowed into his body along with the spirit wine. Ah! Xiaohua didn't expect the spirit wine to be so spicy. He couldn't help but cry out. Chapter 1578. When Xiaohua cried out, that spicy taste rushed to his nose and mouth. His eyes couldn't help but tear up, and those tears almost burst out. Just when Xiaohua felt that he was being rude and wanted to wipe it away, that spicy taste suddenly flipped, and actually turned into an extremely cool and refreshing feeling. A wave of comfort formed in Xiaohua's body. However, before Xiaohua could carefully savor this comfortable feeling, that cool and refreshing feeling changed again, and the spicy taste appeared again. Ouch! 9 transformations of spirit wine. Xiaohua suddenly thought of what Xiang Yang said before. As expected, in just a few breaths, the 9 layers of spicy and refreshing feeling became stronger and stronger, tormenting Xiaohua. However, after the spicy and refreshing feeling passed, no matter if it was his body or meridians, there was an incomparable feeling, making Xiaohua extremely comfortable. His entire body slumped on the chair, and he didn't even want to move a finger. After a while, Xiaohua saw that everyone was looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He hurriedly straightened up, and said with a smile, Master, this spirit wine is indeed special. Not bad, right? Do you want another cup? Helplessly smiled. Don't, Master, this is good, but disciple doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it. I really can't stand the feeling of surprise in the wine. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Disciple still likes the peaceful and fragrant spirit wine from eldest senior brother's place. Xiaohua, I see that you're not a person who adheres to old customs. Why do you like that kind of spirit wine? Helplessly curiously said, only people like your eldest senior brother who don't want to make progress like the faint taste. Xiaohua bitterly smiled, and said, Disciple's nature is a peaceful person, and I don't like the taste of wine. On the contrary, eldest senior brother has always been thinking about master's spirit wine. Today is to celebrate you stepping into Qi refinement level 12, so I let him drink a cup. Otherwise, let him cultivate to foundation building middle stage first. At that time, I'll let him drink all the spirit wine here. Helplessly said angrily. Master, can disciple drink a few more cups today? Xiaohua smiled. Of course. Helplessly nodded. Xiaohua, master's wife's spirit wine, you can't drink more than 3 cups for the first time, or else it will be detrimental to your mind. Xiang Yang wasn't angry, and only reminded Xiaohua. Then disciple will drink 3 cups today. As Xiaohua spoke, he picked up the wine cup in front of Yan Qinglian, filled his own cup to the brim, and brought it in front of Xiang Yang. He said, however, this disciple's alcohol tolerance isn't high enough. Let eldest senior brother drink this cup on my behalf. junior brother. Xiangyang didn't expect this at all. He quickly got up and waved his hand. This is a gift from Master. Eat it. Eldest senior brother, ever since I came to the Myriad Thunder Valley, Master has been very busy. Only eldest senior brother has been guiding me in my cultivation. I am a loose cultivator, so there are very few people guiding me in my cultivation. Today, I was able to reach the 12th layer of Qi refining, all thanks to senior martial brother's guidance. If I don't drink a toast to senior martial brother, I'll feel bad. If he felt apologetic, wouldn't there be a knot in his heart? If eldest senior brother doesn't drink this cup of wine, I won't be able to get rid of the knot in my heart. My future cultivation will be a problem. This. Xiang Yang's face turned dark red. He looked at Xiao Yan's helpless face. He waved his hand and said, "It's your junior brother's kind intentions. You should drink it. His cultivation, you've really worked hard." Yes, disciple doesn't dare to claim credit. Xiang Yang's eyes were filled with tears as he received the wine cup. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "I've used this wine cup before. Eldest senior martial brother, please don't dislike it." He. Xiang Yang had a smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Hua. Then, he raised his head and drank the spirit wine. Xiao Hua picked up the wine pot and walked in front of Yan Qinglian. He said with a smile, "Junior brother will ask senior martial sister to drink this third cup. Junior martial sister's care for me is something that I can't express with words." Yan Qinglian stood up and received the wine cup. She didn't panic in the slightest. She seemed to know that Xiao Hua would do this. She smiled and said, "It's Xiang Yang's good fortune to have a junior martial brother like you. Although junior martial brother's current cultivation is still too low, his future is limitless. I can't say much about the Myriad Thunder Valley, but I and your eldest senior martial brother will need your care in the future." She drank the spiritual wine in one gulp. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior martial sister. I don't dare to promise senior martial sister and eldest senior martial brother, but as for Xiang Zhili, I promise you." Yan Qinglian naturally heard Xiang Yang's arrogant words and knew who Xiang Zhili was. Her face immediately turned red. Zhuo Minghui laughed and scolded, "You child, you're really naughty." Yes, Xiang Yang, Qinglian, Xiao Hua was right. I've been busy with the sex affairs, and you've also worked hard on the Myriad Thunder Valley. Master will also give you a toast. Helplessly, he suddenly said, "Master." Xiang Yang was shocked and felt extremely uncomfortable. Helplessly, he waved his hand. 2 lines of wine flew out from the wine pot in Xiao Hua's hand and landed in the 2's wine cups. Only then did Xiang Yang choke and said, "Disciple is unworthy and has shamed Master, don't talk nonsense. Just drink when I tell you to." Helplessly, he shouted and interrupted Xiang Yang's words. Only then did Xiang Yang feel the spirit wine pouring into his stomach and said, "Thank you, Master." Beside him, Yan Qinglian's face was still red. She drank the spirit wine unhurriedly and said, "Thank you, Master, for the spirit wine." Receiving Helplessly's praise, Xiang Yang was very excited. Everyone talked for a while. Xiang Yang gathered his courage and said in a low voice, "Actually, youngest junior martial brother's talent is outstanding. He's a genius cultivator, but he was a loose cultivator before and practiced 3 kinds of cultivation methods." Shut up. Helplessly was unhappy and scolded. Husband. Zhuo Minghui was also unhappy and said in a low voice, "Xiang Yang is right. You have placed too much hope on Xiao Hua. I'm afraid the child will have too much burden. Xiang Yang is also thinking for Xiao Hua." Humph. Helplessly, he didn't dare to glare at Zhuo Minghui and could only glare at Xiang Yang. Xiao Hua also understood Xiang Yang's meaning and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, eldest senior martial brother. Disciple also knows Master's thoughts. However, disciple will do his best to build his foundation. After all, this is related to disciple's future, so disciple won't be careless. Of course, if there are any mistakes, Master should be able to understand. Nonsense. Helplessly said angrily, how can there be any mistakes? You have a concealed fire physique, which is very fierce. Building your foundation's bottleneck is nothing difficult. Okay, husband, don't talk about building your foundation anymore. Xiaohua has just reached the early stage of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. No matter what, there's still 4 to 5 years until he builds his foundation. During this time, let Xiangyang give him more pointers. If you have time, you should also go and take a look. With Xiangyang and your help, Xiaohua probably won't repeat the same mistakes. Okay, helplessly, he muttered. Zhuo Minghui was displeased. She clapped her hands again and took out a red net-shaped magic tool. She handed it to Xiaohua and said with a smile, Master's wife wanted to give you a meeting gift a few years ago, but who knew that there wasn't anything suitable? Today, you've entered the 12th layer of the aura refining realm and also have your own divine sense. This magic tool is just right for you. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He stepped forward and received it. After thanking Zhuo Minghui, he picked up the magic tool and carefully examined it. He saw that this magic tool was made up of thin crimson silk threads connected together. The place where each silk thread interweaved was decorated with tiny top-grade spirit stones. On top of the silk threads, there were faint flashes of runes. When the runes slightly flashed, the top-grade spirit stones also flashed. Master's wife, what's the name of this magic tool? Xiaohua looked at the magic tool. He didn't know whether he liked this magic tool or liked the fact that there were so many top-grade spirit stones on the magic tool. He was smiling so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. Hee, I'll let you know. My Imperial Thunder sect has a famous magic tool called Baifeng Roaring Sky Cover. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. Ah. Master's wife, isn't this too precious? Xiaohua was shocked when he heard this. Few actually want that Baifeng Roaring Sky Cover. Helplessly said unhappily, that Baifeng Roaring Sky Cover doesn't like you. Hee, Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything else. You silly child, this isn't some magic tool. It's a fake that the sex weapon refiner imitated. It can be considered a magic tool. Zhuo Minghui glared at helplessly and said, that Baifeng Roaring Sky Cover is woven from the essence of leaf fire. There's a leaf fire formation within it, leaf fire formation? Xiaohua suddenly thought of the formation in his Eastern Ridge medicinal garden. When the Baifeng Roaring Sky Cover is activated, it can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from its surroundings and transform it into leaf fire. If one is enveloped by the Baifeng Roaring Sky Cover and doesn't have a magic tool that can restrain leaf fire, then there's absolutely no way for them to escape. This magic tool is refined from the silk of the Southern Light Fire silkworm. Although there's a formation on the silk, it's simple and far inferior to the leaf fire formation. Moreover, although the silk of the Southern Light Fire silkworm is precious, it can't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from its surroundings after all. It can only add top-grade fire attribute spirit stones on top of this silk. Zhuo Minghui explained, as for the name. When this magic tool is activated, several fire crows will be born within it. There's no harm in calling it Spirit Crow Fire Net. How about it? Many thanks for the name, Master's wife. Xiaohua very happily thanked her. However, this Spirit Crow Fire Net has a shortcoming. Zhuo Minghui smiled and waved her hand. This magic tool relies entirely on top-grade fire attribute spirit stones. If one is missing, there'll be a flaw in the formation. If too many are missing, it'll be completely useless. You'll have to prepare more fire attribute spirit stones in the future. When Xiaohua heard this, he curled his lips and said, Master's wife, you're making things difficult for me. Where can I get top-grade fire attribute spirit stones? Junior Marshal brother doesn't need to worry. I still have a few pieces. I'll have your senior Marshal sister take them for you. Xiangyang hurriedly said. Hee, it won't be too late to take them later. As she spoke, Zhuo Minghui took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "This is the method to refine this magic tool. There are also some methods to refine other magic tools. Master's wife remembers that you once asked your master for this, right? When?" Xiaohua stared blankly. He hurriedly took it and said with a smile, "Many thanks, master's wife." "Many thanks, master." "That's right, I have a question I want to ask master." Ask away." Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't ask any more and said with a smile. Chapter 1579. Master, when disciple was participating in the selection, I saw that the disciples of influential families who were in the 12th layer and even the 11th layer of the aura refining realm were holding their ancestral magic tools. Since they entered my Imperial Thunder sect, did those magic tools also fall into the hands of my Imperial Thunder sect? Ha ha ha, he laughed helplessly. "You brat, how is that possible? Those magic tools were passed down from the ancestors of various cultivation families. How could they benefit my Imperial Thunder sect? Besides, once those disciples entered my Imperial Thunder sect, they were my Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. How could they still use their family's magic tools?" A year later, when those disciples officially joined my Imperial Thunder sect, those magic tools were given out of Thunderclap Peak. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. Disciple thought those magic tools all belonged to my Imperial Thunder sect. Maybe Disciple could even get one. "In your dreams." He snorted helplessly, then asked, "Let's not talk about anything else. Tell me about the process of advancing to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. It's already been more than a year. Let me listen. See if there are any deviations." Xiaohua knew this would happen. He had already thought about it on the way here. He would only give up on the Buddha's Saraira and tell everything else in full detail. "What? Your true qi was actually ignited by the heart fire?" He helplessly looked at Zhuo Minghui. Xiang Yang also looked at Yan Qinglian in astonishment. The four of them were all foundation-building cultivators and also came from the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. They had never heard of Xiaohua's abnormality. Maybe, it's because of the body of hidden fire? Xiang Yang hesitated. He helplessly thought for a long time, then nodded and said, "That's the only way." Fortunately, Xiaohua has the Jade Qilan fruit and my Imperial Thunder sect's secret technique. Otherwise, it's really hard to say. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. This also means that Xiaohua is a disciple of my 10,000 Thunder Valley and can build his foundation. The other four all smiled. Seeing everyone smile, Xiaohua's heart moved. He said, "Master, disciple still has something to ask." "What?" he asked helplessly. "That, the meridians after the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, are there no more?" Disciple feels that. Not waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, he helplessly slapped the armrest of the chair, stood up, and said angrily, "Xiaohua, what do you want me to say to you? Although, your mind is flexible, you can deduce many things from one instance, and you know 100 times better than your eldest senior brother. But I can't always take the unconventional path. The 12th layer of qi condensation is the essence of my Imperial Thunder sect, and even the essence of the various sects and clans of the Dawn Rain continent, over tens of thousands of years. If there were extra meridians, then there would definitely be a 13th layer of qi condensation, but why is there only a 12th layer? Why would there be signs of liquefaction after reaching the 12th layer of qi refining? This means that there are only these qi passageways. There are no other qi passageways. The other qi passageways are for foundation establishment, gold core, and even the nascent soul stage. Why don't you put your mind on how to build your foundation? Why do you have to think about the meridians of the Aurus core stage? Do you think you're the only smart person in the world? The more helplessly spoke, the angrier he became. He angrily said, "If you want those qi passageways, then go back to Zhenlei Palace and take your sect master's order to the Jade Archive Hall. Let the sect master send someone to accept you as a disciple. I don't have the ability to teach you. Master. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He promptly bowed and said, Disciple. Disciple was only asking. Why did I think so much? Husband Zhuo Minghui promptly got up and pulled him back. She helplessly said, Xiao Hua used to be a loose cultivator, so he used his own brain a lot. Now that he's asking, it's to show your prestige as a master. Otherwise, why would he have a master like you? Why don't you tell Xiao Hua properly? Why are you so angry? That's right, master. You always say that disciple is stupid. Xiangyang also hurriedly tried to persuade her. Shut up, I'm not talking about you. Helplessly angrily said, if only he had half of your abilities. He's only at the 11th layer of qi refining. What lightning evasion technique? What divine sense control technique? What divine accumulation talisman? Don't think that master doesn't know anything. What's the use of those things if you want them early? Don't you still have to wait until you reach the 12th layer of qi refining before you can use them? Yes, master, please calm down. Disciple knows his mistake. Xiao Hua promptly said. Helplessly swinging her sleeves, she turned around and entered the inner mansion. Master. Xiao Hua very anxiously shouted. It's fine, Xiao Hua. Zhuo Minghui forced a smile and said, Your master was also afraid that you would take a detour, so she warned you. These are all my cultivation experiences. You must listen to them and remember them in your heart. Sometimes taking risks is admittedly rewarding, but more often than not, it's all for naught. If there's a smooth path to the heavens, why don't you obediently walk on it? The opportunity to build your foundation is also fleeting. If you don't start building your foundation when there are signs of building your foundation, the chances of building your foundation in the future will be much less. Moreover, there are signs of building your foundation, which means that your meridians have reached the limit of refining true qi. If you don't build your foundation, your magic power won't increase. Even if your meridians have the medicinal power of the clear flower pill, I'm afraid that your meridians won't be able to refine them anymore. You'll only end up with your meridians exploding. Disciple knows. Eldest senior brother has already said these things. Xiao Hua nodded. It's good that you know. Don't think too much. Go out with your eldest senior brother first and let him guide you in your future cultivation. You can't be too smart for your own good. Zhuo Minghui said, then thought of something and said, is the restriction on the medicinal power of the clear flower pill good? Before you build your foundation, you still have to let your master use it again. Don't let anything go wrong. Master's wife, last time master checked it, he said that if nothing unexpected happens, the restriction can be used for 10 years. Disciple also didn't notice any abnormalities. Xiao Hua respectfully replied. All right, you can go first. Zhuo Minghui sighed and also entered the inner residence. Xiao Hua could only follow Xiangyang and Yan Qingnian back to their abode. Xiangyang saw that Xiao Hua was somewhat sad and didn't say anything more. He only let Xiao Hua go back and rest for a few more days. After a period of time, he'll come back to listen to the lecture. Xiao Hua came out of Myriad Thunder Valley. His heart was somewhat chaotic. After flying for a while, he found that the direction was wrong. It seemed to be heading towards Heavenly Thunder Palace. Just as he was about to turn around, he thought to himself, today I've angered Master, I'm afraid I'll have to apologize to him. Master has always been thinking about the Heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning evasion technique. It's just that he has some misgivings about his face and didn't ask me too much. I've always been busy cultivating. Isn't this a good opportunity? Thinking, Xiao Hua sped up and flew towards Heavenly Thunder Palace's Thunder Immortal Peak. Heavenly Thunder Palace's technique imparting pavilion was in Rumbling Thunder Hall. It was different from Shocking Thunder Palace's technique imparting pavilion. It was a whole ball of lightning. In the middle of the lightning, an 8-story pavilion was faintly visible. After Xiao Hua threw in the sect master's command token and his own identity token, a light path flickered with lightning. At the end of the path was a sky full of stars. Those jade slips and ancient books were like stars decorating the sky. As it turned out, this Heavenly Thunder Palace's technique imparting pavilion was actually built on top of an illusion array. Qi refining, foundation building and other cultivation levels were divided into different starry skies. Each level was higher than the previous, and each level was blocked by a restriction. Xiao Hua didn't stay in the Qi refining layer for long. He directly used the sect master's command token to go to the starry skies where the foundation building cultivation method was located. Then, he very easily found the 9th level of the lightning evasion technique. However, he was a little worried. He had no problem reading the jade slips with his divine sense, but if he had to make a copy of the jade slips, he couldn't do it. Not to mention whether the copy of the jade slips could be read or not, he didn't even dare to guarantee that the copy would be complete. Without any other choice, Xiao Hua pointed at the sect master's command token. A bright yellow brilliance flew out. In a moment, a huge human figure that filled the starry skies appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Disciple Xiao Hua has something to trouble Senior with. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and said, What is a 12th level Qi refining disciple doing here? That cultivator was obviously stunned. Xiao Hua also didn't explain much and handed over the sect master's command token. That cultivator looked at it and nodded, saying, Xiao Hua, what did you call me for? Disciple wants to make a copy of this lightning evasion technique and bring it out of the technique imparting pavilion. This is also explained in the sect master's command token, right? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Wait a moment. That cultivator said as he grabbed a ball of starlight from the starry skies. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he nodded and said, Yes, the sect master has instructed that you can make a copy of the lightning evasion technique. Disciple has just reached the 12th level of Qi refining, and my divine sense is newly formed. I'm afraid the copy won't be good. Senior, please help me. Xiao Hua said respectfully. That cultivator slightly wrinkled his brows and said in a low voice, The sect master's command token doesn't allow my technique imparting pavilion to make a copy of the lightning evasion technique. Naturally, you have no right to order this old man. So it's like that. Xiao Hua was somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to speak, that cultivator said again, However, this old man can extend a hand to help you. It's just a small matter. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Hua was overjoyed, but that cultivator waved his hand again. Don't worry, this old man will help you copy the lightning evasion technique, but you also have to help this old man. No problem, if Senior has a favor, how could disciple dare to disobey? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Very good. That cultivator smiled and waved his hand. The jade slip of the lightning evasion technique flew into his hand. He waved his hand again and another jade slip flew out of nowhere. That cultivator held the technique in one hand and the jade slip in the other. His powerful divine sense locked onto the technique. Soon after, a ball of green light flew out from the jade slip of the lightning evasion technique and penetrated into the jade slip in his other hand. Immediately after, that cultivator threw the lightning evasion technique. The jade slip turned into a star and fell into the starry sky. The other jade slip also flew in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Keep it well. That cultivator said, 10 days later, wait for me here. This old man has something for you to do. 10 days? Xiao Hua put away the jade slip and said with a smile, Since it's like this, disciple won't leave. Disciple will stay here and read the ancient records. It won't be too late to leave after helping Senior finish his task in 10 days. As you wish. That cultivator nodded, then turned into a shadow and disappeared. What does this Senior want me to do? Xiao Hua read the lightning evasion technique while secretly pondering. Chapter 1580. 10 days passed very quickly, and Xiao Hua's lightning evasion technique didn't make much progress. This lightning evasion technique was different from the one Xiang Yang gave him. Just the first level of the introductory technique was already very different. The Heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning evasion technique was very detailed, and the technique was also very hard to pronounce. Many details were even somewhat mysterious. Carefully comprehending it, it was actually like a cultivation technique, far from being as simple as an evasion technique. Moreover, the Heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning evasion technique was divided into 9 levels, from the initial, hibernating lightning, awakening lightning, and bright lightning, to the middle, imperial lightning travel, imperial lightning change, and imperial lightning shock, to the late, lightning traversing 3 realms, lightning surpassing 6 paths, and thunderclap 9th heaven. Each realm's name was very arrogant, and according to the records, the speed of the lightning evasion at each level was more than double. Damn it. I just cultivated this lightning evasion technique to the first level, which is the hibernating lightning realm, and the speed is already so fast. If I cultivate it to thunderclap 9th heaven, then I don't know how many times faster it would be. Wouldn't it be faster than the light evasion mentioned in reversing light? Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbfounded. At this time, he also understood why his master was so grateful when he heard Master Heavenly Thunder bestowing him the Heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning evasion technique. However, although Xiao Hua thought so, in his bones, he really didn't put the lightning evasion and the light evasion on the same level. Thinking about the difficulty of cultivating the light evasion, how could it be compared to the lightning evasion? Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, in the starry sky before him, that foundation establishment cultivator once again appeared. Follow me. That cultivator saw Xiao Hua obediently stay in the technique inheritance pavilion and nodded. Yes. Xiao Hua responded and followed that cultivator out of the technique inheritance pavilion. After passing through several palaces, they arrived at a side hall. Xiao Hua's sharp eyes had already seen a plaque in the side hall with the 2 words, Diligent Lightning, written on it. Entering the side hall, there was no one else in the hall, only an incense burner in the center of the hall. At this time, the incense burner didn't have any incense or candles, only an oval-shaped burner with crackling lightning. The cultivator led Xiao Hua to the front of the incense burner and pointed at it. Throw your identity tablet inside. Xiao Hua did as he was told. The token flipped and flew out of the incense burner. When Xiao Hua caught it, the cultivator waved his hand and said, "Come with me again." Next to the side hall were some meditation rooms. Xiao Hua followed the cultivator into one of the meditation rooms. The cultivator waved his hand and the entire meditation room flashed with brilliance. The door of the meditation room disappeared. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, the cultivator frowned. His eyes turned and he waved his hand again. A round mirror appeared in front of Xiao Hua, and inside the mirror was the portrait of a cultivator. Did you see it clearly? The cultivator asked. Yes, disciples saw it clearly. Xiao Hua glanced at it a few times and couldn't help but ask, "May I know what senior wants disciple to do?" Hee, I thought you were very shrewd, but in the end, I couldn't help but ask. The cultivator snorted and said, "Remember, in a while, you only need to lose to that disciple just now." Lose to that disciple? Xiao Hua scratched his head, but he still nodded. Disciple understands. In a while, the competition will be in an illusion. You must have participated in the disciple selection, right? It's similar to that illusion. No matter what method you use, as long as you lose to that disciple, you've completed the mission. You and I don't owe each other anything. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, the cultivator said again, "Then you can cultivate here. In a while, a disciple will come and call you. You can go with them." Soon after, the cultivator turned and left. What about the others? Xiao Hua saw that the cultivator waved his hand and the brilliance flashed again. He couldn't help but ask again. The others? Do as you see fit. The cultivator laughed mischievously, pushed open the door, and walked out. Seeing that the cultivator didn't speak clearly, Xiaohua also knew that he didn't want to say more. However, since it was in an illusion, even if he lost, there wouldn't be any danger to his life. If he lost, he lost. Xiaohua didn't care. Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, a boy around the 7th layer of qi refining came in. He looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Senior Martial Brother, are you participating in the selection?" "Yes, please lead the way, Junior Martial Brother." Xiaohua stood up and said, "Please follow this disciple." The boy smiled and led the way. After leaving the quiet room, the censer in the center of the side hall was already gone. Where the censer used to be was now a square ring of light. The ring of light was the size of a fist, and there were countless runes flashing inside. There were also traces of lightning around the runes, and the inside of the ring of light was a vast expanse of white that even divine sense couldn't penetrate. "Senior Martial Brother, this selection will be held in an illusion." Presumably, Senior Martial Brother already knows the specific rules. "Senior Martial Brother, please take out your identity tablet and step into this illusion formation." Senior Martial Brother's opponent has already been lined up when Senior Martial Brother sent your identity tablet into the illusion formation. The boy pointed with his finger and said with a smile, "I wish Senior Martial Brother a victory." "Hee, I'll take advantage of Junior Martial Brother's auspicious words." Xiaohua cupped his hands. He originally wanted to ask, "What kind of selection is this?" But he was afraid of spoiling the good thing of that cultivator just now, so he could only be a silent gourd. Xiaohua held his identity tablet and stepped into the ring of light. He only felt his vision blur, just like when he entered the illusion formation during the selection. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a desert. Although he knew this was only an illusion formation, the scorching sun, the dry hurricane, and the fine white sand under his feet were really real. Xiaohua had never been to a desert before. Seeing this, he unconsciously crouched down and grabbed a handful of sand. The sand was very smooth. As Xiaohua slowly let go of his hand, the sand floated in the air and danced with the wind. "Damn it, this is really interesting. I don't know if there's a desert in Dawn Rain Continent. I'll find some time to go gain experience." Xiaohua used his foot to step on the sand, leaving a footprint on the desert. But immediately, it was covered by some quicksand at the side. Just when Xiaohua wanted to play a bit more, an aged voice resounded through heaven and earth, "Disciples, there are 320 disciples participating in this selection. In every round, there will be 2 disciples facing each other. The disciple who wins in a battle of magical powers will get 3 points, the disciple who loses won't get any points. If it's a draw, each disciple will get 1 point. In the end, the disciple ranked in the top 20 will win." Okay, after 10 breaths of time, the battle of magical powers will begin. Next to each disciple will appear an opponent for this round of magical powers. When Xiaohua heard this, he was happy for no reason. To tell the truth, after he entered the Imperial Thunder sect these past few years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, leaping to the 12th level of qi refinement in one go. This was something he didn't even dare to think about when he was a loose cultivator. Moreover, he now had divine sense and several magic tools that he could use. If he didn't find someone to practice with in this illusion formation, it would really be a pity. In any case, as long as I lose to that disciple, and I don't have to win too much, wouldn't that be enough? Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hand and the black iron needle appeared in his hand. Suddenly, several dozen feet in front of Xiaohua, the sunlight slightly distorted, and a short and fat cultivator gradually appeared in midair. Xiaohua was secretly happy in his heart. He immediately sent the black iron needle under his feet, slowly flying through the sand towards that cultivator. The sandstorm in this desert was so strong, Xiaohua didn't believe that the cultivator could use his divine sense to find the black iron needle among the thousands of grains of sand. That short and fat cultivator gradually revealed his figure. His body was surrounded by a faint brilliance. Xiaohua knew that this brilliance should be protecting this cultivator, to prevent him from being killed as soon as he appeared. That cultivator originally had his back facing Xiaohua, but when he turned around and saw Xiaohua, his face flashed with a trace of vigilance. When the brilliance on that cultivator's body disappeared, the cultivator's cultivation was revealed. Xiaohua couldn't help but stare blankly. Good, this guy is actually at the peak of the 12th level of qi refinement. At the same time, that cultivator naturally also saw Xiaohua's cultivation, and a trace of a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Junior Martial Brother, I am Qianyi from Heavenly Thunder Palace. How should I address you? That cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile. Disciple Xiaohua from Heavenly Thunder Palace greets Senior Martial Brother. Xiaohua also returned the greeting. Junior Martial Brother Xiao has some guts, daring to register with such a cultivation level. Qianyi waved his hand and took out several yellow talismans. He urged his magic power and placed them on his body, but his mouth didn't stop talking. However, it's no wonder. This is an illusion formation, it won't harm your life. It's also not bad to come and see the world. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask about this Qianyi selection, but after hearing his words, a trace of arrogance rose in his heart. This young master isn't stingy with foundation establishment cultivators. Why would I care about you, a 12th level qi refinement cultivator? Why would this young master ask you these things? I'll just kill all of you. Finished thinking, Xiaohua urged his magic power, and his whole body floated into the air, flying towards the distance. Junior Martial Brother Xiao, this elder brother knew you would be like this. Don't be afraid, this elder brother will just kill you, I won't harm your life. Qianyi laughed loudly, and clapped his hand again. A rhombus-shaped magic tool appeared in his hand. At the same time, he also urged his flying technique, chasing after Xiaohua while throwing the magic tool in the air. Once the rhombus-shaped magic tool left his hand, it suddenly expanded, turning into a short spear that was 3 feet long. Surrounded by electric sparks, it pierced towards Xiaohua's back. Seeing that Xiaohua's flying speed wasn't as fast as the short spear, the tip of the short spear extended once again, and was about to pierce Xiaohua's back in a few breaths' time. Qianyi's face unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. I just entered the selection and I already met an extremely weak person. I don't know what this guy is thinking. What is he doing here? Is he just here to give away points to I? Go. Qianyi lightly reprimanded, guiding the short spear with his divine sense, and urging his magic power again. The tip of the short spear faintly flashed, seemingly piercing through Xiaohua's defensive restriction. But at this moment, Xiaohua's body suddenly flashed, and he actually dodged the short spear with extreme agility. Chapter 1581. How is this possible? Qianyi couldn't have imagined that Xiaohua would be able to dodge the short spear without using any magic. Because of this, Qianyi didn't have enough time to activate the short spear. The short spear missed. Although Qianyi was shocked, he didn't think much of it. His opponent was just a disciple who had just entered the 12th level of qi refining. The difference between him and Qianyi wasn't small at all. Unfortunately, this sort of contempt had just arisen in his heart, and he hadn't even had the chance to drive the short spear to chase after Xiaohua when Xiaohua actually dodged the short spear at the same time. Xiaohua's figure suddenly turned around and actually flew towards him. Luring the snake out of its hole? Qianyi was shocked again, but then he sneered. He slapped his hand and was about to take out the flying sword talisman from his storage pouch. However, a shocking scene occurred. As soon as he took out the flying sword talisman, Xiaohua's 2 small eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. Under those slender eyebrows, there was also a pair of phoenix eyes that were full of mockery. Oh no, how can he be so fast? Qianyi cursed inwardly. He activated his magic and was about to release the flying sword talisman. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua shot in front of Qianyi like an arrow. He didn't attack, but instead flew towards Qianyi's head. All that was left was a large stack of yellow talismans. This bastard, what is he doing? Qian Ye's attention naturally followed Xiaohua as he flew up. Xiaohua's fireball talismans were completely ignored. Rumble, a series of fireballs exploded around Qian Yi. The scorching heat wave blew Qian Ye's entire body into the air. Although Qian Ye's face was filled with shock and his body flashed with brilliance, it was clear that there was no fear in his eyes. Although Xiaohua used the best quality fireball talismans he made himself, this was still an illusion. The surrounding spiritual energy was different from the outside world. The fireball talisman's explosive power was limited. Moreover, Qian Yi was already in the late 12th level of qi refining. Although he hadn't entered the realm of perfection, but his divine sense had already reached a certain level. His magic could also form a defense around his body. The fireball talisman couldn't do any real damage to him. Oh my, it really is a 12th layer qi refining cultivator. Xiaohua was also slightly surprised. He immediately waved his hand and scattered even more fireball talismans around the dried leaves. This time, Xiaohua didn't scatter them blindly. Instead, he used his Buddhist consciousness to drive them. The chaotic fireballs were still orderly. So this is your technique? Qian Yi laughed loudly. Just as Xiaohua threw out the fireball talisman, the short spear also flew up. Seeing Xiaohua's fireballs coming down, the tip of the short spear trembled. Like a skewer of tanghulu, it pierced through several bursting fireball talismans all at once. Ha ha ha. Qian Yi laughed out loud. The short spear shook again and was about to pierce through another fireball talisman. However, just as the short spear pierced through, the remaining fireball talismans swam away like fish, one by one flying towards Qian Ye's legs and exploding. Feeling the intense vibrations in his legs, Qian Ye's figure staggered slightly. This bastard also knows how to attack together? But if he thinks he can take down a 12th layer qi refining cultivator with only fireball talismans, I'm afraid he's delusional. Qian Yi sneered in his heart, but then he was shocked. Oh my, could it be that this bastard also has a magic weapon? But just as Qian Ye's suspicions were rising, Xiaohua also took out a triangular magic weapon not far in front of him. Oh, so there it is. Qian Ye's heart calmed down. At this moment, several fireball talismans exploded at the same time, causing the defense around his body to be somewhat scattered. Qian Yi channeled his magic power, and just as he was about to deplete the magic power of his defense, a huge force suddenly appeared at the place where the fireball talismans exploded. That force was extremely strong and extremely sharp. The already weakened defense brilliance could not stop the force from piercing through. Oh no. Qian Yi only had time to lower his head. He didn't even have time to see what was piercing through his legs before his vision turned black. His entire body suddenly disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Thunder Temple. Damn it. Qian Yi was about to stomp his feet. He felt that he hadn't even used any divine abilities. How could he be eliminated just like that? Xiaohua only flew a bit faster and had a few more top-grade fireball talismans. Qian Yi didn't even see the magic weapon in Xiaohua's hands clearly. Moreover, looking around him, those who were eliminated before him were all mid-12th layer qi refining cultivators. How could there be a late-stage cultivator like him? Suddenly, Qian Ye's back was drenched in cold sweat. His teeth were about to chatter. Oh my god, could it be, this bastard is using two magic weapons? He has one in his hands, and the other is attacking me? Can he really use his divine will to drive two magic weapons? That's something that even early Foundation establishment cultivators can't do. If we met elsewhere, even if my cultivation level was much higher than his, I still wouldn't be his match, right? The problem is, he just reached the 12th layer qi refining. His divine will should have just been activated. How could he drive two magic weapons? Yes, the one in his hands must be a cover. The one under me is the real magic weapon. Alas, it's not an injustice to be defeated by such a scheming opponent. Qian Yi didn't expect that it wasn't just the black iron needle and the black dust. Even those scattered fireball talismans were controlled by Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness. This was much more difficult than controlling two magic weapons. Inside the illusion, Xiaohua didn't feel any joy after eliminating Qianyi. With a wave of his hand, the black iron needle returned to his hand. Holding the two magic weapons in his hands, he stared fixedly at the place where Qianyi just disappeared. His brows were tightly knitted. After a while, he shook his head slightly and said to himself, Qianyi is only a 12th layer qi refining cultivator, but his defense is already so strong. My top-grade fireball talismans can certainly make his expression change, but they can't make him panic. Yes, even if he panics and scatters these fireball talismans, they won't be able to produce the expected effect of opening the defense of my black iron needle. I need to think more. My future opponents won't be just 7th or 8th layer qi refining cultivators. With this thought, Xiaohua calmly stood in midair, allowing the sandstorm to cover him. Perhaps I still need to rely on the black dust? While thinking, Xiaohua formed a hand seal. Magic power spread out, and an earthy yellow brilliance flew out from the black dust. Inside the brilliance were tiny particles. Wherever the brilliance went, the sandstorm above the desert was instantly swept away, revealing a clean sky. Young master got it. Looking at the place where the earthy yellow brilliance had just passed and the sandstorm covered the horizon, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. He thought of something. At this moment, the world suddenly became quiet. The sandstorm in the desert was no longer. A voice resounded through the world, "Disciples, the first round is over. The disciples who won have already recorded their points. Disciples who have been eliminated, please enter the illusion array and prepare for the second round of battle." Xiaohua only realized at this moment. There were more than 200 people, 2 on 2. That was more than 200 battles. Weren't they afraid of losing their lives? Where else could they find this kind of opportunity to practice? Just as he was laughing loudly, a burst of brilliance flashed around Xiaohua's body. He didn't know which part of the illusion array he was assigned to, but not far from him, Qianye's figure appeared again. Xiaohua's vision darkened. He calmly waited for the light to come again. Unfortunately, after a while, Xiaohua's surroundings didn't light up. It was still pitch black. This is... Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Suddenly, a kind of fear came from the top of his head. Xiaohua didn't have time to think. He wanted to dodge, but it was still too late. An incomparably huge pressure came from the top of his head, firmly pressing down on his shoulders and back. This kind of pressure wasn't just pure strength, but more of it was the solidification of magic power. Xiaohua naturally didn't admit defeat. His two arms moved, and he was about to use his divine power. At this moment, a beautiful female cultivator's figure flashed a faint light in front of him. With the help of the light, Xiaohua could clearly see that the female cultivator was also a disciple at the late stage of the 12th stage of qi refining. In the disciple's hand, a flying sword quickly pierced towards his chest. Damn it! Seeing that he couldn't fight back and that defeat was imminent, Xiaohua couldn't help but bitterly smile. Only now did he think of using his divine sense to sweep outside with his Buddhist awareness. Sure enough, this was a pitch-black and boundless sky. Relying solely on the naked eye, he couldn't see anything clearly. He could only rely on his divine sense. And in the pitch-black horizon, a large seal was suspended in midair, firmly pressing down on him. Poor Xiaohua, when the other side had already released their magic tool and was about to attack, he was still thinking of waiting for the light. It would be strange if he wasn't eliminated. At this time, Xiaohua once again lost track of the light. His eyes lit up. He was inside the Thunder Temple. Damn it! Seeing that there were no traces of people around, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Needless to say, he was the first to be eliminated. At this moment, Xiaohua's eyes swept over. The cultivator who brought him here just now seemed to have coincidentally passed through the temple and was inadvertently looking at him. Seeing that cultivator's gaze sweep over him and no longer pay attention to him, Xiaohua understood in his heart. Looking at the several Foundation establishment disciples standing not too far away, he also lowered his head and inwardly pondered, what kind of selection is this? Humph, who cares? It seems that the illusions of this selection are all different. Just now, if I had released my divine sense earlier, I wouldn't have been so passive. That female cultivator's magic tool is admittedly powerful, but my divine power isn't to be trifled with either. It seems I'll have to release my divine sense often in the future. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't want to waste time. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and pondered, thinking about how to deal with it in the future. As the number of disciples who were eliminated increased, the surroundings also started to become somewhat clamorous. Low whispers were all coming from disciples who were familiar with each other. But in the midst of this clamor, a somewhat astonished voice rang out, is that Xiaohua? You're actually already in the 12th layer of the aura refining realm? That voice belonged to a female disciple, but it didn't sound familiar. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled and looked towards the voice. Chapter 1582. Seeing a cool oval face, Xiaohua suddenly realized that this female disciple was Shue's senior sister, Sun Shu. At this time, Sun Shu's cultivation was already at the late stage of qi refining. When Xiaohua saw clearly that it was Sun Shu, he smiled and cupped his hands. So it's senior sister Sun Shu. You. Xiaohua, before you entered my Imperial Thunder sect, were you really a loose cultivator? Sun Shu didn't return the greeting. She stared straight at Xiaohua and asked very directly. Sun Shu's voice wasn't soft. The people nearby had already heard it and unconsciously looked over here. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He knew that Sun Shu was a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. She hadn't experienced the bloody storms of the cultivation world under the Thunderclap Peak. Although her cultivation was high, she was still a bit lacking in worldly wisdom. He could only look left and right and said in a low voice, "My good senior sister, can you speak a bit softer?" Xiaohua's words were very unintentional and did not have much meaning behind them. However, when Sun Shu heard this, her eyes were first stunned and then immediately became angry. However, before her anger could be born, a trace of shyness flashed across her cheeks. However, that bashfulness disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Sun Shu regained her previous cold elegance. At this time, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, and said in a low voice, "This one was originally a loose cultivator, and did not have the heart to hide it. Shui also knows this. But senior sister can't say it like this in front of everyone, right? You also know that many people are prejudiced against loose cultivators." Hearing Shui's name, Sun Shu's eyes emitted a strange brilliance. Then, she nodded out of character, "I was negligent. Junior brother Xiao, please don't blame me." Finished speaking, she cupped her hands and turned to leave. "Hey, senior sister Sun Shu." Seeing Sun Shu leave very abruptly, Xiaohua raised his hand, wanting to call out to her. "Nonsense, what's the use of this selection?" Xiaohua still wanted to get information from Sun Shu's mouth. But Sun Shu turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's call and still steadily left. "Damn, I didn't offend you, right?" Xiaohua put down his arm and looked around narcissistically. "I just didn't let you call I a loose cultivator and you have such a big temper? No need to say it's compared to Shui, it's just." Xiaohua thought of Fairy Hongxia again. "Disciples, the third round begins." A voice sounded in the hall. The voice was exactly the same as the voice in the illusion array. Xiaohua hurriedly ran into the ring of light, but just as he took a step, dozens and hundreds of scarlet red threads flew out from the ring of light, landing on everyone's bodies. Then, the entire ring of light flashed, and everyone disappeared. It was another spacious hall. Xiaohua only felt his vision darken again. This time, he didn't dare to be careless and released his Buddhist sense early on. Unfortunately, at the same time, his eyes brightened and were filled with blue waves. About 100 feet in front of him, there was a female cultivator in azure clothes. She held a horsetail whisk in her hand and was looking at him with a pensive expression. Stage, 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 stage. When Xiaohua saw the other party's cultivation, he already had a plan in his mind. He cupped his hands and said, "Disciple Xiaohua greets senior sister. No need to be so polite. I am Li Xiaoxiao from Mythical Thunder Palace. Since junior brother has come to participate in the selection, you don't need to have any misgivings. I won't be lenient. Please." Li Xiaoxiao swung her horsetail whisk and a water tank-sized stream of water followed the movement of her horsetail whisk towards Xiaohua. Huh. This was the first time Xiaohua had seen such a method of using a magic tool. His eyes lit up and he waved his hand to take out the white dust as well. He activated his magic power and a yellow light rushed out from the white dust to meet the water flow. Rumble. There was a loud sound. The millions of particles in the light trembled and blocked the stream of water. Hee, junior brother Xiao really has some skills. As Li Xiaoxiao praised, she casually waved her horsetail whisk. That stream of water was immediately divided into 10 streams. Like water dragons, they circled in front of the earth in yellow brilliance, bypassed the obstruction of the horsetail whisk, and attacked Xiaohua from all directions. Ouch! Xiaohua immediately became flustered. He formed seals with his hands, and the speck of dust's brilliance blocked left and right. It ignored the front and missed the right side. Pung! That stream of water hit different parts of Xiaohua's body. The power of the stream of water was extremely great, causing him to sway from side to side. The defensive yellow talisman's brilliance on his body also flickered again and again, almost extinguishing. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He activated his magic power and his body immediately floated up to the sky. With a wave of his hand, he took out a defensive yellow talisman and threw it out. Then, he activated 6 fireball talismans with his Buddhist sense and attacked Li Xiaoxiao from 6 different directions. Strange, this fireball talisman, why did it miss? Seeing that the fireball talisman didn't hit her directly, Li Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned. However, the horsetail whisk in her hand didn't slow down at all. She swung her horsetail whisk and another stream of water was sent into the air. It also divided into 10 streams and attacked Xiaohua's body. Rumble. There were 6 loud sounds. 6 fireball talismans exploded around Li Xiaoxiao's body. Junior brother Xiao, you still need to practice your divine sense more. As soon as Li Xiaoxiao said this, she immediately felt the scorching heat waves produced by the fireball talisman rushing towards her from all directions. That heat wave actually sealed off her surroundings, leaving her with no room to escape. Ouch! Li Xiaoxiao was shocked. She glanced at Xiaohua with some astonishment. She didn't think that Xiaohua's 6 fireball talismans missed. That's right, Xiaohua's 6 fireball talismans were in roughly the same position as the 6 formation plates of the Heavenly Fire Formation. It was also a trick that Xiaohua had just thought of. Now that he tried it a little, it actually worked. Under the huge wave of air, Li Xiaoxiao's protective brilliance was gradually annihilated. At this moment, in the dark green waves, a thin black light leisurely rose with the wind and waves. It was Xiaohua's black iron needle. Although Li Xiaoxiao was in a perilous situation, she didn't panic. Just as her defenses were about to be breached under the pressure of the air wave, she flicked her horsetail whisk and a light blue water ripple appeared around her. The moment the water ripple appeared, the temperature around Li Xiaoxiao immediately dropped, washing away the heat wave from the fireball talisman without a trace. Alas, water restrains fire. My fireball talisman is precisely restrained by her magic. Seeing the water ripple appear, Xiaohua knew that the black iron needle couldn't succeed. His Buddhist sense spread out and the black iron needle was drawn into the water ripple again. At this time, Xiaohua had the white dust, illumination, and spirit crow fire net in his hands. Unfortunately, apart from the white dust, he didn't refine the spirit crow fire net and illumination seemed to only be able to look and not attack. Xiaohua was somewhat at his wit's end. I can't take out the devil spear tip, right? Xiaohua secretly muttered, How about I rely on flying techniques to get rid of this Li Xiaoxiao? Just as he was thinking, he saw Li Xiaoxiao's horsetail whisk move again. This time, however, it was different. Unexpectedly, more than 10 thin streams of water separated from the water ripple, and the color was even deeper blue. It's not over yet. Xiao Hua urged the white dust. The earthen yellow brilliance didn't attack. It flew to the top of Xiao Hua's head and fell in all directions, wrapping Xiao Hua in it. Haha, seeing Xiao Hua's defense, Li Xiaoxiao laughed tenderly. More than 10 streams of water hit the light curtain. Caw caw caw, a series of crisp sounds rang out and the light curtain actually began to freeze. Not good. Xiao Hua thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, he was about to withdraw the brilliance and fly far away. However, under Li Xiaoxiao's control, the water streams actually formed a sparkling ice ball around Xiao Hua, completely sealing Xiao Hua inside. Heh heh, you want to trap me just like this? Xiao Hua sneered. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of purple flame quietly appeared. However, that flame had only just appeared before it was extinguished. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's just a battle of magical powers, nothing grand. Is there a need for this young master to reveal everything?" Then, Xiao Hua's voice was heard, Senior sister, I beg for mercy. Senior sister is really resourceful, I admire you." "Huh, it's nothing. You're just at the early stage of Qi refinement level 12 and can already fight with I for so long. If you cultivate for a few more years, you won't necessarily be any worse than I when you reach the late stage of Qi refinement level 12. Seeing this, Li Xiaoxiao swung her horsetail whisk and said, "Actually, you're still at a disadvantage in terms of magic tools. Wait until your cultivation increases in the future. You can ask your master to find a better magic tool." Thank you for the reminder, senior sister." "Good, take out your token." Li Xiaoxiao said, "Use your magic power and you'll be teleported to Thunder Temple." "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiao Hua took out his token. As soon as his magic power flowed, he was immediately teleported out. After that, Xiao Hua didn't know how long he fought. Once again, he changed several hundred illusions. Each illusion was different. There were mountain ranges, caves, forests, slopes, and even the starry sky, the bottom of the sea, and magma. His opponents also changed several hundred times. There were men and women, handsome and ugly, but they were all in the 12th layer of Qi refinement level. Moreover, more than half of them were in the 12th layer of Qi refinement. These people had different magic tools and were good at different techniques. Fighting with these opponents really benefited Xiao Hua a lot. Not only did his fighting experience soar, but his control over magic tools also improved a lot. Of course, in these several hundred battles, Xiao Hua didn't completely reveal his true abilities. When facing opponents below the late 12th layer of Qi refinement, Xiao Hua used magic tools to fight. Generally, he was able to smoothly kill them. When facing opponents in the late 12th layer of Qi refinement, if the opponent's magic tool was powerful, Xiao Hua would use the flying technique to fight with them. His flying technique was so powerful that even Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't catch up to him. He also didn't need to use all of his magic power. He only needed to make the opponent's magic tool unable to catch up to him. However, when it was the end of the selection, not only did Xiao Hua encounter Sun Shu, he also encountered Wang Yunxiao, Yuan Bo, and Min Gu, who were in the late 12th layer of Qi refinement. However, as it happened, he didn't encounter the disciple that Cultivator spoke of. Of course, when Xiao Hua saw Sun Shu, he didn't say anything. He directly took out his token and used his magic power to teleport out. Since the other party didn't give him any face, why should he ask? Xiao Hua didn't know. Sun Shu stared at his back for a long time with an indescribable expression on his face. Chapter 1583. As for Yuan Bo and the others, although they were very polite on the surface, they were merciless in their attacks. When Xiaohua heard that this selection was about selecting disciples to go out and train, he immediately took out the token and took the initiative to teleport. Nonsense. It's not like I've reached the late stage of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. What's the point of going out to train? He might as well hide in the formation in the cave and focus on improving his cultivation. Fortunately, not long after encountering Wang Yunxiao and the others, Xiaohua killed several mid-12th layer qi refining disciples and finally encountered the disciple that the Foundation establishment cultivator mentioned. But when he saw the slightly short disciple in front of him, Xiaohua was stunned. It wasn't that this disciple was too handsome, nor was it that this disciple was too ugly. Rather, it was that this disciple's cultivation was actually at the early stage of the 12th level of qi refining. Of course, it was the initial stage that was close to the middle stage, not the initial stage that Xiaohua had just stepped into. Damn it, are you kidding me? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As it turned out, that Foundation establishment cultivator wanted him to be this disciple's supporting character. Wasn't it just going out to train? Was there a need to make such a big move? With this kind of cultivation, even if he went out, wouldn't he be a wandering soul in the hands of others? He might as well cultivate more in the Imperial Thunder sect. Thinking about it, Xiaohua no longer hesitated. He activated his magic power and teleported himself out. Behind him, the disciple didn't have any shock on his face. It was as if everything was normal. After a few more rounds of selection, the disciples of Diligent Thunder Hall said that the results of the selection would be out in a few days. When the time came, the results would be sent to their respective masters and they were dismissed. However, Xiaohua didn't have any intention of going out to gain experience, so he naturally didn't care about the results. As soon as the disciple of Diligent Thunder Hall finished speaking, while the other disciples were still discussing, he took the lead and left Diligent Thunder Hall. Behind him, Sun Shu chased after him for a while, but was stopped by the other senior sisters. Only then did he stop with some hesitation. Xiaohua left the Thunder Immortal Peak and flew directly to the 10,000 Thunder Valley without saying a word. On the way, Xiaohua calculated with his fingers and couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, it took me a month just to get someone to copy the lightning evasion technique. It's really not worth it. With this 1 month's worth of cultivation, I'm afraid my cultivation will improve a lot, right? However, on second thought, Xiaohua rejoiced again. In this selection round, he had truly fought with 200 disciples for over 200 rounds. This wasn't something that could be cultivated through meditation. I wonder if Master is still angry? It had already been a month. However, Master is busy with work. I'm afraid he's in the Myriad Thunder Valley again, right? Xiaohua thought as he looked at the Immortal's cave in front of him. During this month, Xiaohua had comprehended quite a bit of the lightning escape technique in the illusory array. The first level of the lightning escape technique, hibernating lightning, could be considered to have made some progress. Sure enough, there was no one in Helpless Immortal's cave. Helpless and Zhuo Minghui were both absent. Only Xiang Yang came out of the Immortal's cave when he heard Xiaohua's arrival. Eldest senior brother. Is Master still angry? Xiaohua asked as soon as they met. I don't know either. After Master left last time, he never came back. Master's wife also went out a few days ago. Xiang Yang shook his head and said, Little junior brother, why are you here today? Look. Xiaohua took out the jade slip and handed it over. His face was immensely proud of himself, looking like he was showing off. Xiang Yang was puzzled. He used his divine sense to take a look. His face was filled with shock as he hurriedly said, This is the most complete lightning escape technique of my Imperial Thunder Sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace. How did you get it? Eldest senior brother, it's naturally little brother's sect master's command token. Xiaohua kept him in suspense and didn't explain. Quickly return this thing. This Heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning escape technique is the origin of my Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning escape technique. Without the sect master's permission, you can't practice it. Speaking up to here, Xiangyang came to a realization and said unhappily, "This is probably the sect master's permission, right?" Hee, eldest senior brother actually also thought of it. Xiaohua touched his nose and said with a smile, "You mischievous brat." Xiangyang waved his hand and threw it to Xiaohua, saying, "Master has always been thinking about this lightning escape technique for many years. When he sees this jade slip of yours, even if he's angry, it will immediately vanish like smoke in thin air." Saying so, Xiangyang clapped his hand and took out a lightning sound transmitting talisman, about to send it out. Xiaohua, however, stopped him and said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, say, if we personally deliver it to master, won't he be even more pleasantly surprised?" That's true." Xiangyang nodded, his face also looking eager to give it a try. He said with a smile, "We'll go over right now." However, just as Xiaohua flew up into the air, Xiangyang suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, eldest senior brother?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Inappropriate. Xiangyang said inappropriate twice in a row, shaking his head and saying, "The thunder of Myriad Thunder Valley is the most harmful to one's Dao. That year, it was precisely because of that I missed my foundation establishment. This is also the reason why Master didn't take you there all along." Hearing this, Xiaohua was even more curious. He said with a smile, "Master has already passed on to little brother the lightning evasion technique of Myriad Thunder Valley. Every time little brother comes to Master's place, little brother uses it. Little brother isn't even afraid of silent thunder, so why would little brother be afraid of the thunder of Myriad Thunder Valley?" Xiangyang still shook his head. It's not the same. The reason why Myriad Thunder Valley is called Myriad Thunder Valley is because there are 10,000 kinds of heavenly thunder inside. It's the most embodiment of the might of heaven and earth. Every cultivator who goes to Myriad Thunder Valley is subdued by the might of heaven and earth. If they don't prepare in advance, their Dao heart or Dao foundation will definitely be damaged. You haven't built your foundation yet, so it's best if you don't go there." Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "How about, we don't go too close? You can just call Master out. And if Master sees me personally going there, even if he's angry, he'll be appeased." Seeing Xiangyang still hesitating, Xiaohua patted his chest and said, "Eldest senior brother, if Master punishes me, little brother will bear all responsibility." "Nonsense," Xiangyang berated, waving his hand. "Let's go." "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed as he followed Xiangyang towards the direction of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although Xiangyang's Immortal's Cave was already within the range of Myriad Thunder Valley, there was still an extremely long distance to Myriad Thunder Valley. With Xiangyang's flying speed, they actually flew for more than an hour. "Good heavens, so far!" Xiaohua criticized inwardly. "No wonder no one is willing to come. Moreover, there's soundless thunder all around here, who would come?" Xiaohua secretly took out the command tablet. Sure enough, on the map of the command tablet, the surroundings were precisely dangerous. Rumble. Faintly, the sound of 10,000 horses galloping could be heard from afar. Immediately after, this sound was sharp and concentrated, as if knocking on the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. "Little junior brother, be careful." Although Xiangyang knew that Xiaohua knew how to avoid lightning, he still reminded him. Xiaohua urged his magic power, increasing the power of his lightning avoidance technique by more than 30%. Thus, that sound was still in his ears, but Xiaohua's heart was no longer heavy. After flying for a while, the sound of thunder became even stranger. One moment it was waves crashing against the shore, the next moment, it was the sound of drums, and the next moment, it was some kind of hailstone falling to the ground. All kinds of thunder continuously entered his ears, and all kinds of chaos also stepped into Xiaohua's mind. His lightning avoidance technique gradually became ineffective, his hands and feet were somewhat limp, and his magic power was also difficult to sustain. Eldest senior brother. Xiaohua didn't dare to be too stubborn, and called out, "Little brother doesn't dare to go forward anymore." Good. Seeing this, Xiangyang stopped flying, clapped his hand, and sent out a thunder sound transmitting talisman, waiting in midair. Seeing the sound transmitting talisman fly away, Xiaohua sat cross-legged in midair, closed his eyes, and pondered. Although he had just reached the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, in terms of magic power, he wasn't much worse than Xiangyang. However, Xiangyang was fine in this thunder, but he couldn't. The problem was very obvious, it was the difference between true Qi and true essence. It seems that I still have to hurry up and build my foundation. Xiaohua thought, secretly making up his mind. But at this moment, the silent thunder was like a tide that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, pressing down. At the same time, the thunder in his ears was also like a golden spear and armored horse rushing over. The two different types of thunder overlapped, making Xiaohua suddenly feel that his small boat, which was just barely cruising a moment ago, was in danger of being drowned in an instant. This is bad. Xiaohua was alarmed. He knew that if he lost his mind, his Dao heart would definitely be damaged, and his cultivation would definitely regress. The matter of building his foundation, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless, and didn't have time to say anything. His figure suddenly rose, and he used the lightning escape technique, flying backwards with all his strength. Xiangyang naturally sensed Xiaohua's strange movements, but he saw that Xiaohua actually used the lightning escape technique, and it was dormant lightning. That speed was also much faster than his own. He was even more astonished, and actually stared blankly on the spot. Only when Xiaohua's figure almost disappeared did Xiangyang come to his senses. With an extremely complicated expression on his face, he used the flight technique to chase after him. Although Xiaohua used the lightning escape technique to fly in midair, he was still slower than the thunder by half a second. In the first instant, all the thunder drowned him out. Xiaohua's mind was suddenly in chaos. The thunder rushed into his ears, and rushed into his Naiwan palace. At this crucial moment, in Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, the traces of the Buddha's Sarira actually sparkled under the impact of the thunder. At the same time, a faint sound of Sanskrit came from the head of the Buddha's Sarira, covering up a lot of the thunder. Xiaohua's mind was immediately pulled out from the chaos. Motherfucker, this 10,000 Thunder Valley is indeed powerful. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop, and he thought with lingering fear. When the thunder in his ears quieted down, and his mind also stabilized, Xiaohua hurriedly checked his cultivation. Fortunately, there weren't any obscure signs. This Buddha's Sarira. When Xiaohua saw the Buddha's Sarira in his mind, he actually discovered that the extremely faint imprint, under the impact of the thunder, had become slightly heavier. In other words, the thunder in this 10,000 Thunder Valley was beneficial to the cultivation of the exquisite leaf scripture. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua's mind that had just calmed down, couldn't help but feel refreshed, and he secretly laughed. As the saying goes, the old man loses his horse, who knows if it's a blessing in disguise? The thunder in this 10,000 Thunder Valley is harmful to I's cultivation, but I didn't expect it to be a great supplement for the cultivation of the Buddha's Sarira. Chapter 1584. Junior brother, behind Xiaohua, Xiangyang also flew over. He shouted with concern, how are you now? Your cultivation. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, thank you, senior brother. Fortunately, you discovered me early and I escaped quickly, so I didn't suffer any injuries. Xiangyang heard and finally let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, helpless divine sense swept over. Then, helpless figure quickly flew from afar. Seeing Xiaohua here, his face immediately became gloomy and he scolded, why are you here? Let's go. As he spoke, he waved his big sleeve and brought Xiaohua outside in the time it took to smoke a pack of cigarettes. Without waiting for his figure to land, Helpless turned his head and scolded, Xiangyang, what kind of senior brother are you? Xiaohua is still young and doesn't know anything. How can you let him fool around and bring him here? Needless to say, Helpless already understood that it was Xiaohua who pestered Xiangyang. Master, this is all Disciple's fault. Disciple. Xiaohua quickly explained. Shut up. Helpless said angrily, how do you know how dangerous this 10,000 Thunder Valley is? Master. Xiangyang thought of Xiaohua's danger just now and his face also became embarrassed. He lowered his head and said, it's all Disciple's negligence, Master, look. Xiaohua didn't dare to let Helpless get angry and quickly took out the jade slip. Helpless also knew what Xiaohua meant. He fiercely glared at Xiangyang and took the jade slip. After he finished reading, his face unconsciously showed a surprised expression. This lightning escape technique was granted to him by Master Qian Lei several years ago, but when this technique was placed in front of him, Helpless' heart couldn't help but beat wildly. After a while, Helpless calmed down. Xiaohua looked at his face and quickly said, Disciple wanted to give Master a surprise, so I dragged Senior Brother here. Senior Brother obviously didn't want to. Forget it. Helpless waved his hand and looked at him unhappily. You have a lot of ideas. Why didn't you cultivate in the eastern ridge and run around? Hee, Master, didn't Disciple listen to your orders and go to the Thunder Palace's technique pavilion to find a suitable technique? I thought about how I didn't get the lightning escape technique for Master, so I quickly acted. Since the sect Master has promised the cultivation technique to me, then whether I take it or not, the cultivation technique is still there and it belongs to me. What's the difference between taking it earlier or later? Helplessly, he said with a taut face. This. Xiaohua scratched his head helplessly when he heard the awkwardly spoken words. All right, all of you should go back as soon as possible. He waved his sleeve helplessly and said, although this place is far from the myriad Thunder Valley, there are still sounds of thunder. When Xiangyang returns, tell Xiaohua the key to cultivating the 12th layer of refining qi. As he spoke, he flew away without the slightest hesitation. Sigh, really. Master doesn't even say any warm words. Xiaohua waited helplessly until they were far away before he grumbled, to think that I ran so far with eldest martial brother. Let's go. Xiangyang's face remained calm when he saw this. It was as if he was used to this. He said indifferently as his body floated in the air. All right. Xiaohua curled his lips and followed behind Xiangyang. Seeing Xiaohua obediently use ordinary flying techniques to follow behind him, Xiangyang's heart was filled with complex feelings. He clearly reminded himself not to be jealous of this junior martial brother, but his heart was still somewhat uncomfortable. That's right, hibernating lightning. That was the first layer of the Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning evasion technique. Xiangyang had already known about it when he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. It was something that couldn't be cultivated without a thunder attribute physique. Coincidentally, he also had a thunder attribute. However, he didn't enter the Heavenly Thunder Palace and could only cultivate the lightning evasion technique of the Seismic Thunder Palace. However, Xiangyang had cultivated the incomplete lightning evasion technique of the Seismic Thunder Palace for a long time, but he still wasn't proficient in it. Normally, when he used it, it wasn't as fast as ordinary flying techniques. Of course, he also understood that even with his aptitude, he was only at the entry level of the first layer of Seismic Thunder Palace's lightning evasion. However, compared to the many disciples who couldn't cultivate the lightning evasion or couldn't enter the entry level, he was already considered pretty good. But, when he saw Xiaohua use hibernating lightning, this little bit of vanity was instantly struck flying into pieces. The lightning evasion technique was something that only Foundation establishment disciples could cultivate. Moreover, it also required a thunder attribute physique to cultivate. Why, didn't it work on this little junior brother of his? Xiangyang could only smile bitterly. He really didn't want to ask Xiaohua another word. Not only because this was Xiaohua's privacy, but also because this was the reason why Xiangyang felt embarrassed to be Xiaohua's eldest senior brother. An incompetent eldest senior brother. Previously, he had always wanted to properly cultivate Xiaohua to make up for the regret in his master's heart. At this time, Xiangyang's heart was somewhat unbalanced. When he returned to the immortal's cave, Xiangyang was different from his usual self. He was originally a man of few words, but now he was even more stingy with his words. Even when Xiaohua asked him some questions about cultivation, he was somewhat unwilling to say more. Xiaohua thought that Xiangyang had been reprimanded by his master and was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything more. He bowed to Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian and took his leave, returning to the eastern ridge. Xiaohua didn't know about Xiangyang's abnormality, but how could Yan Qinglian not know? After Xiaohua left, she carefully inquired. At first, Xiangyang didn't want to say, but when he saw the concern in Yan Qinglian's eyes, he finally let out a long sigh and spoke of the jealousy in his heart. That jealousy seemed to be a malignant tumor. When he spoke of it, Xiangyang's heart relaxed a lot. What? Little junior brother can actually use the lightning evasion? And it's the hibernating thunder evasion? When Yan Qinglian heard this, she was also extremely shocked. As a middle-stage Foundation establishment disciple of the mythical Thunder Palace, how could she not know the importance and difficulty of the hibernating thunder evasion? Can you be sure you didn't see wrongly? Yan Qinglian asked, half believing and half doubting. Xiangyang smiled bitterly. This husband's cultivation may not be high, but I still have a discerning eye. Moreover, little junior brother also gave the heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning evasion to master, so this husband's previous bit of suspicion also vanished like smoke in thin air. Naturally, I can be sure. Haha. Although Yan Qinglian's face was still somewhat shocked, a smile appeared on her face. Since Xiaohua's aptitude is so outstanding, you should be happy that our myriad Thunder Valley has such an outstanding disciple. Why are you jealous of Xiaohua? Xiangyang shook his head. This husband doesn't even know in his heart. It feels like a child who originally needed my protection suddenly doesn't need me anymore. I don't have the slightest bit of value in my existence. My heart feels empty. I really hope he doesn't have this kind of magical ability and still needs this husband's guidance. Husband. Yan Qinglian walked forward and used her arm to hold Xiangyang. The two of them slowly walked out of the cave. Yan Qinglian looked at the mountain forest in front of the cave and saw the pine trees billowing in the wind. She said with a smile, husband has always been under master's majesty and has almost never had a chance to breathe. Coupled with the fact that you haven't been able to make a breakthrough in your cultivation for a long time, the confidence in your heart, I'm afraid, has decreased a lot. Now that you finally have Xiaohua to give you guidance, you can be considered to have found some of the feeling of being an elder. Now that you've discovered that Xiaohua doesn't need your guidance at all in some areas, it's like he suddenly fell from the clouds to the ground. Naturally, there's a contrast. Xiangyang looked at the mottled mountain forest under the sunlight and didn't answer. Yan Qinglian turned her head to look at his expression and said again, in fact, not to mention our thunderous palace, even in mythical Thunder Palace, Gen Thunder Palace, and the other 7 great Thunder Palaces, there are more than 1,000 young disciples with better aptitudes than you. You're not jealous of others, but why are you jealous of your little junior martial brother? Normally, so many senior martial brothers laugh at you, but your heart is as calm as water, unperturbed by great waves. Why, do you feel uncomfortable when the people close to you are stronger than you? If you treat little junior martial brother as our nephew, do you want him to be at the early stage of Foundation establishment like you for the rest of his life? Don't want him to surpass you? Yan Qinglian struck while the iron was hot. The pupil surpasses the master. This is what you said. If you don't have a broad mind, how can you teach Xiangzhili, who's in the deification realm? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xiangyang raised his head and laughed heartily. Turn a blind eye, turn a blind eye. People all hide their heads in their bosoms and pretend they don't see. Only this way can their hearts be magnanimous. But is this really magnanimous? As soon as I raise my head and look at the affairs around me, my heart immediately loses balance. I boast that I've already sharpened myself to be smooth, but there's still a little in my heart. If it weren't for my wife's reminder, how could I untie this knot in my heart? It's fine as long as my husband understands. Yan Qinglian said with a smile, with this little junior martial brother in my 10,000 Thunder Valley, do you think we'll be afraid of being bullied by others in the future? Ha ha ha. Xiangyang pulled her hand and turned around to walk back to his immortal's cave. He said in a low voice, who cares about Xiaohua? My family Xiangjili is the true pillar of 10,000 Thunder Valley. A shy expression appeared on Yan Qinglian's face, and she followed Xiangyang back to his immortal's cave. At this moment, Xiaohua was flying in the air. He was also bewildered. He didn't understand why his eldest martial brother was acting so strangely. After returning to Eastern Ridge and opening the formation, Xiaohua immediately returned to his pill room and warmed up the pill furnace, preparing to concoct soul-gathering pills and cultivate to the 12th layer of the aura-refining realm. According to Xiaohua's thoughts, without the fire-type spiritual energy of the fire essence flame crystal, it took about 2 years to go from the middle of the 11th layer of the aura-refining realm to the 12th layer of the aura-refining realm. Wouldn't it take him 5 to 10 years to go from the early stage of the 12th layer of the aura-refining realm to the peak of the 12th layer of the aura-refining realm? Moreover, there was still the legendary Great Circle of the aura-refining realm. Xiaohua also wanted to solidify his aura-refining foundation. When he thought about how he still had to cultivate for 10 years before he could step into the foundation establishment realm and seek revenge on Jiang Jiantong of the 100 Herbs Gate, Xiaohua really didn't want to waste a single moment. He only wanted to close his eyes and meditate, quickly finishing these 10 years of hard work. However, things often didn't go according to one's wishes. On the third day after Xiaohua warmed up the pill furnace and threw the medicinal herbs inside, a messaging talisman was sent to the Eastern Ridges formation. Xiaohua opened the formation in a very bad mood. The 1,000-mile messaging talisman flew to Xiaohua's eyes like a red-crowned crane. When Xiaohua clenched his hand, Shue's voice came from inside. Xiaohua, I heard from Senior Sun Shu that you also participated in the selection of the Feather Immortal Assembly. How were your results? Do you have the qualifications to go out and gain experience? Chapter 1585. Also, Xiaohua, how did you cultivate? I heard from Senior Martial Sister Sun Shu that you're already in the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. It's only been a year, and you've already advanced. It seems that the day of foundation establishment is just around the corner. You have to wait for me to build our foundation together. I don't want to call you senior in front of you. Nonsense, your master is a golden core cultivator. I'm already very grateful that I don't call you senior according to seniority. Who dares to call you senior? Xiaohua smiled and also took out a 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman. After saying a few words, he waved his hand and opened the formation, letting the sound-transmitting talisman fly away. However, just as Xiaohua had just sat down and had yet to strike the spell on the pill furnace, there was movement in the array again. Damn it, are you done yet? Xiaohua got up in anger and opened the formation. Sure enough, another sound-transmitting talisman flew over. Who's so bored? Xiaohua impatiently pinched the sound-transmitting talisman with his hand. Unexpectedly, the sound-transmitting talisman was Helplessness's voice. Come here. Xiaohua finally noticed that this sound-transmitting talisman was a lightning sound-transmitting talisman. It was the sound-transmitting talisman that Helplessness and Xiangyang often used. Master, what are you calling me for? Don't you know that my pill furnace just started melting? Xiaohua muttered to himself in a very bad mood. Then, he looked at the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace and clapped his hand. The formation flag of the Heavenly Fire Formation was held in his hand. He activated the magic power in his hand and waved the formation flag, opening the formation in the pill room. A layer of ripples appeared in the air and quickly covered the pill furnace, not leaving a trace behind. Soon after, Xiaohua put away the formation flag and opened the formation, flying straight to the Myriad Thunder Valley. When he arrived at Helplessness's cave in the Myriad Thunder Valley, Helplessness and the other three were all there. The four people's 8 eyes had been staring at Xiaohua since he entered the cave. Was it strange? Was it a question? Was it gratification? Or was it a surprise? That master's wife. Xiaohua's eyes turned, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. He asked Zhuo Minghui for help. What's the matter? Hehe, you're very good. Xiaohua, master's wife, is very gratified. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. Xiaohua turned his head to look at his helplessly squinted eyes, as if he had just finished drinking the spirit wine. He smiled apologetically and said, Master, why did you call this disciple over? Isn't your disciple cultivating right now? Time is spirit stones, don't delay this disciple's foundation building. Helplessly curling his lips, he clapped his hands and said, Minghui, pour your husband another cup of wine. Husband, you've already drunk 3 cups today. I'm afraid it's not suitable for you to drink anymore, right? Although Zhuo Minghui said this, she still got up and went to the inner mansion. Eldest senior brother, what exactly is going on? Xiaohua turned his head and looked at Xiangyang. At this time, Xiangyang was no longer as strange as before, but there was still a complicated expression in his eyes. He stared at Xiaohua and said, Little junior brother, master really didn't choose the wrong person. Fine, Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He lowered his eyebrows and sat there, quietly listening to the helpless instructions. A moment later, Zhuo Minghui brought the spirit wine over. She waved her hand helplessly, and a trace of dark green wine flew into the jade cup. She raised her head and drank it. After a long while, a dark red color appeared on her face. She let out a long sigh and said, Xiaohua, you've done a good thing. You've really made my myriad Thunder Valley proud. A good thing? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Didn't I just give Master the lightning evasion technique? But when he thought of the lightning evasion technique, Xiaohua immediately understood. The Feather Immortal Assembly. Of course, it must be that the disciple who participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly had a result, so she had no choice but to say this. However, when he thought of going out to gain experience, Xiaohua's helplessly suspended mood immediately fell to the bottom. He didn't want to leave the stable cultivation environment of the eastern mountain range and become a loose cultivator again. Master. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, he sighed helplessly and said, It's all my fault for being busy with the matters of the myriad Thunder Valley and not thinking about you. It's my fault. Fortunately, you were a loose cultivator before, so you're quite opinionated. In the future, you can make your own decisions about these matters. Master, you don't need to think too much. Little junior brother is still in Jianghu Palace right now, so there are many things that he can't discuss with you in time. Besides, the disciples who participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly were mainly at the late stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. Xiaohua just broke through to the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, so how could he participate? That. Master. Xiaohua couldn't help but interrupt. How did you know that I participated in the selection? Did the result come out? Of course. Helplessly laughing, he clapped his hands and took out a red jade slip. He said with a smile, This morning, a disciple of the Thunderous Palace sent a message, saying that there was something important. I thought it was something important, but it was actually the good news that you passed the selection. I passed the selection? Xiaohua was stunned. He shook his head like a rattledrum and said, This is somewhat impossible. Take a look at it. Helplessly waved his hand and the jade slip flew to Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua took it and read it with his divine sense. Of course, it said clearly, Thunderous Palace disciple Xiaohua obtained the 20th place in the Battle of Magical Powers in Jianghu Palace. He passed the selection and obtained the right to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. In 10 months, we will meet at Jianghu Palace's Spring Thunder Palace to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Damn it, 20th place. I seem to have heard Yuan Bo and the others say that only the 20th place will go. I am actually the last one. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. He returned the jade slip to helplessly and shook his head again like a rattledrum. He said, I'm not going. Why would I participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly for no reason? If I have the time, I might as well cultivate for a few more days in the Eastern Ridge. I'm not going. You dare. Helplessly was furious. He stood up and said, if you don't want to go, why didn't you discuss it with me or your senior brother? You decided on your own and went to sign up. Fortunately, you didn't lose face in the myriad Thunder Valley and passed the selection. You're not going again. What are you trying to do? Xiao Hua felt wronged. He said, Master, I also don't know what the selection is about. Moreover, I just want to return a favor. Zhuo Minghui was careful. She said with a smile, Husband, Xiao Hua wants to cultivate wholeheartedly. Isn't it because he wants to build his foundation earlier? That's right. However, it seems that Xiao Hua still has something to say. Listen to it. Speak. Helplessly sat down and waved his hand. He looked as if he expected better from Xiao Hua. Therefore, Xiao Hua told him the whole story. In the end, he said, I just wanted to play with them. I just wanted to lose to that disciple in the end. I never thought. Oh, I don't even know what the selection is about. Oh, so that's how it is. Helplessly's face became gloomy. He looked at the cave abode for a while and said in a deep voice, It seems that you're just going to serve as a foil to the others. Yes, I know. I asked for their help, so I naturally have to repay them. Xiao Hua said hurriedly. I know. Helplessly waved his hand again unhappily. I just don't know if that disciple. Xiangyang said in a low voice. Helplessly glared at him and said, Don't worry. Since they want to handle this matter, they'll naturally make the appropriate arrangements. Even Xiao Hua, an early-stage 12th layer qi refining disciple, was used as a foil. How many foils are there? Yes, when I was fighting, I saw many mid-stage 12th layer qi refining disciples. Xiao Hua said hurriedly. Helplessly tilted his head and looked at Xiao Hua. He asked curiously, how did you pass? Of course I relied on flying. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. Damn it. You're really losing face for my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Helplessly cursed. He naturally knew that Xiao Hua could fly very fast. Even the early-stage foundation establishment disciples of Splendid Sect, Qiqiao Sect, and Xuanyan School couldn't catch up to him. Those peak-stage 12th layer qi refining disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect were nothing. What can I do? I just have to wait to lose to that disciple. As for the others, they can go. Xiao Hua said with a shrug. Then. Little junior brother, are you going or not? Xiangyang asked. Not going. Going. Xiao Hua and helplessly answered at the same time. Damn it, when other people accept a disciple, they are all respectful and reverent to their master. How can my disciple be so disobedient? Do you think that I won't dare to teach you a lesson because you have the sect master's token? Helplessly angrily waved his hand. The spiritual energy in the cave suddenly changed. Husband. Zhuo Minghui's expression was also normal. She also waved her hand and blocked Helplessly's magic. She said in a deep voice, Talk to the child properly. You're always so reckless. You're not satisfied with Xiangyang being honest and obedient. You're not satisfied with Xiao Hua having his own ideas. What kind of disciple do you want to accept? Seeing Helplessly angry, Xiao Hua was also afraid. Seeing his master's wife speaking up for him, his heart felt warm. Helplessly's expression changed. He looked at Zhuo Minghui and sat down again. He said somewhat dejectedly, Forget it. If you don't want to go, then so be it. My 10,000 Thunder Valley hasn't participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly for many years. Back then. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Hee hee, I'll talk about it for you. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. Back then, didn't you take it to heart because you got the 21st place and didn't have the qualifications to participate? Hee hee. Helplessly embarrassedly said, I thought that you could let your master rest in peace in the underworld. You just threw away your responsibility like this. Master. Xiaohua felt wronged and said, how could I know so much? Junior brother, I also participated in this selection back then. Unfortunately, I only got the 40th place. The difference is too great. Xiangyang also said with a smile, you're lucky to get this opportunity. You can't give it up. Senior brother, you've been talking for a long time. Isn't it just going out to gain experience? I've been wandering outside for a long time. I really don't want to tire myself out. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. Hee hee, husband, this is also your fault. You didn't tell Xiaohua the origin of this feather immortal assembly. Xiaohua will naturally have other ideas. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. Helplessly spreading his hands, he said, how can you blame me? I thought that he signed up for the Feather Immortal Assembly himself. Do you still need me to say it? Xiangyang, tell your junior brother about the Feather Immortal Assembly. Yes, I understand. Following his master's order, Xiangyang told Xiaohua about the Feather Immortal Assembly. As it turned out, there were two countries around the country of Xi that were similar to the country of Xi. They were the country of Lian and the country of Meng. There were several cultivation sects in each of the three countries. In order to promote the communication between the cultivation sects of the three countries and provide opportunities for the disciples of the 12th Qi refining stage to gain experience, the three countries agreed to hold a Feather Immortal Assembly once every 10 years. The so-called Feather Immortal Assembly meant that the cultivators of the 12th Qi refining stage would become real cultivators. Because it was a matter between the three countries, it also affected the reputation of each sect. Every time, the disciples who participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly would be selected in advance. They would strive to defeat their opponents in the competition. Yes, it would be best if they could build their foundation during the Feather Immortal Assembly. On one hand, it would show the strength of the sect. On the other hand, it would show the importance of the Feather Immortal Assembly. Of course, because each sect valued the Feather Immortal Assembly, the disciples of each sect would be honored to be able to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. If they could win a certain reputation during the Feather Immortal Assembly, they would naturally be rewarded handsomely when they returned to their sects. When he heard that there would be handsomely rewarded, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. However, when he thought about it, he realized that the disciples who were going to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly were all in the late Qi refining stage. Which one of them didn't have a profound cultivation? He lost interest again. Eldest senior brother, I'm a rogue cultivator. There are many things that I don't know. Now, I have a question that I want to ask. I don't know if it's a blessing. Xiaohua said after thinking for a while. There's no harm in asking. If I can't answer, there's still master. Xiangyang said with a smile. Oh, it's like this. I used to think that the country of Xi was the Dawn Rain continent, and the Dawn Rain continent was the country of Xi. Now, I heard from you that there are also the country of Meng and the country of Lian. Then, are there other countries? This Dawn Rain continent, what is it like? Xiaohua used to only think about escaping and cultivation. He never thought about these things in detail. Even when he heard that Li Zongbao came from the Utopia faction of the country of Lian, he didn't think much of it. Now that he really had a backer, he had the intention to investigate the specific situation of the Dawn Rain continent. Actually, youngest junior brother, your cultivation is too low now. It's not necessarily beneficial to know too much. When I was in the family when I was young, the patriarch never told me much. I only slowly learned about it after I came to the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua looked at him helplessly and said with a smile, Master, do you think I should know? He lowered his head helplessly and thought for a moment. Then he looked up at Zhuo Minghui. Zhuo Minghui also frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Xiaohua used to be a rogue cultivator. He has experienced a lot of difficulties. He should be able to accept it. Moreover, it's inevitable that he will go out and travel in the future. It's good for him to know something earlier, right? Don't let him be at a loss when he encounters some unexpected things. He'll suffer a great loss. Alas, okay. He waved his hand helplessly and said tirelessly. The more Xiaohua listened, the more he frowned. The more he listened, the more fascinated he became. He really didn't expect that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He only saw the country of Xi. He didn't expect that outside of the country of Xi, on the vast and boundless Dawn Rain continent, there was such a colorful world of cultivation. Chapter 1586. It turned out that the country of Xi wasn't the only country on the Xiaoyu continent. The neighboring countries that had good relations with the country of Xi were the country of Lian and the country of Meng. The territories of these three countries were intertwined with each other and they had a lot of interactions with each other. To the west of the country of Xi was the country of Heng. Heng's territory was semicircular and bordered the country of Xi, the country of Meng, and the country of Lian. Among them, the country of Xi, the country of Lian, and the country of Meng focused on the cultivation of Dao. Magic tools and treasures were only used as support and were only used in battle. The country of Heng focused on the cultivation of tools. That is, they relied on external objects such as flying swords, magic tools, or spirit beasts while cultivating. Because people who walked different paths couldn't work together, although the country of Xi and the other two countries all cultivated Dao, they didn't interact much and even had conflicts most of the time. The reason why the country of Heng focused on tools was because the country of Heng's west and south borders were the millions of Meng mountains. The millions of Meng mountains were different from the four cultivation countries. In the four cultivation countries, aside from secular people, there were only cultivators. However, in the millions of Meng mountains, there were no cultivators. Aside from the barbaric mountain people, there were only soul cultivators, also known as soul cultivators. As the name suggests, these soul cultivators cultivated the soul, which was completely different from cultivators. The millions of Meng mountains were extremely vast and there were countless dangerous mountains and rivers. The living environment was extremely harsh and the original mountain people were in a semi-civilized state, so soul cultivators had a hard time developing. Therefore, soul cultivators often harassed the country of Heng, wanting to expand to the eastern cultivation countries. It was because of this that the cultivators of the country of Heng had to cultivate fighting techniques. Every cultivator of the country of Heng was a warrior, to resist the attacks of soul cultivators. Of course, aside from the four cultivation nations and the millions of soul cultivators in Meng mountains, there was a vast desert to the north of the Xiaoyu continent. North of the desert was the land of the far north. To the east of the Meng kingdom and the Lian kingdom was the sea of heaven and earth. It was vast and boundless and filled with countless dangers. Not even cultivators dared to venture there, let alone mortals. To the east of the millions of Meng mountains was a huge cultivation alliance called the Lili Alliance. The cultivation level of the Lili Alliance was higher than the four cultivation countries. Not only did the cultivation sects have a lot of high-level cultivators, but the strength of the cultivation sects. Of course, there were many rogue cultivators in the Defeat Oak Alliance. The status of rogue cultivators was also higher than the status of rogue cultivators in the four cultivation countries. Moreover, it was said that the Defeat Valley Alliance had all kinds of cultivation techniques, unlike the country of Xi which was so poor. Why was it said? That was because there were millions of Meng mountains between the Defeat League and the four nations of cultivators. This region was too dangerous, and without powerful cultivators, it was not easy to pass through it. Cultivators from the four nations of cultivators would not take the risk to go to the Defeat League, because there was a high possibility of losing their lives there. And those who had the ability to pass through the Defeat League had no reason to come to a backward place like the country of Xi. As for the teleportation formation, because the distance was too far, ordinary teleportation formations couldn't reach it. The 4 cultivation countries didn't have the power to set up such a formation, and the Failure Alliance wouldn't spend the effort to do such a thing. Helplessly and slowly, Xiaohua listened with fascination. Unexpectedly, there was a place where rogue cultivators could sit on equal footing with cultivator sections. Unexpectedly, there was a place where cultivators didn't have to worry about cultivation methods. Unexpectedly, there were soul cultivators, weapon cultivators, sword cultivators, and so on. It was truly miraculous. That's right, Master, what is a charm? Is it the same as that soul cultivator? After helplessly finished his simple explanation, the cave was silent. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked. Charm? Helplessly slightly frowned and shook his head. It is said that this is a cultivation method left behind from ancient times. Master also doesn't understand it, but soul cultivators are just a general term for cultivating the soul. A human being has 3 souls and 6 spirits. It is said that there are 3 souls, 1 is the heaven soul, 2 is the earth soul, and 3 is the life soul. There are 7 spirits, 1 is the heaven rush, 2 is the spirit wisdom, 3 is the chi, 4 is the strength, 5 is the core, 6 is the essence, and 7 is the hero. Every soul and every spirit can be cultivated, but as for how to cultivate, Master doesn't know. In addition, soul cultivators also include spirit cultivators, corpse cultivators, ghost cultivators, cultivators, and so on. However, these are all rumors, Master also heard them from hearsay. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of something and asked, then, which cultivation sect is the Buddhist sect? Buddhist sect? Which cultivation sect? Helplessly stared blankly, the expression on his face tightened, and he said in a low voice, Xiaohua, how do you know about this Buddhist sect? Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart thumped, and he hurriedly smiled apologetically. Disciple only heard people casually mention it before. Disciple also doesn't know where it is. Hee, husband, don't be nervous. Didn't you hear Xiaohua ask which cultivation sect is the Buddhist sect? How would he know those things? That's true. Helplessly nodding, he thought for a moment and said, Xiaohua, remember, the Buddhist sect isn't a cultivation sect. As for what it is, don't ask too much. Just pretend that you've never heard of this name. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. How could he dare to say that he cultivated the Buddhist Saraira? In order to change the topic, Xiaohua asked again. Disciple still has a question. Helplessly looking at him, Xiaohua rolled his eyes. You have a lot more questions than your eldest senior brother. Disciple's knowledge is shallow. Of course I have to ask. Xiaohua smiled. My Imperial Thunder sect also has a method to refine magic tools. We also use magic tools. Why, is it different from Huan country's magic tool cultivators? That's very simple. Helplessly smiling, Xiaohua said, you've seen flying sword talismans, right? Xiaohua nodded. Disciple has. Speaking, he waved his hand and took out a flying sword talisman. And then have you also seen flying swords? Helplessly continuing to ask. Disciple had the fortune to see it once. Xiaohua thought of Li Zongbao's flying sword. And then what do you think is the difference between flying sword talismans and flying swords? Helplessly shaking his head. Xiaohua smiled. Although Disciple doesn't understand flying swords, flying sword talismans and flying swords are still very far apart. How can Disciple not know? That flying sword talisman is just a yellow talisman. How can it compare to flying swords? And, since you know the difference, then sword cultivators' flying swords compared to our flying swords is just this difference. Helplessly smiling. Ah. The difference is that big? Xiaohua was flabbergasted. Sword cultivators' flying swords are planted in their dantian from the qi refinement stage. They use their own blood essence to carefully cultivate it and connect their primordial spirit with the flying sword. That flying sword is like a baby. It will also slowly grow along with the sword cultivator's cultivation. Our flying swords can only be used for attack. Perhaps it can be used for simple flight. In addition, there can also be flying magic tools and attacking magic tools. But a sword cultivator's flying sword is everything. Using the body as a sword to fly, imperial sword technique and so on. It can't be, this flying sword can still grow? Xiaohua almost didn't believe it. Magic tools are flying swords? Magic treasures are flying swords? Ha ha ha, junior brother, there are many strange things in the cultivation world. Flying swords are still relatively orthodox. In our 3 cultivation countries, there are also sects that specialize in using flying swords. It is said that there are also natal magic treasures that are circular and duplicated. I also heard that there are some beast cultivators from the Million Meng Mountains who use spirit beasts as their natal magic treasures to increase their cultivation. Don't you think it's strange? Beast cultivators? Xiao Hua was stunned. He couldn't help but think of his dragonization art. The cultivation of this dragonization art. I wonder if it's a beast cultivator. Husband, you're absolutely right. Yan Qinglian hadn't said anything all this time. At this time, she echoed, there are also powerful people in our 3 cultivation countries. Although they disdain to cultivate beast cultivators, they also use the principles within as a reference. They introduced beast blood and beast skin into talisman crafting techniques, thus creating the so-called beast spirit talismans. Giant spirit beast talismans, sky-shaking flying talismans and so on are all used to change the cultivator's bloodline and borrow the power of spirit beasts. Xiao Hua secretly nodded. Thinking of Qin Mingwei's transformation, he said inwardly, so that's how it is. Alright, Xiao Hua, master and your eldest senior brother have already explained the matter of the Feather Immortal Assembly to you clearly. Being able to participate in this Feather Immortal Assembly is a kind of honor. Not only can you cultivate, but you can also increase your experience. You can also make friends with other cultivators in the 3 cultivation countries, which is greatly beneficial for your future cultivation. Just now, before you came, I already asked the manager of the Thunder Palace. Apart from you, only that bastard Jin Yu's disciple called Wang Yunxiao has obtained the qualifications to participate. If you don't go. At this point, Xiao Hua shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. At this time, Xiao Hua finally understood why Xiao Hua was so angry that he didn't participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. It was because of Jin Yu. That late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who didn't get along with Xiao Hua, that guy who snatched Wang Yunxiao away. At this time, Zhuo Minghui also said, perhaps Xiao Hua still doesn't know that because every disciple who participates in the Feather Immortal Assembly represents the Thunder Palace, every disciple has the opportunity to go to their respective Thunder Palace's treasure house to choose a magic tool of some use when they obtain the qualifications to participate. When Xiao Hua heard this, his eyes lit up. Forget it. Since Xiao Hua has already decided not to go, then there's no need to go. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, my Thunder Palace doesn't have any good magic tools, but they were all left behind by seniors. It's better to just leave them there. Magic tools aren't much. The key is cultivation. If Xiao Hua's cultivation quickly increased to foundation establishment, how many magic tools can he use? We can't lose the long term because of short-term benefits. Husband, you're right. We can't delay Xiao Hua's cultivation for the sake of the 10,000 Thunder Valley's reputation. Zhuo Minghui nodded with a smile. We can't. Master, that's the Thunder Palace's magic tool. In the past, I've always wanted to obtain it. Today, junior brother finally has a chance. Xiangyang was anxious and said hurriedly. Beside him, Yan Qinglian pursed her lips and kept shooting glances at Xiangyang. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Hua was here, she would have already transmitted her voice to Xiangyang. Seeing that the cute senior brother had brought the latter over, how could Xiaohua let it go? He immediately stood up and said in a loud voice, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Since it's for the sake of the 10,000 Thunder Valley's reputation, junior brother will definitely fight for master, senior brother, and martial ancestor even if my cultivation is delayed." Chapter 1587. Please don't make things difficult for me. He asked helplessly. I'm not making things difficult, I'm not making things difficult. Xiaohua patted his chest. I'm not making things difficult. He asked helplessly again. I'm not making things difficult, I'm not making things difficult. Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. He seemed to be very happy. Humph, he snorted helplessly and said, even if you go, won't you just run away? Won't you still embarrass my 10,000 Thunder Valley? Xiaohua said with a smile, Master, isn't the purpose of the Feather Immortal Assembly held by the 3 cultivation countries? It's enough for me to participate in this assembly. Is there a need to fuss about the ranking? That thing can't be eaten or drunk. Since junior brother passed the qualification test, he must have some confidence. He's only in the early stage of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. It's normal for him to lose to anyone. Xiangyang said. Do you think I don't know? He glared helplessly at Xiangyang. This kid used to be a loose cultivator. What kind of sinister methods hasn't he seen? To be able to take the 20th place among more than 200 late-stage aura refining disciples, he naturally has some tricks up his sleeve. Xiangyang, you and Xiaohua practice a few moves, weigh his weight. There's no need. Master, junior brother just reached the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Xiangyang was in a difficult position. After all, aura refining cultivators were fundamentally different from foundation building cultivators. What are you afraid of? Can you still injure Xiaohua? He said coldly and helplessly. Xiaohua was also unhappy. He smiled apologetically and said, Master, there's no need for a spar. My cultivation is shallow, and I haven't refined the magic tool Master's wife gave me. I really can't compete with senior brother. He glared helplessly at him and said, I told you to spar, so just spar. Where's all this nonsense coming from? Xiangyang and Xiaohua were helpless. They could only walk out of the cave. The 5 of them all flew into the air. They had no choice but to stand 1,000 feet away and watch from afar. Xiangyang glanced at Xiaohua and said with a smile, Junior brother, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, use them all. Your cultivation can't injure me. Moreover, only if you use all your skills will Master be able to teach you more. This is a rare opportunity. Xiaohua originally wanted to hold back, but after hearing Xiangyang's words, he understood in his heart that although Xiangyang was only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he had been in the foundation establishment realm for a long time. His magic power was not something he could compare with. If they really fought, he wouldn't even be able to protect himself, so how could he hold back? That would be a laughingstock. Okay, little brother understands. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Xiangyang smiled and cupped his hands. Junior martial brother, please. Elder first, eldest senior brother, please. Xiaohua said with a smile. Or. Xiangyang was about to decline. Suddenly, he saw that Xiaohua's posture of cupping his hands didn't change, but his entire body suddenly crashed into him. What are you doing? Xiangyang was slightly stunned. In the instant he was stunned, Xiaohua flung his hand, and 6 fireball talismans were scattered on top of Xiangyang's head. The 6 fireball talismans were scattered under Xiangyang's feet. The position of these 6 fireball talismans was roughly the same as the position of the arrayed disk of the heavenly fire array. Moreover, these 12 fireball talismans were extremely fast under the control of the Buddhist consciousness. Xiangyang was stunned and clapped his hands. Just as he held a small hammer in his hand, the 12 fireball talismans exploded on his upper and lower body at the same time. Rumble. The two waves of air pressed towards Xiangyang in tacit understanding. Ouch! Xiangyang felt a huge magic power fluctuation, and the defensive spell around his body flashed brilliantly, as if it was about to be annihilated. Xiangyang didn't have time to activate the magic tool in his hand. He formed a seal in his hand, urged his magic power, and cast the seal on his body. Just as Xiangyang urged his magic power, Xiaohua raised his hand again, and the same 12 fireball talismans were scattered in the same position. Xiangyang's defensive spell was cast, and his 12 fireball talismans were also cast and exploded. The same rumble, the same heat wave, and the same magic power fluctuation rushed towards Xiangyang. Xiangyang was helpless and urged his magic power to protect himself. But just as he finished casting the spell, Xiaohua's 12 fireball talismans were also cast. Xiangyang almost wanted to laugh bitterly. Is there anyone who fights like this? This happened several times. Xiangyang wanted to use up all of Xiaohua's fireball talismans, but his heart was distressed for these fireball talismans. After thinking for a moment, he no longer used all of his magic power on the spell. He urged his flying technique while maintaining his defense. However, the fireball talisman's airwaves were different from what he imagined. It almost blocked all the directions he could fly in. He could only use his magic power to forcibly break through the airwaves. Forget it. Xiangyang's heart was somewhat sour. He no longer urged his magic power to defend his body. He wanted to risk a slight injury to escape from the siege of the fireball talismans. Xiangyang was very clear that as long as he urged the magic tool in his hand, he would definitely be able to reverse the situation. Sure enough, as Xiangyang was about to rush out of the siege of the fireball talismans, the defensive brilliance of his body was torn apart by the explosion of the fireball. At the same time, an already weak magic power fluctuation rushed to Xiangyang's chest. Xiangyang didn't pay attention to this fluctuation. He urged his magic power to urge the hammer, and a circle of blue lightning appeared from the middle of the hammer. It followed the hammer down and quickly reached the tip. Hee, junior brother, eat my hammer. Xiangyang laughed, and casually smashed outwards. His divine sense had been locked onto Xiaohua. He firmly believed that even if Xiaohua knew the hibernating thunder escape, this lightning would definitely hit Xiaohua's side. However, at the same time he waved his magic tool, a portion of the magic power fluctuation that attacked his chest still rushed over, while a portion seemed to slightly stagnate. It was this stagnant magic power fluctuation that made him raise his guard. He left a trace of divine sense to sweep over, and Xiangyang immediately turned pale with fright. A jet-black iron needle had stopped right in front of his chest. Ah! At this time, how could Xiangyang still care about using his magic tool to attack Xiaohua? He hurriedly changed the direction of his magic tool and attacked the black iron needle before the magic tool was released. Zalala, the lightning met the black iron needle with extreme speed. That black iron needle suddenly jumped, and like a jumping black fish, it nimbly flew into the distant sky. Haha, eldest senior brother, look at my trump card. Taking advantage of Xiangyang's busy dealing with the fireball talismans, Xiaohua had already flown away from Xiangyang. He clapped his hand, and that black dust was held in his hand. He waved his hand, and an earthen yellow brilliance was released from the black dust. It was like a concrete earth pillar, and like a huge boulder, it smashed towards Xiangyang. Seeing this, Xiangyang smiled and said, "Come at me." Then his body flew up, and the magic tool in his hand continuously waved. Every time he waved it, a bolt of lightning would flash out and attack the brilliance above his head. Zalala, the countless lightning bolts hit the black dust brilliance, and it was like pouring boiling water on top of snow. The countless particles within that earthen yellow brilliance were melted by the lightning. The lightning bolts followed the earthen yellow light pillar and quickly chased after Xiaohua. Damn it, the difference is really too great. When Xiaohua saw the situation, he knew that he couldn't compete with his eldest senior brother in terms of magic tools. He clapped his hand, and the black dust brilliance was immediately withdrawn. His hand shook, and that black dust brilliance was absorbed into the space. After losing the black dust brilliance, the lightning bolts didn't disappear, and still attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to stay in the air. His body flew up, and he escaped far away. Xiangyang finally turned the situation around. He smiled, and just as he was about to wave his magic tool again, in his divine sense, the black iron needle that had just flown away flew back again. This time, Xiangyang wasn't afraid. He separated a trace of his divine sense and wrapped it around the black iron needle, as if he wanted to forcefully snatch the black iron needle. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't think that Xiangyang would have this kind of skill. He quickly controlled the black iron needle to quickly retreat. This black iron needle was sacrificed by Xiaohua using a secret technique. Although Xiangyang's divine sense was powerful, he still couldn't control the black iron needle very well. Xiaohua nimbly dodged it, and it flew far away again. Seeing the black iron needle fly away, Xiangyang didn't chase after it. He waved the magic tool in his hand again, and a bolt of lightning appeared, attacking Xiaohua. Xiaohua knew that the defensive yellow talisman on his body was useless, so he naturally couldn't let the lightning strike him. He could only escape far away before the lightning struck. Fortunately, Xiaohua's flying technique was very fast, and he always escaped before Xiangyang's lightning struck him. Looking at Xiangyang again, although he took the initiative, his speed was still much slower than Xiaohua's. He couldn't catch up, and his magic tool couldn't hit Xiaohua. The two of them were in a deadlock like this for a while. Soon after, Xiangyang reduced the number and strength of activating his magic tool. His other hand began to form an extremely complicated seal. As the seal in Xiangyang's hand gradually formed, traces of heaven and earth spiritual energy condensed in his hand. When the seal was formed, Xiangyang used his divine sense to lock onto Xiaohua. He waved the seal, and under the control of his divine sense, it directly hit Xiaohua's body. Although Xiaohua's flying speed was very fast, in the end, it couldn't be faster than divine sense. Under the control of divine sense, the seal actually managed to catch up to Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua want to dodge this seal? He could only use the hibernating thunder escape to escape far away. But contrary to Xiangyang's expectations, the moment the seal hit Xiaohua, Xiaohua's figure actually flashed. There was no trace of magic power fluctuation at all, and then, as fast as lightning, he pounced on Xiangyang's chest. Not good, Xiaohua wants to use fireball talismans again. This was Xiangyang's first thought. He naturally wasn't willing to let Xiaohua get close to him. Thus, on one hand, he controlled the seal, on the other, he urged his magic tool, and on the other, he used his flying technique, wanting to increase the distance between him and Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure was nimble. Every time it was impossible to dodge the lightning and seal, he had already closed in on Xiangyang in an instant. Sure enough, seeing that the distance was right, Xiaohua shook his hand, and another 12 fireball talismans appeared. However, at this time, Xiangyang had a magic tool in his hand. Before the fireball talismans could explode, they were destroyed by his magic tool. There were simply not many that exploded. However, just as Xiangyang was distracted, Xiaohua's flying speed suddenly increased again. Xiangyang only saw a flash in front of him, and Xiaohua had already flown in front of him. He saw Xiaohua raise his hand, as if he wanted to take something out, but after hesitating for a moment, he was still empty-handed in the end. And at this time, Xiangyang waved his hand in a flurry, and a great confinement technique that didn't use much magic power was cast by him. It precisely hit Xiaohua's body. Chapter 1588. The great confinement technique quickly hit Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua leaned to the side, seemingly unable to dodge in time. His entire body immediately stiffened and fell from the sky like a large rock. In the distance, Wu Hai, Zhe Minghui, and Yan Qinglian were all dumbstruck. First, Xiaohua used the fireball talisman tactic to firmly suppress Xiang Yang, giving him no chance to dodge. Then, Xiaohua's black iron needle appeared. Of course, although Xiaohua's black iron needle was very strange, it couldn't escape Wu Hai's and Yan Qinglian's divine sense. Only Xiang Yang couldn't see it clearly under the suppression of the fireball talisman. Seeing Xiaohua's favorable start, Wu Hai and the others already understood. Even an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Xiang Yang could be trapped by Xiaohua. How could a 12th-stage qi-refining cultivator be so lucky? Of course, this was on the premise that Xiaohua had enough fireball talismans. Seeing this, Wu Hai and the others were already very surprised, but they didn't expect what happened next would be even more unexpected. Xiang Yang, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, actually couldn't catch up to Xiaohua, an early-stage qi-refining cultivator. There was a difference of several stages between the two of them. In the end, Xiaohua gave up the chance to escape and turned around to attack Xiang Yang. They originally thought that Xiaohua had an even more unexpected trump card, but in the end, he was actually defeated by Xiang Yang's very ordinary great confinement technique. This was indeed unexpected. Xiang Yang was naturally also stunned, but he immediately used a flying technique to descend and cast a spell on Xiaohua's body to remove the great confinement technique. Ha ha ha, eldest senior brother, you're really powerful. I used all my methods and still couldn't defeat you. Xiaohua jumped in the air and laughed. Xiang Yang was also very carefree. He waved his arms and was about to speak when Wu Hai scolded from above. What a joke, what cultivation level do you have? You actually dare to say you can defeat your eldest senior brother? If you really defeated him. How is that possible? Zhe Minghui also laughed. I've only heard of middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators defeating late-stage foundation establishment cultivators with magic tools, but I've never heard of late-stage qi-refining cultivators defeating early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. The difference between the two stages is really too great. Little junior brother is already very good. Yan Qinglian smiled and said, if it was really a fight, little junior brother would have run away long ago. Even if Xiang Yang wanted to chase after him, he wouldn't be able to. Helplessly, he nodded slightly. He could see that Xiaohua's flight technique was truly a lot stronger than Xiang Yang's. Back then, when he heard that Xiaohua had escaped from the hands of 4 foundation establishment cultivators, he was admittedly astonished, but he felt that it was somewhat exaggerated, so he hadn't mentioned it in the past few years. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. In this world, there really were some unparalleled people. They really made ordinary people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Master, this disciple only has this little bit of cultivation. I've let you see a joke. Xiaohua's face looked indifferent, and he said very calmly. Let's head down first. Waving his hands helplessly, the crowd returned to their abodes. He helplessly looked at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Just like what your senior sister-in-law said, you did very well. It's just that, your weakness is also very obvious. That is, your foundation is too weak. Because you haven't gone through a very systematic cultivation of spells like your eldest senior brother, you can't use some basic spells smoothly. For example, just now, even if you didn't have time to take out a yellow talisman, you could have used something like the ice seal technique to block the great confinement technique for a moment. Why didn't you take advantage of that time to run away? Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple's basic spells were all snatched from others and comprehended by myself. How could they be better than eldest senior brothers? Xiaohua said sincerely. And, during this period of time, let your eldest senior brother teach you all of the basic magic spells that you know. The simpler it is, the more practical it is. Just look at your eldest senior brother's great confinement technique and you'll know. Helplessly looked at Xiang Yang. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will carefully guide little junior brother. Xiangyang hurriedly said. Also, where did you get that earth attribute magic tool? It doesn't seem to be very handy. Helplessly said with a deep meaning. Hee, where else could I have gotten it from? Snatched it from a spirit husbandry sect disciple. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and gave a rough explanation. Poor child. Hearing that Xiaohua had gone through so much hardship just to obtain some third-level qi refining techniques, Zhuo Minghui's eyes immediately turned red. She said, I've always thought that rogue cultivators are despicable, harming people's lives and snatching their techniques. But now that I hear it, they had no choice. Yes, Master knows. Although this disciple was a rogue cultivator back then, I had always relied on my own efforts to obtain techniques. I would never dare to harm people's lives in the name of cultivation. These two spirit husbandry sect disciples were indeed despicable, wanting to take this disciple's life. That's why this disciple. Master knows, Master knows. Zhuo Minghui hurriedly said, 2 5th and 6th level qi refining cultivators bullying a 2nd level qi refining cultivator like you. Even if it means taking their lives, it's only right. Humph, give the magic tool to Master. Helplessly said as he spread out his hands. What? Master, don't tell me you're on good terms with the spirit husbandry sect? Helplessly was shocked and very unwilling to hand it over. Hee, since when would your master be so biased? Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, your magic tool hasn't been reforged. The spirit husbandry sect disciples would know that it belongs to them. Wouldn't they cause trouble for you? Your master wants to take it to the Thunder Flashing Hall and ask the weapon refiners to reforge it for you. Ah. Was that true? That's great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the white dust. He handed it over and then asked embarrassedly, Master, this disciple still has one more. Can I also? Helplessly said in annoyance, how many more do you have? Give them all to me? In Xiaohua's dimension, there were still a few magic tools used by Xianxia. It was a pity that he didn't dare to take them out. Xiaohua took them out with a smile and said, this disciple only has these 2 treasures. How could there be more? Helplessly took them and put them into her storage bag. She then said, you definitely haven't refined the magic tool that your master's wife gave you. With it, you have the means to attack. However, looking at your fight just now, your defense is still too weak. If you want to choose a magic tool, you have to choose one that can defend. Husband, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Zhuo Minghui said, Xiaohua's flying speed is extremely fast. This is his best defense. If he can't hit him, he can escape. Therefore, I think Xiaohua should make a fuss in this attack. The stronger the magic tool, the better. When Xiaohua heard this, it was exactly what he wanted. He nodded and said, Master's wife is right. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out the magic spear and said with a smile, this disciple had a very interesting thing before. Just now, I saw that eldest senior brother's defense was very strong, so I didn't take it out. Magic tool? Helplessly scanned with her divine sense and said with a smile, you have a lot of good things on you. As she said this, she reached out to take it. Xiaohua hurriedly said, Master, you should be careful. This thing is very heavy. You think I don't know? Helplessly, she glared at him and used a bit of magic power on her arm. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, she naturally didn't care too much about the weight of this magic spear. However, after taking it, she was also surprised. You want to use this magic spear to break your senior brother's defense? Helplessly, she whispered. Yes, this disciple indeed has this idea. Xiaohua didn't hide it. When this disciple was a loose cultivator, I used this method to escape many times. Xiangyang, don't move. Let Xiaohua try. Helplessly, she waved her hand and said. You old man, Xiaohua didn't use it just now. He knows this move won't work. Even if you want to teach him a lesson, you don't need to test it on Xiangyang, right? Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. However, Xiangyang was honest. He hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "It's fine. This disciple will stand here and not move." Xiaohua took the magic spear and walked in front of Xiangyang with a smile, saying, "Eldest senior brother, don't move. This little brother will offend you." Xiangyang waved his hand. "Don't worry. This brother is a Foundation establishment cultivator. I have magical powers that you can't imagine. Okay, be careful, eldest senior brother." Xiaohua also wasn't polite. He waved his hand, and the devil spear in his hand pierced towards Xiangyang's waist. Shua, a light sound was heard. A faint brilliance flashed and blocked Xiaohua's spear. However, Xiangyang couldn't block Xiaohua's incomparably huge force. His figure slightly staggered. Immediately after, a scene that helplessness, Xiangyang, and the others didn't expect happened. They saw Xiaohua's right hand suddenly thrusting the magic spear continuously. That right hand seemed to be an illusion in everyone's eyes. Waves of huge force that Xiangyang couldn't resist hit Xiangyang's waist. Xiangyang's body was almost sent flying. However, even so, Xiaohua's spear still didn't leave Xiangyang's waist. Kacha, in just a few breaths of time, everyone heard a light sound. They saw Xiangyang's body flicker with brilliance and then it was annihilated. Xiangyang, this Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator's defensive brilliance was actually destroyed by Xiaohua. Ah! Yan Qinglian was greatly alarmed. She almost stood up. Helplessness waved his hand, wanting to stop Xiaohua. As for Xiaohua himself, when the first spear pierced Xiangyang, he already had a plan in his heart. Seeing the defensive brilliance break, he immediately stopped. He held Xiangyang's hand and said, "Eldest senior brother, master didn't let you move, but he didn't say you couldn't replenish your magic power. If you keep getting beaten like this, it will break sooner or later." Xiangyang's hand formed a seal, and the brilliance on his body flashed again. He said with a bitter smile, "Master just wanted to see how powerful your magic spear is. If I replenish my magic power, how can he see it? Besides, your magic spear is really powerful. If I didn't see it in advance, even if I replenished my magic power, I'm afraid it would be too late." "What a pity." Helplessness said from the side, "Xiaohua's magic spear is a good thing, but its weight is still limited. It can't break a Foundation establishment cultivator's defense in the shortest time possible. If it was several times heavier, I'm afraid Xiangyang wouldn't be able to withstand it." "Master, look at what you're saying. If it were any heavier, disciple wouldn't be able to lift it." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Hee, not bad, not bad. Your body's strength actually has a use. Let master think for you." Helplessly laughing, Xiaohua said, "But right now, it's no problem to deal with ordinary qi refining cultivators." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Many thanks, master." Chapter 1589. Then, he stood up and said, "Let's go. Follow me to the Thunder Flash Hall. You can choose a magic tool, and I'll find a familiar blacksmith." Xiaohua didn't expect Helpless to be so anxious, so he was naturally happy. He bid farewell to Zhuo Minghui and the others, then followed Helpless to the Thunder Flash Hall. Along the way, Helpless seemed to be testing Xiaohua's flying technique. He was extremely fast and didn't hold back at all. Xiaohua didn't use the hibernating thunder escape, but he wasn't slow either. Although he couldn't catch up to Helpless, he still couldn't stop smiling. When they arrived at the Thunder Flash Hall, Helpless called the disciple in charge of odd jobs over and explained the situation. The disciple checked the records and said with a smile, "So it's the disciple representing the Thunder Quake Palace in the Feather Immortal Assembly. I'm really envious." Junior Marshal brother, please wait a moment. I'll inform the deacon to come over. The place where the magic tools are kept is very important. Without the deacon's personal guidance, no one can open the restriction. With that, the disciples sent out a summoning talisman. After a short while, the burly deacon came over. The deacon obviously knew Helpless, and after cupping his hands in greeting, he repeatedly congratulated him. However, in all these years, he had never received so many compliments. His mouth, which could not close, opened even wider. He said, "This poor Daoist is a good-for-nothing disciple." His face was full of pride. How was he a good-for-nothing disciple? He was a good-for-nothing disciple. However, it was no wonder that Helpless was so proud. Even Jianghu and the disciple on duty were surprised. Thunderquake Palace had held the Feather Immortal Assembly countless times in the past. All the disciples who participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly were experts at the peak of the 12th layer. When had there ever been a disciple like Xiaohua who had just entered the 12th layer? Of course, there were occasionally disciples in the middle of the 12th layer who were qualified to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly, but those disciples were all direct disciples of the Thunderquake sect. Their masters and grandmasters weren't people that Helpless could compare to. I's good-for-nothing disciple will be handed over to you, Senior Marshal Brother Zhen. If he doesn't listen to you, you can teach him a lesson. Just treat it as me taking action on behalf of I. Helpless held Xiaohua's hand and said to Jianghu, "I have some matters to attend to elsewhere. I'll come back later. I hope Senior Marshal Brother can take care of me." Jinming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother, you can go ahead and do your own thing. The matter of choosing artifacts is the disciple's business. Even if I want to take care of them, I don't know how to do it." Xiaohua is still young. He simply doesn't know what kind of magic tool is suitable for him. If Senior Brother has the chance, I still have to remind him. When Jinming heard this, he knew that if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't leave. He could only smile and say, "I understand. Junior Marshal Brother, you can go now." Of course, these words were perfunctory, but they were also clear in their hearts. But when they heard it, their hearts were finally at ease. They cupped their hands and gave Xiaohua a few more instructions before leaving. After he helplessly left, Jinming looked at Xiaohua. The trace of gentleness on his face gradually disappeared. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he walked into the inner hall without looking back. The disciple on duty just now stood there and did not follow him. Xiaohua was no stranger to Shualei Hall. He had been here several times, but he didn't go deep inside. He always stayed in the main hall. This time, as Jinming slowly walked inside, he realized that Shualei Hall was really wide. After walking for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he didn't know how many disciples bowed to him. He also didn't know how many corridors he passed before he finally stopped at the entrance of a side hall. Jinming walked to the entrance of I. The door was tightly shut. It was the same as usual. There were no fluctuations of magic power. Xiaohua knew that this was the place where the artifacts were stored, so he tactfully stopped. Jinming patted his storage bag and took out his identity token. His other hand formed a seal and hit the door of the side hall. Woo! With a loud roar, the palace door flashed and gradually changed shape. It actually let out the roar of a wild beast. When the roar stopped, the palace door also finished changing shape. It was a monster with a bloody mouth and closed eyes. What kind of restriction is this? Looking at the lifelike beast head in front of him, Xiaohua felt a bit strange. He had never heard of a formation that looked like a spirit beast. Seeing the beast head appear, Jinming didn't dare to be careless. He threw the token in his hand into the monster's mouth. After a while, the monster slowly closed its mouth, but its closed eyes slowly opened. When it saw Jinming, the monster seemed to be angry. Seeing this, Jinming opened his mouth and sprayed a strand of his life origin into the monster's left eye. Then, Zhenming's right hand continuously formed seals and hit the monster's right eye. With Zhenming's seals, the monster's right eye gradually turned blue. As for its left eye, it had already turned red when the life origin was sprayed into it. When one of the monster's eyes was almost pure red and the other was almost pure blue, the monster that appeared at the entrance of the hall suddenly opened its mouth. Zhenming reached his hand into the monster's mouth, and with a flash of light, his identity token was taken out. Then, a red and blue light slowly extended from the monster's mouth. It was a narrow path of light. The red and blue path of light extended to Zhenming's feet and stopped moving. Zhenming pointed his finger and said to Xiaohua, "Take your identity token out of your storage bag. Leave your storage bag here. Go through this flight of stairs. The magic tools used by aura refining disciples are in the first room. The other rooms are used by foundation establishment disciples and above. There is a restriction in the middle. Your identity token can't pass through, so don't force your way through. Also, as a disciple participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly, you only have the right to choose one magic tool. Don't take more than that." "Thank you, Deacon." Xiaohua cupped his hands and took his identity token out of his storage bag. He handed the bag to Zhenming and looked at the path of light under his feet. He lifted his leg and was about to step on it. Zhenming hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Actually, the quality of a magic tool can't be judged by its appearance. Many inconspicuous magic tools might be very powerful. Also, there are some damaged magic tools in the East Room. Some of them are fragments of magic tools." Zhenming's words were vague. Xiaohua nodded slightly and stepped on the path of light. Sure enough, without Xiaohua taking a step, the path of light automatically shrank and brought Xiaohua into the mouth of the monster. When Xiaohua's figure entered the mouth of the monster, the same two-colored light sprinkled on Xiaohua's body like a drizzle. The identity token in Xiaohua's hand emitted a faint brilliance and absorbed the light. Behind the monster's mouth was the door of the hall that Xiaohua saw before. Xiaohua walked forward and pushed with his arms. The door opened silently. What entered Xiaohua's eyes was a rather large hall. There were many big and small bubbles floating in the hall. The bubbles were transparent, and each of them contained a magic tool and a jade slip. Haha! When Xiaohua saw this, he was overjoyed. He flew forward and waved his hand to find a bubble. The bubble flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua stretched his hand and easily reached into the bubble. When Xiaohua took out a magic tool that looked like a flute, the bubble didn't fly away. Instead, it stopped in front of Xiaohua's eyes. According to the jade slip, this flute was a rare magic tool that could attack with sound. When combined with music, it could make the enemy fall into an illusion. Combined with music? Xiaohua immediately thought of ancestor Zhen Qing from Zhenlei Palace. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid that only someone like ancestor Zhen Qing could use this magic tool." Soon after, Xiaohua put the flute and the jade slip into the bubble. The bubble slowly flew away again. After that, Xiaohua found a few more magic tools in the hall. Some were whips, some were plates, and there was also a very exquisite-looking armor. However, Xiaohua felt that they weren't ideal. He looked at the air in the hall again and saw so many bubbles. Xiaohua frowned. It was very troublesome to search one by one. Moreover, his divine sense couldn't penetrate the bubbles. He could only take the magic tools out of the bubbles to know their specific effects. It seemed that what Zhenming said about fate was true. When he wanted to search for it again, he saw a red and blue light path stretching out from the western wall. Oh! This path leads to the inside. Xiaohua looked at it with envy. He knew that it should be a magic tool used by a foundation establishment cultivator. It might even be a magic tool used by a golden core cultivator. And, let's go to the East Room first. Since the deacon reminded me, maybe there's something good there. Even if it's a magic tool fragment, it might be more powerful than a magic tool. Xiaohua then turned his gaze to a small door on the east side of the hall. The inside of the door was very different from the hall. It was very ordinary, just like a room in an ordinary house where junk was stored. There was a rough table with all kinds of strange junk on it. Of course, it was junk. Xiaohua first saw something that looked like a flying sword, but the tip of the sword was long gone. Next to the flying sword, there seemed to be a rhombus-shaped array plate. However, in the middle of the array plate, there was a medium-sized hole. Hee, it's really a fragment. Xiaohua smiled and used his divine sense to scan the room. He felt that the magic power fluctuations on the junk in the room were very strong. However, the fluctuations didn't follow a pattern. He thought that the magic tool had been destroyed and the array inside was also damaged. Why isn't there a jade slip? Xiaohua used his divine sense to look at the magic tool fragments in the room and suddenly thought. No wonder no one wants these magic tool fragments. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and understood. Although these fragments are powerful, I don't know how to use them. What's the use? It's not even as good as a low-level magic tool. Fine, if others don't want it, what do I want? Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, in the corner of the room, a palm-sized square bucket with a broken corner attracted his gaze. This thing looks very strange. Xiaohua thought and walked to the front of the bucket. In fact, what attracted his gaze wasn't the bucket, but a pile of small round balls inside the bucket. Chapter 1590. The 9 small spheres were of different sizes. The big ones were like chicken eggs, and the small ones were like pearls. They were all oval in shape, and their surfaces were bumpy. When Xiaohua held the 9 small spheres in his hand, he discovered that there were small cracks on each sphere, and some of the cracks even went deep into the center of the sphere. When Xiaohua's divine sense swept across these spheres, a strange fluctuation of spiritual power came from them. This is a sword pill? Xiaohua suddenly remembered the sword cultivator from the Huan country that Wu Xian had just mentioned. Didn't that sword cultivator nurture a sword pill in his dantian, and from that sword pill, a flying sword was born? With a flying sword, he could block thousands of magic treasures and move unhindered between heaven and earth? For some reason, when Wu Xian had mentioned sword cultivators, Xiaohua had a kind of longing in his heart, a kind of longing to fly on a sword. It seemed that he liked flying swords from the bottom of his heart. And now, when he saw the sword pill and discovered that the spiritual power fluctuations in the 9 sword pills were connected to each other, it was obviously a complete set of sword pills. He couldn't help but feel like he had seen something he loved and had a desire to take it for himself. But, this sword pill. I don't know how to nurture it, nor do I know how to control a sword. Xiaohua thought and waved his hand regretfully, and the sword pill floating in the air fell into the small bucket. After putting down the sword pill, Xiaohua looked at the other fragments of magic treasures. Unfortunately, no matter what the shape of the fragments was or how strong the spiritual power fluctuations were, in Xiaohua's eyes, they were all ignored. Xiaohua sighed and unconsciously looked back at the sword pill in the small bucket. At this moment, Xiaohua kicked something. That thing was extremely heavy, and when Xiaohua kicked it, he actually staggered. Damn it! Xiaohua looked down and saw a pair of pitch-black hammers under the table. They were placed in a pile of junk. He scanned with his divine sense and found that there were no spiritual power fluctuations. Demonic tools. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to lower his head to look, his heart stirred. His eyes turned, and he straightened his body. He picked up a palm-sized disc from the table beside him and carefully examined it. After a while, Xiaohua leisurely walked around this table and went to the other tables. Only after Xiaohua had more or less finished looking through the fragments in the room did he return to the main hall. However, after looking at the sword pellet and looking at these magic tools again, they were almost all trash. He was not interested at all. Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked to the front of the sword pellet. He extended his hand, picked up the small bucket, and turned around to leave the hall. Outside the hall, in front of an oval mirror, Zhenming was watching with interest. Next to him, Helplessness's face was ashen. He couldn't help but curse, this little brat is biting off more than he can chew. Pfft, when Zhenting heard that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He wiped his hand and the mirror disappeared. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Helplessness, your disciple, has good taste." Humph, he helplessly flicked his sleeves and turned around to leave. Coincidentally, Xiaohua came out from the palace and said in surprise, "Master, you've returned so quickly? Come, take a look." "Is this thing?" "There's no need to look. That thing is a sword pellet." "Damn it, why did I talk to you about sword cultivation just now? Let's not talk about how this thing needs to be nurtured from the first layer of aura refining first. Only then can a sword cultivator's heart and mind be connected and achieve the final unity of body and sword. Let's talk about nurturing. Where did you get the sword cultivation method to practice this sword pellet?" Helplessness stopped and said coldly, "Moreover, these 9 sword pellets of yours seem to be a set of sword formations. Even if you're an Aurus core cultivator now, I'm afraid you won't be able to control them freely, right? Hurry up. Take advantage of the fact that you haven't left the hall and quickly go back and change them for me." "Ah, Master." Xiaohua held the small bucket in his hand and was stunned on the spot. "Hee, Senior brother Helplessness, your disciple has already left the treasury. You can't go back on the chosen magic tool." As Zhenming said that, he formed a seal with his hands. The dual-colored light under Xiaohua's feet disappeared, and the monster's head above the palace door also slowly disappeared, revealing an ordinary palace door. "Humph," Helplessness coldly snorted. His body floated up and flew outside like lightning. Behind him, Zhenming chuckled and said, "Senior brother Helplessness, this thunder hall forbids flying." Seeing Helplessness fly away, Xiaohua's face had an indescribable expression. He walked in front of Zhenming and smiled apologetically. "Martial uncle, disciple, hasn't come down from the stairs yet?" Zhenming handed over the storage bag in his hand and said with a smile, "Didn't this old man say that everything depends on fate? Maybe you have fate with this set of sword pellets? But, disciple doesn't have a cultivation method." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Then this old man wants to help, but is unable to." Zhenming spread his hands and said, "Maybe in the future, you can go to Huan country and see if you can obtain their sword technique." "Ah, okay." Xiaohua helplessly took the storage bag and said, "Then disciple, can only take this set of sword pellets." As he said that, Xiaohua was about to put the small bucket into the storage bag. "Hee, you can take that sword pellet, but why take out this small bucket as well?" Zhenming pointed at the small bucket holding the sword pellet and said with a smile. "Oh. This small bucket." Xiaohua stared blankly. He always thought that this small bucket was together with the sword pellet. Thus, he grinned and said, "You actually took too much. Martial uncle, open the hall door again and disciple will return this small bucket." "Ha ha ha," Zhenming laughed loudly. "You wish. How can the treasury let you enter as you wish?" "Then." Xiaohua scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "Then this junior will take the sword pellet. I'll have to trouble Martial uncle to send this small bucket to the treasury." Forget it. Zhenming waved his hand. "You took a useless sword pellet, and your master blew his beard and glared at you. Who knows how he's cursing this old man in his heart? This small bucket can be considered a gift to you." "It can't be." Xiaohua was delighted, but then his face turned bitter. Of course, since this small bucket could be taken away by him, then, was there any need to say the value of this sword pellet? No wonder he had no choice but to leave in a huff. Xiaohua resolutely handed over the small bucket, yes, the bucket and the sword pellet, and said very righteously, "Martial uncle, how can this junior take advantage of the treasury? Why don't you take it back? Let's go." Zhenming ignored him and turned to leave. As he walked, he said, This item has been in the treasury for thousands of years. No one has ever taken a good look at it. You have fate with them, so you should take it. Damn it. I thought this artifact fragment was something good. This was the only thought in Xiao Hua's mind as he followed Zhenming out of the hall. Outside the hall, of course, Helpless had already disappeared. Xiao Hua had no choice but to fly back to the Myriad Thunder Valley. As if he had already received the news, Xiangyang also had a strange expression on his face as he greeted Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua saw Xiangyang, he asked in a low voice, "Where's Master?" He went back to his residence and didn't come out. Just now, he said that Master's wife told me to come out and pick you up. Xiangyang also said in a low voice. It seems like Master is really angry. He said that he wants me to go to the Lightning Hall to take your 2 artifacts a month later. He doesn't want to see you anymore. No way. Xiao Hua was unhappy. Let's go back to the residence first. Xiangyang brought Xiao Hua back to his residence. Yan Qinglian brought the spirit fruit over and looked at Xiao Hua. She said seriously, "Little junior brother, this is your fault." Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He bowed and said, "Senior sister, please teach me." "AI, didn't you see that Master has been reminding you? Our cultivation is about concentration. Don't be confused by the many spells and abilities. Cultivation is the most important thing. Little junior brother, have you never heard of the phrase, 'Only one of the 3,000 paths of the Tao is enough'?" Xiao Hua shook his head. "I don't know. Qinglian, little junior brother is a wandering cultivator. In the past, he was afraid that he didn't have enough techniques and spells. How could he know so much?" Xiangyang reminded. "AI, no wonder." Yan Qinglian said sympathetically. "This phrase means that there are 3,000 paths of the same Tao. For us, only one path is enough. Don't covet a second path." Xiao Hua nodded. Little junior brother practiced 3 types of techniques when he was in the Qi refinement stage. Now, relying on the concealed fire physique, he directly rushed to the beginning of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage. It's already very rare, but the most important thing is still to build your foundation. If you can't build your foundation, everything else is useless. Yan Qinglian explained, "Master asked your eldest senior brother to guide you more because he wanted you to learn from his lesson. Focus on cultivation and don't be unfocused. The Feather Immortal Gathering this time is a good opportunity for you to exchange ideas. You can choose a suitable magic tool. On one hand, you can show your face at the Feather Immortal Gathering. On the other hand, it's beneficial for the control and growth of your spiritual sense. More importantly, it'll increase your chances of building your foundation. However, you just had to take a sword cultivator's sword pill. That thing is indeed very powerful, but our Thunder Control sect doesn't have the corresponding sword controlling technique. Aren't you missing a magic tool for no reason?" Xiangyang continued, "That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you'll have something in your heart after taking this sword pill. In the future, you might come across some sword controlling technique and want to practice flying swords. Sword cultivators are naturally different from our Dao sect. If you divide your energy to practice flying swords, won't you delay your own cultivation?" This. Xiao Hua faintly felt that these words might not be true, but it sounded like everything was taken into account. That's right, but he couldn't bear to throw away the sword pill. He could only murmur, "Martial Uncle Zhen from the treasure pavilion won't let me return it." Then. "I'll take it first." Yan Qinglian looked at Xiangyang, and Xiangyang could only nod. "Then take it first. But don't practice it." "Yes, I know." Xiao Hua nodded. Then, for dozens of days, Xiao Hua stayed in Xiangyang's cave and practiced the basic magic of the Thunder Control sect with Xiangyang. Their master had no choice but to not show up again. Chapter 1591. Imperial Thunder School's foundational spells were different from Feng Clan's foundational spells. Not only were there more types of spells, but the same spells were also much stronger. For example, the Thunder Palm was considered a high-level spell in Feng Clan's foundational spells, but in Imperial Thunder School's foundational spells, it could only be considered a middle-level spell. Moreover, in the hands of Imperial Thunder School's disciples, not only could they make the thunder bigger or smaller, the shape of the thunder wasn't as simple as a bar. Of course, the difficulty of Imperial Thunder School's foundational spells was also much higher than Feng Clan's foundational spells. Moreover, many of the spells were based on thunder-attributed heaven and earth spiritual energy. For example, the thunder sound transmission technique was much more difficult than the thunder sound transmission talisman. However, if you didn't have a deep understanding of thunder-attributed heaven and earth spiritual energy, you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Because of this, Xiangyang originally thought that Xiaohua would need a long time to practice Imperial Thunder School's foundational spells, but the truth made him flabbergasted. Xiaohua seemed to have a natural sensitivity toward spells. He could understand many spells with just a little bit of guidance. He could even comprehend more complex spells by analogy based on the foundational spells. Although Xiaohua only followed Xiangyang for a month, Xiangyang already felt that he had nothing to teach him. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't have more spells, but no matter how profound the spells were, Xiaohua's cultivation wasn't enough. No matter how low level the spells were, Xiangyang felt that he didn't need to teach them. Xiaohua could grasp them by himself. After all, when Xiaohua was a rogue cultivator, he practiced Feng Clan's foundational spells by himself. Therefore, when a month's time was up, Xiangyang simply made a copy of the Myriad Thunder Valley's foundational spells Jade Slip and gave it to Xiaohua. He had Xiaohua return to the eastern ridge to practice. When he encountered something he couldn't comprehend, he would come back to the cave to teach. Then, he brought Xiaohua to Bright Thunder Hall again. On one side of the Bright Thunder Hall was a crimson-red mountain wall. On the mountain wall, there were many caves. The caves looked very ordinary, but every disciple who went in and out would have a faint glow around them. Clearly, there were restrictions placed on the caves as well. Xiangyang brought Xiaohua to the front of the stone wall and stopped moving forward. Instead, he slapped his hand and took out a thunder sound transmission talisman. He activated his magic power and the thunder sound transmission talisman flew into one of the holes. Before long, an 8th-layer aura refining boy walked out with a storage pouch in his hand. Looking around, he walked up to Xiangyang and bowed respectfully. "Senior Martial Brother, are you Martial Uncle Helpless Disciple?" "I am." Xiangyang returned the greeting. "I have been ordered by my master to retrieve 2 items." The disciple didn't hand over the storage bag. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother, what is the name of the thing you want?" "One is Zhe Chen, the other is Zhao Guan." "Hee, it's these 2," said the disciple with a smile. He then handed the interspatial pouch to the 2 of them. Xiangyang took the pouch and passed it to Xiaohua without even looking at it. Xiaohua opened his storage pouch. Inside, there were 2 magic tools. One was in the shape of a sphere, and the other was a ring. Your ring was extremely different from the mirror. Xiaohua took out the ring. Just as he was about to urge his magic power to test it out, he heard Xiangyang say, "Little junior brother, don't be impatient." Soon after, he untied a small storage pouch from his waist and handed it over. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, please take care of this." The boy took the pouch and opened it. He nodded and said, "It's perfect." "Thank you, senior brother." He then reached out and took out a jade slip from his bosom. He handed it to Xiangyang and said with a smile, "The spells of these 2 magic tools have been changed. The previous spells are all ineffective. In the future, senior brother, please use this new spell." Xiangyang didn't find it strange. Under Xiaohua's thoughtful gaze, he took the jade slip and cupped his hands. "Thank you. Thank you, your master." You're welcome, you're welcome." The disciple bowed in return. He turned around and entered the cave. After the two of them left the stone wall, Xiaohua whispered, "Eldest senior brother, did you give him spirit stones?" Xiangyang nodded and said, "Of course." Asking a tool refiner from Bright Thunder Hall to refine a magic tool naturally requires spirit stones. "How many spirit stones?" Xiaohua whispered, "I still have a lot of spirit stones here. They're all supreme grade spirit stones." "How many can you have?" Xiangyang waved his hand and said, "These are all given by master. Don't worry." "All right," Xiaohua thought for a moment and said. Xiangyang handed the jade slip over and said with a smile, "This is a new spell. In the future, even if the Patriarch of Spirit Husbandry sect comes, he probably won't be able to recognize that this is their magic tool." "Hee, very good." Xiaohua took the jade slip and put it into his storage pouch without even looking at it. However, he was still thinking about something. There were some basic tool refinement techniques in his space, but he hadn't had the time to look at them. Now that he saw how magical tool refinement techniques were, he wanted to find some time to look at them. While they were talking, a group of disciples in bright clothes walked over while talking and laughing. Most of these disciples were in the early stage of foundation establishment. There were a few in the middle stage of foundation establishment and qi refinement. When Xiangyang saw them, he frowned slightly and stopped walking, as if he was avoiding them. Xiaohua didn't know why Xiangyang was like this, but he also stood beside Xiangyang. He only glanced at them before lowering his head to think about his own matters. "Io, it's this guy." The crowd had obviously already walked past Xiaohua and the others, and a slightly shrill voice called out. Xiaohua felt very strange and couldn't help but raise his head to look. He saw a disciple who wasn't very tall and looked about the same age as Xiaohua a few feet away from him. He had a fierce expression on his face and one of his hands was pointing at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned and looked around. There was no one beside him other than Xiangyang. "Me?" Xiaohua was surprised. This disciple looked very unfamiliar. However, when Xiaohua looked carefully, his face turned cold and his eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered that the disciple who was pointing at him was an opponent that Xiaohua had encountered in the disciple selection of the Feather Immortal Assembly in the Heavenly Thunder Palace not long ago. However, Xiaohua had encountered more than 200 opponents at that time, and he didn't have the heart to continue fighting, so he didn't remember clearly. If this disciple hadn't pointed at him, he definitely wouldn't have remembered. Thinking of this opponent who had been forced to death by him using a fireball talisman. "Fourth senior brother, it's this guy. This guy defeated this little brother, and that's why I fell to the 21st place. If it weren't for him, this little brother would definitely have obtained the qualifications to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly." That disciple's expression was somewhat angry, and he said to a Middle Foundation Establishment disciple, "This time, this little brother lost the face of my Swallow Thunder Ridge. Even that guy Qian Diheng was able to participate, but this little brother fell behind." When Qian Diheng saw this little brother, he laughed at this little brother. This little brother couldn't find which disciple didn't give my Swallow Thunder Ridge face, so, this is actually a disciple of my Thunderous Thunder Palace? When the fourth senior brother heard this, his face turned cold. He looked past Xiangyang and directly at Xiaohua. The pressure of a Middle Foundation Establishment cultivator was instantly released from his body, and it pressed down on Xiaohua like a mountain. This pressure was very strange. It was a pressure that was naturally formed after a cultivator entered the Foundation Establishment stage. As the cultivator's realm increased, the pressure would also increase. This pressure had nothing to do with dermic powers, it only depended on the realm. Therefore, although Xiaohua's magic power was profound, he had no way of defending against this pressure. Seeing that the pressure was about to land on his body, Xiaohua already felt that the pressure was heavy, and his magic power was stagnating. But at this moment, Xiangyang, who was beside Xiaohua, moved. Xiangyang, who didn't want to cause any trouble, also released his spiritual pressure. In Xiaohua's perception, the release of the spiritual pressure of two Foundation Establishment cultivators was like two perilous waves crashing into each other. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was stirred up, giving rise to a small hurricane. Junior brother Xiangyang. The fourth senior brother sneered, "Is this a disciple of your 10,000 Thunder Valley? How come I have never heard of him?" Xiangyang's expression was indescribable, and he said in a deep voice, "Zhen Weisheng, whether my 10,000 Thunder Valley accepts disciples or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with Swallow Thunder Ridge, right? Whether you know or not, Xiaohua is still a disciple of my 10,000 Thunder Valley." Xiaohua? Hee, not a bad name. Seeing that Xiangyang released his pressure, Zhen Weisheng also took advantage of the situation to withdraw his pressure, and said coldly, "However, 10,000 Thunder Valley has always only produced cowards. Xiaohua, are you willing to fight with my Swallow Thunder Ridge disciple on the Thunder Arena?" Hearing this, Xiangyang's expression changed greatly, and he took half a step forward, saying angrily, "What grudge does my 10,000 Thunder Valley have with your Swallow Thunder Ridge? You actually want to fight to the death on the Thunder Arena?" Ah. Hearing this, Xiaohua's expression also became slightly angry. Although he didn't know what the Thunder Arena was, it actually involved life and death. How could he not be angry? "Haha, I told you 10,000 Thunder Valley has always been cowards. Xiangyang, I remember that when someone invited you to the Thunder Arena, you didn't show up. Today, I still haven't officially sent out an invitation. You immediately refused. With such cowardice, how can you achieve the great Tao?" Zhen Weisheng's words became more and more unpleasant, and even overbearing. "My junior brother Xiaohua's cultivation is only at the 12th layer of the qi refining realm. You, a middle foundation establishment senior, actually extended an invitation. Don't you feel ashamed?" Xiangyang was unmoved, and snorted disdainfully. "If you agree, my Swallow Thunder Ridge will naturally have disciples of the same cultivation level to receive you. How can I bully the weak?" Seeing this, Xiaohua took a step forward, and berated, Shut up." Xiangyang grabbed Xiaohua and scolded, "Elder brother is here. What right do you have to speak?" "Yes, disciple obeys eldest senior brother's order." Xiaohua lowered his head and said. Xiangyang looked at Zhen Weisheng with a cold smile, and said confidently, "My junior brother obtained the qualification to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Even if he agrees, do you dare to go to the Thunder Arena?" Fourth senior brother. The disciple next to him was shocked and angry, and said, He actually snatched my qualification. I must take his life." "Shut up." Zhen Weisheng snorted coldly, and glared at the disciple. He waved his hand, and said, "Let's go." The surrounding people all fiercely glared at Xiaohua and Xiangyang, and then hurriedly left with Zhen Weisheng. Xiaohua was left with a watery expression on his face. He narrowed his eyes as he watched their departing figures, and said in a low voice, "Where there are people, there will be fighting. Master's wife is right." Chapter 1592. As Xiangyang walked out of Thunder Flash Hall, Xiaohua heard the whole story clearly. It turned out that the entire Imperial Thunder sect was not a peaceful and harmonious big family like Xiaohua imagined. Just as Xiangyang had said before, not only were there rogue cultivators, cultivator families, and disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, but there were also grudges between these disciples of different identities. Therefore, in order to settle these grudges, Imperial Thunder sect had a special rule. That was, no one was allowed to fight outside the Thunder Arena, especially if it was life-threatening. As long as it was discovered, both sides would be severely punished. On the Thunder Arena, both sides' life and death were determined by the heavens. No matter if it was the 8 great Thunder Palaces or the sect master and elders, none of them would interfere. Of course, it was not easy to enter the Thunder Arena. Both sides had to agree and sign a life and death contract. The masters of both sides had to know and report to Heavenly Thunder Palace. Imperial Thunder sect's action was naturally to minimize the internal friction between the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect. But just as Zhuo Minghui said, where there were people, there would be fighting. The Thunder Arena of Imperial Thunder Sect was never idle. Every once in a while, there would be disciples of different cultivation levels who would lose their lives on it. As for Thunder Ridge, it was the same as Myriad Thunder Valley, a place in Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Mountain Range. However, this place was where Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace refined their weapons. In Imperial Thunder Sect, weapon refiners and alchemists were rare. Their status was higher than ordinary cultivators of the same cultivation level. Thunder Ridge was the main force of Thunder Palace's weapon refinement, so its status in Thunder Palace was much higher than Myriad Thunder Valley. Naturally, there were many disciples in Swallow Thunder Ridge. Although Zhenqikui's master, Zhenjie, was an early gold core stage cultivator, Zhenjie had many martial brothers. There were quite a few early and middle gold core stage cultivators. Not to mention Zhenjie's master and martial uncle, they were all close to nascent soul stage. Maybe one day they would successfully conceive a nascent soul and become a cultivator of Imperial Thunder Sect who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Thunder Meng Daoist. Because of this, Thunder Meng Daoist often turned a blind eye to Thunder Ridge and did not interfere too much. In addition, Lei Meng Daoist was not a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect, which was somewhat different from Swallow Thunder Ridge. Therefore, some of Lei Meng Daoist's traits had resulted in Swallow Thunder Ridge being arrogant and domineering. After listening to this, Xiaohua understood in his heart that this Zhenqikui should be the same as the Yan family's Yan Wei, conceited and arrogant. He couldn't bear to see others stronger than him. Moreover, he had snatched away his right to participate in the Feather Immortal Conference. So, he was afraid that this matter would not be settled peacefully. At worst, I won't go to the Thunder Arena. Xiangyang forced a smile and said, in the past, a disciple of Swallow Thunder Ridge had a grudge with me and wanted to fight me to the death. I don't care about him at all. He can't do anything about it. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. His eldest senior brother was an honest person who never caused trouble. How could he have offended other disciples? Thus, he smiled and said, so. Eldest senior brother has also spoiled other people's plans? Hee, of course. Xiangyang looked into the distance. Who doesn't have exciting moments? Back then, when I married your senior sister-in-law into the Myriad Thunder Valley, I also made many people sad. Haha, Xiaohua clapped and said, that's how it should be. Xiangyang's face became somewhat spirited. He comforted him and said, don't say that you participated in the selection of the Feather Immortal Conference because someone instructed you to do so. Even if you participated yourself and snatched away that guy's right, what reason would he have to ask you to go to the Thunder Arena? Besides, if it really doesn't work out, you just have to agree. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, Xiangyang added, if it still doesn't work out, you can find Grandmaster Lei Meng or the sect leader. Hee, don't worry, eldest senior brother. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, that guy was already scared by me. Just now, he was just a fox pretending to be a tiger. If I really let him go to the Thunder Arena, he will definitely be scared out of his wits. Eldest senior brother, don't worry about me. Then, Xiaohua bid farewell to Xiangyang and flew back to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden under Xiangyang's concerned gaze. After parting ways with Xiangyang, Xiaohua was very careful. Along the way, not only did he release his divine sense, but he also released his Buddhist sense to the maximum. He was afraid that Swallow Thunder Ridge's disciples would ambush him on the way. Fortunately, although he did meet a few disciples along the way, they were all unrelated. After saluting each other, they left. As soon as he returned to the Eastern Ridge, Xiaohua immediately opened the magic formation. Only after the magic formation closed did he feel at ease. He knew very well that if Zhenqikui wanted to make trouble for him, he wouldn't do it himself. Not to mention Jin Weisheng, even the other Foundation establishment disciples of Swallow Thunder Ridge could make a move and kill him without anyone knowing. What he said to Xiangyang before was not so much to comfort Xiangyang, but to give himself courage from the bottom of his heart. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have won a single match and lost to them all. Xiaohua sits on a chair in the immortal's cave, secretly regretting. But how would I know that other than that disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace whose name I don't know, Zhenshikue, this guy, was also arranged by someone else? Besides, if I didn't participate in this selection, I wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly. How would I have obtained so many benefits? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and patted his hand. He took out the small bucket and the set of 9 sword pills from his storage pouch. With a wave of his hand, the 9 sword pills floated in front of his eyes. The more he looked at them, the more delighted he became. If I can obtain the cultivation method of the sword pills, I can also use my sword to move unhindered in the world. Wouldn't that be great? Xiaohua thought. He didn't seem to make any movements, but a pair of huge black hammers suddenly appeared under his feet. Xiaohua stood up and kicked the hammers with his feet. The hammers didn't move in the slightest. Then, he bent down and used his hand to pick up the hammers. He tested their weight and said with a smile, "These hammers are really not ordinary heavy. If they were a bit heavier, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to send them into the space. My actions will be discovered by Martial Uncle Zhenming." Soon after, he used 70% of his strength with one arm. With a whoosh, the devil hammer of unknown material was actually lifted up by him. Unfortunately, just as he lifted it halfway, Xiaohua let out a cry of surprise, "Ouch!" Immediately after, Xiaohua actually used all of his strength to lift the devil hammer above his head. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua put down the devil hammer. He was extremely happy and said to himself, "I have to use all of my strength to hold it. If I use it to smash someone, what would be the effect? I'm afraid it would be even more powerful than the tip of the devil's spear. With this sword pill and this devil hammer, should participate in this selection." Xiaohua waved his hand and sent the devil hammer and the sword pill into the space. He thought to himself, "I am a loose cultivator. What kind of situation have I not seen? You're just a second-generation ancestor of Swallow Thunder Ridge. Use whatever methods you have. If I don't kill you, I'm not surnamed Xiao." Soon after, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the small bucket. He seemed to have forgotten that his surname wasn't Xiao in the first place. That small bucket didn't hold the sword pill and looked even more tattered. Apart from a missing corner, there was a small hole at the bottom of the bucket. It couldn't even hold water. Xiaohua waved his hand and the small bucket flew into the air. It flipped left and right up and down. Xiaohua released his divine sense and discovered that there were faint fluctuations of spiritual power on this small bucket. However, it was extremely weak. If this small bucket was very light, Xiaohua would almost think it was a devil tool. Which magic treasure's fragment is this? Xiaohua thought and tried several magic treasure refining methods that he knew. Unfortunately, when he hit it with his spells, that small bucket didn't have any reaction. It really is a magic treasure. So arrogant. Xiaohua mocked himself. He waved his hand and was just about to put it into the space when he suddenly thought of something. He thought to himself, Le Chongqi's black iron needle refining method mentioned the use of blood. This method is a type of blood sacrifice for magic treasures. Should I try it? But immediately after, Xiaohua hesitated again. Master said that although the blood sacrifice can refine magic weapons, that's only the method of recognizing a master after the magic weapon has been refined. It's only the final step. The requirement for the user's cultivation is quite high. Right now, I'm only at the qi refinement stage. How can I dare to use it? Although this small bucket is a magic treasure fragment, I'm afraid it can also suck my magic power dry. Thinking, Xiaohua dispelled this idea. He waved his hand and put the small bucket into the space. But faintly, Xiaohua felt that he had missed something. He frowned and thought for a long time. When he came to the pill room and cleaned up the soul-gathering pill, he warmed the pill furnace again. He looked at the three-legged vermilion bird and phoenix-patterned furnace on the Samadhi true fire. His eyes suddenly lit up and he slapped his forehead. I was stupid. It's true that the small bucket can't be refined, but what about the sword pill? The sword pill is nurtured in the Dantian by sword cultivators since they were young. How can a sword cultivator's cultivation level be high? Moreover, if the sword pill doesn't recognize its master, how can it be put into the Dantian? Thinking about it made Xiaohua's heart warm, but reason stopped him. This is only my own guess. If it's not like this, wouldn't the sword pill be destroyed? Moreover, if it affects my cultivation, the losses outweigh the gains. Forget it, forget it. I'd better concentrate on refining pills. Xiaohua calmed his mind and concentrated on refining pills, putting the matter of the sword pill aside. Time passed extremely quickly. 10 months passed in the blink of an eye as Xiaohua refined pills, consumed pills, refined pills and familiarized himself with magic tools. During this time, no one came to the eastern mountain range to cause trouble. There were also no messages or disturbances from the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua's cultivation level also steadily increased under the cultivation of the soul-gathering pill. Although he didn't reach the middle stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm, he still consolidated the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Everything developed according to Xiaohua's progress as an outstanding disciple. On this day, Xiaohua was practicing the fire crow net. He waved his hand and a net of fire as thin as silk flew into the air. His divine sense swept over a nearby boulder that was the size of a crouching ox. Xiaohua pointed his finger and the fire net suddenly enlarged, landing on the crouching ox boulder. Clap clap. Xiaohua clapped his hand and a flock of fiery red crows the size of a palm flew out from various parts of the fire net. The fiery red of the crows was mixed with a trace of purple, looking very gorgeous. Chapter 1593. The fire crows flew towards the boulder and entered it. After a while, Xiaohua pointed his finger and the fire crow net flew back into his hand. Looking again, the boulder had already turned into ashes. Wonderful. Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. I had an idea and refined the Samadhi true fire into the fire crow net. The power of the fire crows increased by 50%. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out several top-quality fire attribute spirit stones. He grabbed a few already dim spirit stones from the fire net and replaced them. He said with some heartache, unfortunately, the power increased, but the consumption of spirit stones is also obvious. If I didn't have a lot of fire attribute spirit stones here, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to use it. At this moment, the token in Xiaohua's bosom moved. Xiaohua took out the token and pointed his finger. The array opened and a red message talisman flew into Xiaohua's hand. "Io, Master is here." Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly extinguished the earth fire and put the pill furnace into his space. Looking around, there was nothing strange. He quickly flew out of the array. Sure enough, outside the array, not only Wu Qi, even Zhuo Minghui, Xiang Yang, and Yan Qinglian were standing in the air with a smile. Only Wu Qi's face was as calm as water, no expression could be seen. Master's wife." Xiaohua greeted in surprise. "Hee, Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few days and your cultivation has indeed increased." Yan Qinglian helped Xiaohua up and said with a smile. Seeing Xiaohua's cultivation progress, Wu Qi's expression also eased. He snorted and said, "What is this? Only foundation building is true progress." "Eldest senior brother, senior sister." Xiaohua greeted Xiang Yang and the others. "Let's go, take Master in to see." Wu Qi waited for Xiaohua to finish greeting and said indifferently. "Yes, Master's wife, please." Xiaohua opened the array and invited the four to enter. Wu Qi looked around and shook his head. Aside from the abundant fire attribute spirit energy here, the rest of the world's spirit energy is lacking. It seems like a good place for disciples with fire attribute physiques to cultivate, but this fire attribute spirit energy feels extremely violent and difficult to refine into true essence. Even if you forcibly refine it, the true essence will inevitably be difficult to control. It's not good for stabilizing the realm and strengthening the foundation. This is not a place for you to cultivate after you build your foundation. Xiaohua smiled wryly. All right, master understands. Disciple naturally won't stay here for long. Later, when I build my foundation, I'll find a place next to Master's Immortal's cave to set up a residence so that I can often receive Master's teachings. Helpless, he unhappily rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. You just don't make your master angry. No. Xiaohua didn't expect that Helplessness would actually say this, and promptly smiled apologetically. Disciple is still waiting for Master to give pointers to Disciple to step into the late stage of foundation establishment. Bullshit. He scolded helplessly. Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head, not knowing what he did wrong. Helplessness looked at Xiangyang and said, Xiangyang's son is a spirit-severing cultivator. How can you only reach the late stage of foundation establishment? You're at least a tribulation-transcending cultivator. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian blushed. Zhua Minghui covered her mouth and scolded, You old bastard, you guessed that he's in the late stage of the foundation building realm and you want your disciple to go through the tribulation, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. Wasn't he insinuating that Xiangyang? He promptly turned his head and said, Qinglian, Master's wife wasn't talking about you. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh until he bent over. Helplessness also laughed loudly when he saw Xiaohua laughing. His previous seriousness had long disappeared. Only Zhua Minghui punched Helplessness a few times with her fists, and her face was bright red again. Master, what business do you have here? Xiaohua and the others finished laughing and asked respectfully. Helplessness was happy and said, What business could there be? You're one of the 2 disciples of my thunder-shocking palace participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly. I've come to invite you. Xiaohua was stunned, so fast. Of course, he had been concentrating on alchemy and cultivation. He felt that only a few days had passed, but counting with his fingers, several months had already passed. Cultivation knows no time. Xiaohua sighed with emotion again. Are you ready? Helplessness saw that Xiaohua was in a daze and was unhappy in his heart, so he urged. Disciple is already ready. Xiaohua promptly nodded. Is that so? Why didn't I see you go to Thunder Bright Hall to exchange for yellow talismans? I also didn't see you go to receive the offerings. Helplessness asked back. Of course. Xiaohua slapped his forehead when he heard this. He vaguely heard Xiangyang mention that there was a place to exchange for yellow talismans and spirit stones in the Thunder-Shocking Palace. If the disciples of Thunder-Shocking Palace needed them, they could exchange for them with their own offerings. As for his own offerings, to be honest, he really didn't want to waste a day for those spirit stones and pills. Master's wife gave me some pills last time, and disciple also exchanged for some pills last time, so I didn't go to receive this year's offerings. Moreover, disciple feels that it's delaying cultivation, so I can just receive it once a year, right? Xiaohua promptly said. I know you have some in stock, but you should also prepare some yellow talismans and the like. They'll be useful in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Helplessness said unhappily. Yes, disciple understands. I'll exchange for them when I go to the Thunder-Shocking Palace. Xiaohua's head was covered in sweat as he hurriedly said. When you go, everything will be too late. Helplessness waved his hand and said, Your eldest senior brother has already prepared them for you. Hee, thank you for your trouble, eldest senior brother. Xiaohua's heart was warm as he took the storage pouch that Xiangyang handed over. He opened it and took a look. There were some spirit stones, some pills, and a pile of yellow talismans. Among them, most of them were high-grade fireball talismans. At the 12th level of Qi refining, one has divine sense. However, divine sense has just been born and is still very weak. It can't be used for long periods of time. These yellow talismans are still very useful in the competition. Xiangyang explained, I've also conveniently received your offerings. You don't have to run anymore. Eldest senior brother. Thank you. Xiaohua looked at Xiangyang and saw that there were a lot more spirit stones and pills in the storage pouch. He knew that the yellow talismans were all exchanged by Xiangyang himself. He felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Really? Xiangyang wanted to be his eldest senior brother more than Gong Mingwei. He even felt that he was his nephew. We have a lot of offerings, there's no need for them. Xiangyang waved his hand. Many of them are from Master and Master's wife. You don't have to thank me. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, You silly child. You are all disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley. It's normal for you to be intimate with each other. There's no need to thank me. Yes. Disciple understands. Xiaohua smiled and turned to ask Xiangyang, what does eldest senior brother need? Me? Xiangyang was stunned and shook his head. I don't need anything. I only hope that youngest junior brother can build his foundation as soon as possible and bring glory to my Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua said with a bitter face, eldest senior brother, although master is next to me, you don't have to remind me. Can't you also give me a chance? Xiangyang quickly waved his hand and said, if youngest junior brother has the heart, you should ask master. He's about to condense his core. I'm afraid he needs some things. Congratulations, master. Xiaohua beamed with joy and cupped his hands. What can this disciple do for master? I want dry distance pills. Do you have any? Xiangyang helplessly glared at Xiaohua and said, you should worry more about yourself. At this time, Xiaohua obviously knew what dry distance pills were. Dry distance pills were medicinal pills that foundation building cultivators took when they condensed their core. They were exactly the same as foundation building pills for aura refining cultivators. Xiaohua didn't have such things. He could only smile apologetically and said, Master, you're asking for too much. Hee, don't mind your master. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile as if she was protecting her nephew. When he condenses his core, the school will naturally give him dry distance pills. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to condense his core, so there's no reason to ask the school for them. I'll help you condense your core tomorrow. Xiangyang helplessly said. Zhuo Minghui also ignored him. She glanced at Xiangyang and said in a low voice, on the contrary, your eldest senior brother, if you have the chance, you can find. However, without waiting for Zhuo Minghui to say anything, Xiangyang immediately interrupted, thank you for worrying about this disciple, but, youngest junior brother is only an aura refining disciple. How can he find that thing? It's better not to tell youngest junior brother. There's no reason for him to worry about it. Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. It seemed that that thing was really hard to find. Even if they were late-stage foundation building cultivators, they didn't have any certainty of finding it. Just when Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued, Yan Qinglian considerately said from the side, Husband, I know you don't want to burden youngest junior brother. But, don't forget, youngest junior brother used to be a loose cultivator. In my country of Xi's cultivation world, he wandered for more than 20 years and cultivated to the 10th level of aura refining with his own ability. If you tell him about this, maybe youngest junior brother will have a way. Yan Qinglian's meaning was the same as Xinye's, but Xiaohua was very happy when he heard it. He also smiled and said, eldest senior brother, you don't need to be polite with younger brother. Younger brother's luck has always been very good. If eldest senior brother tells younger brother might be able to take it out and give it to you right now. How could Xiangyang be willing to tell? He repeatedly waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Who knows how many disciples in our Imperial Thunder sect who can't advance to the next level have searched all the major trading markets without any results. How can you, an aura refining disciple, find it? It's useless to tell you. Useless? Why don't you tell me? Xiaohua's heart was moved. He said with a smile. Younger brother only heard that embryonic breathing pills are useful for aura-refining disciples to break through bottlenecks. I still don't know what medicinal pills foundation-building cultivators use to break through. If eldest senior brother wants embryonic breathing pills, younger brother has them here. What? Xiaohua. You have embryonic breathing pills? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Could it be, eldest senior brother needs embryonic breathing pills? Xiaohua was stunned, but when he looked at Xiangyang, there wasn't any joy on his face. Instead, there was joy on Xiaohua's face. Yes, master. Disciple has embryonic breathing pills, and I was preparing to take them myself. Xiaohua pretended to pat his storage bag and took out a bottle of embryonic breathing pills. He said, Disciple spent a lot of effort to find 3 pills. Xiaohua didn't wait for Xiaohua to finish speaking. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle fell into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua opened the bottle and took a sniff. He said with a smile, sure enough, it's embryonic breathing pills. Master is taking them away. As he said that, he didn't wait for Xiaohua to agree. He pointed his finger, and an embryonic breathing pill flew out of the jade bottle. He then threw the jade bottle back to Xiaohua. Xiaohua was already in the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, so he naturally didn't need embryonic breathing pills. After he took the bottle, he said with a smile, Master, is 1 pill okay? If not, take a few more. At this moment, Xiaohua took the embryonic breathing pills and rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. If 1 pill can break through a bottleneck, then 1 pill will naturally be okay. More pills will be useless. If 1 pill can't, then more pills will be a waste. However, Xiaohua, master. I won't tell you now. When you come back from the Feather Immortal Assembly, there will be benefits for you. Xiaohua turned his head and asked Xiangyang, eldest martial brother, you don't need this, right? Xiangyang shook his head. However, when he saw that Xiaohua actually had such a rare embryonic breathing pill, he seemed to have something to say, but he swallowed the words back down. Looking at this eldest martial brother of his who was always thinking for other people and was also somewhat hesitant, Xiaohua was also helpless. He put the jade bottle away. At the side, Yan Qinglian was somewhat anxious, but Xiangyang slightly shook his head at her. Yan Qinglian could only bite her lips and hold back from saying anything. Zhua Minghui saw everything. She helplessly and happily put away the embryonic breathing pills. She could only say, Xiaohua, actually, what your eldest martial brother needs is about the same as embryonic breathing pills. It's one of the main ingredients for refining embryonic breathing pills. What? Xiaohua was stunned. The expression on his face was somewhat frozen. He said inwardly, it can't be so coincidental, right? Sure enough, he heard Zhua Minghui continue, qi condensation cultivators use medicinal pills to break through bottlenecks. Foundation establishment cultivators can also use them to break through bottlenecks. However, that medicinal pill isn't called embryonic breathing pills, but embryonic reflection pills. The refining method for embryonic reflection pills has already been lost. Then, what eldest martial brother is using? Could it be the mother-child spirit fruit? Xiaohua asked somewhat stutteringly. Yes, it's the mother-child spirit fruit. At the side, Yan Qinglian really couldn't help but say, however, the mother-child spirit fruit and the one used for embryonic breathing pills are different in age. It won't be effective unless it's several hundred years old. Alas, several years ago, I heard that a several hundred-year-old mother-child spirit fruit appeared in an auction in Yenyuan City. Because the disciples of Splendid Sect, Qiqiao Sect, and Xuanyan School weren't prepared enough, they didn't succeed. Many disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect went to Yenyuan City to try their luck. In the end, you also know that junior martial brother Qinghua was one of them. He didn't find the mother-child spirit fruit, but instead encountered other things. Hearing this, Xiaohua's expression became even more brilliant. However, he still had some hesitation in his heart. That mother-child spirit fruit had been in his space for so long. What year was it now? Even he himself didn't know. In short, it was definitely much older than the one he exchanged for the cultivation method that year. If he suddenly took it out, many thanks for mistress's concern. Xiang Yang's expression was extremely calm. He bowed and said, "This disciple has already cultivated to foundation establishment. Even if my cultivation can't advance even half a step, having master and mistress's concern is already enough. This kind of thing can't be asked for, so don't let junior martial brother worry." Ha ha ha. Can't be asked for. Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed loudly. In his heart, he seemed to have thought it through a bit. Although family love couldn't be casually tested, if one put family love to the back of one's mind because of misgivings, then, was it still family love? Chapter 1594. Seeing Xiaohua laugh, everyone was slightly stunned. Xiaohua took the storage bag from his waist and handed it to Xiang Yang. "Eldest senior brother, take a look. What's inside?" Xiang Yang's heart skipped a beat, and his tone stuttered. No, Xiaohua threw the storage bag to Xiang Yang. "Didn't eldest senior brother say that it can only be found by chance? Now that you've encountered it, it's eldest senior brother's opportunity." Xiang Yang didn't speak. Yan Qingnian flew over and snatched the storage bag from Xiang Yang's hands. When she opened it, she couldn't help but exclaim. It's really, the mother-child spirit fruit." "Really?" Helplessly, he also jumped up. With a wave of his hand, that storage bag was taken over by him again. He stuck his head out to look at the things inside and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Xiang Yang, you're lucky. Xiaohua, there's nothing good in here, only this mother-child spirit fruit, eh? Xiaohua, why didn't you put the mother-child spirit fruit in the jade box?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Master, disciple is poor. I couldn't find any jade box, so I just casually left it there." "You poor pedantic." Helplessly scolding, he slapped his hand and took out a jade box from the storage bag. He handed it to Xiang Yang, then pointed at the storage bag. That mother-child spirit fruit flew out of the storage bag and floated in the air. This mother-child spirit fruit? Zhuo Minghui, who hadn't spoken all this time, opened her mouth in shock when she saw the mother-child spirit fruit floating in the air. Her face was filled with disbelief. Of course, the mother-child spirit fruit in the air was still the same, but it was covered in golden runes. Those runes were denser and more lifelike than the last time Xiaohua saw them. This mother-child spirit fruit is probably several thousand years old. Yan Qingnian also woke up at this time and muttered. "It can't be." Xiaohua also turned pale with fright and said. "Disciple thinks that this thing is several hundred years old." "What do you know?" Helplessly, he continued. "How can several hundred years old runes be so dense?" Disciple only knows that this thing is a mother-child spirit fruit. Last time, that person said it was several hundred years old. Disciple thought that this was also several hundred years old. Hua said embarrassedly. You have another one?" Xiang Yang was stunned. "That's right," Xiaohua said disapprovingly. Little brother's mother spirit fruit was exchanged for a heavenly laws embodiment technique in Yenyuan City? Otherwise, where did little brother get this cultivation method from? You. Xiang Yang was speechless. Others couldn't find the mother-child spirit fruit in their entire lives, but this guy had taken out two in one go. Moreover, one was several hundred years old, and the other was several thousand years old. But, if Xiang Yang knew that as soon as Xiaohua's mother-child spirit fruit was picked, the other mother-child spirit fruit in his space would immediately ripen and be ready to be picked at any time, what would he think? "Heh, disciple, do you have 1,000-year-old Ling One grass?" He chuckled helplessly. "Master, this disciple's storage pouch is with you. Do you think this disciple still has more? Xiaohua innocently replied. Helplessly shaking his hand, he threw the storage bag to Xiaohua and said, "Your storage bag is so tattered, where would you find the lingy grass?" Xiaohua reached out to catch it and tied it to his waist. He smiled apologetically and said, "Besides, this disciple doesn't even know what a ling-one grass is. How could I have it?" Helplessly rolling his eyes, he threw a jade slip to Xiaohua and said, "You brat, you're lucky. Help master take a look. If you can find it, master will give you benefits." Xiaohua took the jade slip and threw it into the storage bag without even looking. "Master, don't count on this disciple. This mother-child spirit fruit is also a coincidence." "Humph, I didn't count on you in the first place. I just wanted you to be careful." Helplessly looking at Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, who were still somewhat absent-minded, he berated, "Enough, it's like you haven't seen anything good. Quickly put this thing away properly." "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiangyang put the mother-child spirit fruit into the jade box in a fluster and carefully put it away in the storage bag. The mother-child spirit fruit is not comparable to the embryonic breathing pill. Who knows how many Foundation establishment disciples in the Imperial Thunder sect dream of it? And this mother-child spirit fruit is only enough for you alone. You must not let this slip. Helplessly warned. This disciple understands, this disciple understands. Xiangyang nodded repeatedly. Good, do you have the sect's secret technique? I have it long ago. Go back and enter seclusion right now. Helplessly, he instructed, perhaps when Xiaohua returns, you can also exit seclusion. However, even if you exit seclusion, you absolutely cannot speak of it. Yes. This disciple understands. Xiangyang nodded, but looking at Xiaohua, he said, however, how can this disciple not see little junior brother off this time? Bullshit, it's not like he's not coming back. What's there to see him off for? Helplessly glaring at him, he said, it's not easy for you to have such an opportunity. Why don't you hurry up and grasp it? If someone steals this thing, you won't even have time to regret it. Eldest senior brother, hurry up and go back. Xiaohua also advised, this is the only thing I have. In the future, I'm afraid it'll be hard to come across it again. When I return, I'll see the glory of middle stage Foundation establishment eldest senior brother. And, little junior brother, thank you very much. Xiangyang patted Xiaohua's shoulder and laughed. Although Xiangyang didn't say much, just the word, thank you, made Xiaohua feel the sincerity in his heart. Thinking about the things Xiangyang had done for him in the past few years, Xiaohua's heart also felt a lot better. Little junior brother, I have to go back and protect your eldest senior brother, so I won't see you off. I hope you can show your talent at the Feather Immortal Assembly and win glory for our Imperial Thunder sect and our myriad Thunder Valley. Yan Qinglian said sincerely. Although Xiaohua didn't plan to show his talent at the Feather Immortal Assembly, he was too embarrassed to say it in front of helplessness, so he could only smile and say, junior brother will do his best. Then, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian said goodbye and rushed back to the myriad Thunder Valley to enter seclusion. Xiaohua also followed helplessness and Zhuo Minghui out of the Eastern Ridge's spell formation. Before leaving the spell formation, Xiaohua still followed helplessness's instructions and picked some blazed dawn grass, and had helplessness bring it to the Thunderous Palace. As for the Eastern Ridge spell formation's command tablet, helplessness temporarily held it and would return it to Xiaohua when he returned. After flying with helplessness for a while, Xiaohua finally understood that their destination was the Heavenly Thunder Palace. He naturally didn't have the chance to go to the Thunderous Palace to exchange for any yellow talismans or medicinal pills. If Xiangyang hadn't helped him exchange some in advance, he really would have gone on the journey empty-handed. The Heavenly Thunder Palace was the same as usual. There wasn't the slightest bit of celebration, and it wasn't even as lively as the day of the disciple selection. Only when Xiaohua walked into the Spring Thunder Palace did he see a trace of liveliness. He wasn't the latest to arrive, but he definitely wasn't the first either. At this moment, the Spring Thunder Palace was already occupied by about 10 12th layer Qi refining disciples. There were also Foundation establishment cultivators next to these disciples. Looking at the way they were giving pointers, they should be their masters. Needless to say, Xiaohua met all these disciples. The female disciple who expelled him from the illusory realm as soon as they met was also standing there, and a similarly cold and elegant late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator was whispering something to her. Xiaohua followed helplessness in, and naturally attracted the attention of others. Every disciple revealed a trace of surprise when they saw Xiaohua, because Xiaohua's flying technique left a deep impression on these people. It was something they couldn't catch up to no matter what. At the same time, after the initial surprise, a trace of disdain appeared on their faces. After all, passing by running away was really shameful. Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to them. His gaze swept past them, and he followed helplessness and Zhuo Minghui to a corner of the main hall and stood there steadily. However, before he could stand properly, another 3 people quickly walked into the Spring Thunder Palace. The one in the lead was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with grizzled hair, a short and fat figure, and 2 triangular eyes faintly flashing with a trace of light. Behind him were 2 12th layer Qi refining disciples. One was at the early stage, and the other was at the peak of the late stage. Xiaohua recognized the peak late stage Qi refining disciple. It was Wang Yunxiao, who entered the Imperial Thunder sect at the same time as him. It seems that the Foundation establishment senior in front should be Zhenyu. He was the one who snatched Wang Yunxiao away first. Xiaohua thought in his heart. He stole a glance at helplessness, and sure enough, helplessness's expression became somewhat unsightly. When Zhenyu entered the Spring Thunder Palace, his eyes flashed. He had already seen helplessness, so he didn't go anywhere and directly walked towards helplessness. Is there going to be a good show to watch? Xiaohua muttered in his heart and slightly lowered his head. Junior Martial Brother Helplessness, Junior Martial Sister Zhua. Zhenyu cupped his hands and saluted from afar. Helplessness also had no choice, so he could only return the salute and say, "Greetings, Senior Martial Brother Zhenyu." Zhuo Minghui at the side also saluted and called him Senior Martial Brother. After the 3 of them saluted, Zhenyu waved his hand and said to Wang Yunxiao, "Yunxiao, come and greet your martial uncle Helplessness." Martial uncle Helplessness was the person I told you about earlier. When you were participating in the selection, he was the one who took a fancy to you first. It's a pity that he had an important matter to attend to that day and couldn't come. That's why I was able to take advantage of you and accept you as my disciple. Disciple Wang Yunxiao greets Martial Uncle Helplessness. Many thanks for Martial Uncle's good intentions that day. Wang Yunxiao was very courteous and very respectfully bowed to salute. Get up, I don't have the fortune to accept you as my disciple. It's really too convenient for your master. Helplessness said indifferently. Junior Martial Brother, look at what you're saying. It seems like you're still blaming me. Zhenyu said with a smile, no matter if it's you or I, aren't we both disciples of the Thunderous Palace? Think about it, if I didn't accept Yunxiao into the Thunderous Palace and someone else took him first, wouldn't it be too convenient for the other Thunderous Palaces? Today. Isn't Yunxiao representing the other Thunderous Palaces to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Moreover, isn't this disciple of yours not bad? Isn't he also representing my Thunderous Palace to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Look at this disciple of mine. He doesn't even dare to sign up for the selection. He's too far away from your disciple. Come, Yuqian, greet your martial uncle Helplessness and this senior martial brother. It's indeed Jin Yuqian. Xiaohua thought. At this time, he also waved his hand helplessly and said, Xiaohua, come and greet your martial uncle Zhenyu, senior martial brother Yunxiao and junior martial brother Yuqian. Yes, Xiaohua and Jin Yuqian both answered. They stepped forward and greeted their master first, then greeted each other. Chapter 1595. After Xiao Hua and Jin Yuqian greeted each other, Jin Yu waved his hand and said, "Yuqian, don't be too affectionate." Xiao Hua was the number one in the disciple selection that year. Furthermore, he participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly with the cultivation of early-stage level 12 qi refining. He is indeed a role model for you to follow. Master Disciple has senior brother Yunxiao as a role model. Why would a disciple who only knows how to run for his life be a role model? Could it be that you also want disciple to piss his pants in terror and run away the moment he sees an enemy? Jin Yuqian couldn't help but refute his master. Furthermore, I heard senior brother say that he didn't use his full strength that day. Otherwise, Xiao Hua's number one position would be unknown. When these words came out, not only was Xiao Hua greatly shocked, even Xiao Hua himself opened his eyes wide. Xiao Hua's heart wasn't angry, but rather, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Yes, it was a feeling of secretly laughing. There was a feeling of patting Jin Yuqian's head and saying, "Good boy." This Jin Yuqian was truly of the highest quality. Not only did he offend Xiao Hua with a single sentence, he even sold Wang Yunxiao out. Of course, the most important thing was that he refuted Jin Yu in front of Xiao Hua. A disciple with such aptitude could actually snatch my rainbow epiphyllum? Hee, even if you are late-stage qi refining, how can you be my opponent? Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. He glanced at Wang Yunxiao, whose face was slightly red, but his gaze was fixed on the runes on the ceiling as if he didn't hear a word. Jin Yuqian. Master, haven't you always told disciple to speak the truth? Disciple. Jin Yuqian still felt wronged. Forget it, go back first. Reflect on your mistakes in the reflection pavilion. Wait for me to return. Jin Yu waved his hand powerlessly and said, "Yes, disciple obeys." This time, Jin Yuqian was well behaved. He cupped his hands and saluted Xiao Hua before leaving the Spring Thunder Hall. Looking at Jin Yuqian's back, Jin Yu smiled apologetically and said, "My sex disciple is unfilial, I've let junior brother helplessness see a joke." You flatter me, you flatter me. This kid's nature is frank and sincere. This is precisely the realm that we cultivators pursue. Congratulations, senior brother. Little brother is truly envious. Helplessly, he said in all seriousness. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, had long burst out laughing. His expression was strange. Wang Yunxiao said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, my humble junior brother's knowledge is shallow and has spoken rudely. I hope junior brother can forgive me." No, no, no. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Junior martial brother Jin's nature is frank and sincere, which is exactly what little brother has been pursuing all my life. Little brother can't wait to be envious, so how could I have any complaints? Besides, what junior martial brother Jin said is the truth." Xiao Hua and Helplessness's tone were the same. They were really a good pair of master and disciple. Jin Yu was a little embarrassed. At this time, Helplessness pointed his finger and shouted, "Senior martial brother Jin, look, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace are here." Hearing this, Jin Yu took the opportunity to turn his head. Looking at the group of men and women entering the door, he said in a low voice, "Alas, among the 8 Thunder Palaces, the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace are still the leaders. They have taken up more than half of the disciples participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly." Indeed, when Xiao Hua took a closer look, among the disciples who came in from outside the Spring Thunder Palace, there were 10 male and female disciples in the 12th level of the refinement realm. They should be the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace who were participating in the Feather Immortal Assembly. The disciple in the middle level of the 12th level of the refinement realm that Xiao Hua had seen before was also among them. That's right. The Feather Immortal Assembly has 20 disciples. Basically, the Zhen, Dui, Can, Li, Zhen, and Sun Lightning Palaces can send out 2 disciples each. The remaining disciples are all from the Qian and Kuan Lightning Palaces. This time, my Heavenly Thunder Palace has 2 disciples, while the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace have chosen 10. I wonder which Thunder Palace is short of disciples. Do you still need to say? It's definitely the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Heavenly Thunder Palace. The disciples they choose are all at the back, and it's difficult for them to become great talents. The Qian and Kuan Lightning Palaces have always selected disciples from the Imperial Lightning Sect. Moreover, every time they select disciples from the outside, those with the best aptitudes and the younger ones are always first picked by them. How can their disciples not be powerful? At this time, Jianghu was helpless. He looked at Wang Yunxiao and said, "If Yunxiao came to my Imperial Thunder Sect 10 years ago, I'm afraid he would have been chosen by the Heavenly Thunder Palace." Don't say that. Someone gave up the opportunity to be a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and wanted to choose other Thunder Palaces. Jianghu glanced at Xiaohua helplessly. It was hard to tell whether it was ridicule or gratification in his eyes. Junior brother, where did you learn to be careful? Which stupid disciple is it? Jianghu was very curious. He didn't connect this matter with Xiaohua at all. I also don't know who it is. I just casually heard other junior brothers talking about it. Jianghu's gaze turned towards the hall door as he said indifferently. Stupid as a cow. Damn it. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, the 10 disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace had already walked to the center of the Spring Thunder Hall. A slightly older disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace waved his hand and said, "Disciples, greet the masters of the other Thunder Palaces as well as the other fellow senior brothers and junior brothers." Yes. The 6 disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace stood where they were and replied in a loud and clear voice. Soon after, they uniformly bowed towards everyone in the Spring Thunder Hall and said, "Disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace greet martial uncles, senior brothers and junior brothers." That voice was very loud and clear. Fortunately, there wasn't much dust on the Spring Thunder Hall, otherwise it would definitely have been shaken down. Xiaohua and the others also didn't dare to neglect and all returned the greeting. Immediately after, a female voice also called out without any trace of politeness, "Disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace also greet masters." Yes, 4 voices like the chirping of orioles rang out, "Disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace greet martial uncles and senior brothers." Although this voice wasn't as loud as the male disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, it won in that it was crisp and didn't have an overbearing aura, making it refreshing to hear. Soon after, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace walked to the front of the Spring Thunder Palace's high platform under the guidance of their masters and stood in their respective positions. And the atmosphere of the entire Spring Thunder Hall seemed to have become somewhat cold because of the arrival of these 2 disciples. "Master, over there are 2 old friends of this disciple. They are also disciples of famous aristocratic families. This disciple will go and meet their masters." Wang Yunxiao had already seen Yuan Bo and Min Gu long ago. He smiled and said to Jianghu, "Won't you go and take a look?" Jianghu was already unwilling to see Jianyu's face and said with a smile, "Since they are your old friends, Master naturally has to go and take a look." Wang Yunxiao turned his head and said with a smile, "Junior brother Xiao, won't you come?" Xiaohua saw Yuan Bo and Min Gu earlier than Wang Yunxiao, but these 2 seemed to be different from before. They didn't seem too affectionate when they saw Xiaohua, so Xiaohua also pretended not to see them. Hearing this, he waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Wang, go ahead. We'll go together. We'll talk later." Jianghu and Wang Yunxiao helplessly nodded to Xiaohua and left, walking towards where Yuan Bo and Min Gu were standing. Where's that female disciple called Sun Shu? I heard Shui say that she also qualified. Why didn't she come? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and looked around. Sure enough, he didn't see Sun Shu. Just as he was thinking, 2 figures hurriedly flashed past outside the Spring Thunder Hall. Shui. Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that figure. Everyone said that a foundation establishment master would send them off, but this Sun Shu was good, directly sending off a junior sister. Sun Shu's behavior was even more interesting. When she entered the Spring Thunder Hall, she first looked around. When she saw Xiaohua, she didn't have any expression on her face and walked towards him, completely ignoring the greeting of the female disciple who seemed to be from mythical Thunder Palace. Seeing the two beautiful female disciples walking towards him, Xiaohua was a bit stunned. Zhuo Minghui was puzzled at first, but when she saw Xiaohua also raise his head, she couldn't help but feel happy. Sure enough, Sun Shu and Xue Xue walked in front of the three and bowed. Disciple greets martial uncles. Xiaohua and Zhuo Minghui hurriedly returned the greeting, but Xiaohua was still puzzled. Martial nephews, which junior sister of Sun Thunder Palace are you two disciples of? Martial uncles, disciple is Xue Xue. Several years ago, I entered the Imperial Thunder sect with Xiaohua. Wasn't martial uncles also at the Spring Thunder Hall that day? Xue Xue said very shyly. You? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't present when Sun Ming accepted Xue Xue, but when Sun Ming brought Xue Xue to the Jade Archive Hall, didn't she invite Xiaohua along? Xiaohua even used Xue Xue to tease Xiaohua, so he naturally had some impression of Xue Xue. He should have remembered. It was no wonder that Xiaohua didn't connect Xue Xue with his previous impression of her. The current Xue Xue was different from several years ago. Not to mention that her cultivation was already at the beginning of the 9th layer of qi refining, even her appearance had changed greatly. Her eyes were bright and kind, and her beauty was moving. Coupled with her snow-white skin and the gradually forming grace between her brows, she didn't look like the ugly duckling of the past. Since he knew she was Sun Ming's disciple, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly returned the greeting. Martial Uncle Sun Ming, how have you been? Why didn't she come to see you off? Sun Shu smiled. Master had some matters to attend to and couldn't leave, so she let disciple come. Junior sister Xue wanted to come out and get some fresh air, so she followed along. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled. Xue Xue, you've advanced really quickly. Congratulations, congratulations. Xue Xue said unhappily. Xiaohua, are you congratulating me or mocking me? You're already at the 12th layer of qi refining, and you're still congratulating me, a 9th layer of qi refining? Xiaohua chuckled. I'm just trying to find something to talk about. Hee. Xue Xue liked Xiaohua very much. She covered her mouth and laughed brilliantly. Beside her, Zhuo Minghui stepped forward and whispered. Xue Xue, what kind of martial arts do you practice? Why do you look so beautiful? I'm afraid you were born with it. This kind of topic was a woman's favorite. Although Sun Shu was cold and elegant, she couldn't avoid it. While accompanying Xue Xue and Zhuo Minghui, Xiaohua, who looked very innocent and kept rubbing his nose, Xiaohua. Chapter 1596. Xue Xue originally came to see Xiaohua, but when she saw Zhuo Minghui, she immediately started chatting with Zhuo Minghui. Zhuo Minghui also felt that Xue Xue was more and more pleasing to the eye. She was very happy and left Xiaohua to the side. After a while, there was a slight commotion in front of them. Xiaohua looked up and saw several cultivators standing on the platform. The one in front was Zhen Qing, a golden core cultivator from Zhenlei Palace. Beside him was a foundation establishment cultivator in the late stage. He had a beard on his face and looked very rude. The foundation establishment cultivator's voice was very loud and clear. He said, "Are all the disciples from the various lightning palaces here?" The Spring Thunder Hall was silent and no one answered. Xiaohua laughed secretly. He didn't know how that person would answer if there were still people who didn't come. Since all the disciples are here, we will set off immediately. I am Zhenyu from Zhenlei Palace. I am the deputy envoy of the Tai Qing sect in Meng Nation to participate in the Feather Immortal Conference. In order to ensure the safety of the disciples participating in the Feather Immortal Conference, Martial Uncle Zhen Qing from Zhen Lei Palace will be the envoy personally. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the safety of the disciples. After Zhen Yu finished speaking, he turned his head and seemed to ask Zhen Qing. Zhen Qing shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Lightning flashed and a pitch-black magic weapon flew out of the hall. Disciples, let's board the boat outside the hall. Zhen Yu shouted loudly and bowed to let Zhen Qing go first. Zhen Qing nodded slightly and stepped down from the platform. He cupped his hands at the disciples below and walked out of the Spring Thunder Hall. Then, the disciples of Jianghu Lightning Palace followed him out. Everyone moved. At this moment, Shui walked in front of Xiaohua and whispered, "Xiaohua, you have to be careful." Xiaohua smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. I think your senior sister has already told you how I passed. I will just take this trip as an eye-opener. Nothing will happen to me if I don't stand out." "How did you pass? Could it be that there is something strange?" Shui was slightly curious, but she didn't pursue the matter. She stretched out her hand and removed the storage pouch from her waist before passing it over, and then she said with slight embarrassment, "The things within the storage pouch aren't much, but they were made by the talisman crafting disciples of my Thunderstorm Palace. Master gave them to me, so take them and use them today." Xiaohua took the storage pouch and opened it to take a look. Apart from a few spirit stones, there were also medicinal pills and talismans. Naturally, there were also a lot of fireball talismans. Shui continued softly, "I don't know what kind of talisman you used, but seeing that you're here, the fireball charms used in the valley are very handy, so I took a few more." "Huh, very good, very good." Xiaohua didn't hold back. He waved his hand and took away all the items in the storage pouch. Shui was happy when she saw that Xiaohua didn't treat her as an outsider. She took the storage pouch and said happily, "I hope that you and my senior sister will be able to perform well in the Feather Immortal Gathering." Sun Shu smiled faintly and followed the crowd out of the Spring Thunder Hall. Behind them, Yuan Bo and Min Gu didn't look very good. Wang Yunxiao looked at the two of them meaningfully. Outside the Spring Thunder Hall, a small lightning boat was parked on the empty ground. The pitch-black boat had faint purple lightning and sparks flashing on it. Zhen Qing was already standing at the bow of the boat with her hands behind her back. "All right, Xiaohua, you can go up now." "Be careful." She stopped helplessly and said in a low voice, "The Feather Immortal Gathering is a good opportunity to make a name for yourself, but there are also certain risks. If you really want to focus on cultivation, you can just go and take a look." Xiaohua smiled when he saw that his master had finally relented. "Thank you for your understanding, master." She glared at him helplessly and said, "I'm not done yet. If there's a chance, why don't you show them a few moves and let them see the power of our myriad Thunder Valley?" "I understand," Xiaohua said with a smile. "You have to rely on yourself outside. Be careful. If there's anything wrong, follow your grandmaster closely." Zhuo Minghui also reminded him. Xiaohua looked at his master's wife who was treating him like a child and said with a smile, "I understand." Then, he looked at Shui and nodded slightly. He turned to Sun Shu and said with a smile, "Senior Sun, let's go." Sun Shu nodded and flew up the lightning boat with Xiaohua. The two of them stood at the edge of the lightning boat and waved at Helplessness and the others. When all the disciples boarded the lightning boat, Zhen Qing waved her hand and cast a spell on the formation plate of the lightning boat. The lightning boat buzzed and immediately flew into the sky and flew away at an extremely fast speed. When the lightning boat disappeared, Zhuo Minghui smiled and said to Shui in front of the Spring Thunder Hall, "Shui, if you're free after cultivating, can you come to the Myriad Thunder Valley for a chat?" Shui's face was slightly red. She bowed and said, I still have to tell Master. If Master agrees, I'll definitely go. I will take my leave first." After Shui flew away, Helplessness and Zhuo Minghui also flew to the Myriad Thunder Valley. In the sky, Helplessness sighed. "Xiaohua, this brat. Instead of cultivating properly, he's actually thinking about dual cultivation? However, this Xue Xue is really not bad. And then Sun Shu is also good. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. 2. Helplessness curled her lips and said, "Can Xiaohua handle it? Is he still cultivating?" Putting aside helplessness and Zhuo Minghui worrying about Xiaohua's cultivation, on the lightning boat, Xiaohua was originally standing together with Sun Shu. However, when the surrounding people were sitting cross-legged, cultivating or whispering, the two of them became awkward. Sun Shu looked at the disciples of Distant Thunder Palace in the distance and said, "I will go over there and see junior sister, senior sister Sun, please." Xiaohua quickly said, "Disciple also needs to cultivate." After Sun Shu left, Xiaohua immediately sat down and took out a soul-gathering pill from his storage bag. He ate it and closed his eyes to cultivate. The lightning boat was extremely fast, but Meng country was indeed far away. For more than 10 days, the lightning boat didn't stop at all, but they still didn't reach Meng country. During this time, Xiaohua ignored everyone and only hid in a corner of the lightning boat to cultivate. Wang Yunxiao and the other two looked at Xiaohua's appearance and also extinguished the thought of catching up with him. Instead, they found an opportunity to sit together with the disciples of Distant Thunder Palace and Converted Thunder Palace. Looking at the 10 disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace and Earth Thunder Palace, they seemed to have a feeling of superiority. They only talked to these 2 disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace and ignored the others who went to talk to them. After a long time, no one went to eat soft rebuffs. The lightning boat was controlled by Zhen Qing and Zhen Yu. The two of them took turns to rest and didn't interfere much with the movements of the 20 disciples. However, when they occasionally saw the indifference and arrogance of the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace, Zhen Qing slightly frowned. Of course, Zhen Qing also paid attention to Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua was the only one who closed his eyes and cultivated the moment he boarded the thunder ship. He didn't talk to anyone at all. Furthermore, he had met Xiaohua during the disciple selection. He was also the one who gave Xiaohua the concealed flame physique. Therefore, when he saw Xiaohua reach the early stage of the 12th layer of the qi refining realm in just a few years, Zhen Qing couldn't help but nod her head slightly. On this day, it was a dreary and misty day. Raindrops fell from the sky and hit the lightning boat. The lightning boat originally had a defensive brilliance, but Zhen Qing seemed to like this weather. He actually removed the defensive formation, allowing the raindrops to hit his body. A strong wind blew everyone's clothes and long hair. Woo-woo, the sound of a flute sobbed. Sitting upright on the lightning boat, Zhen Qing started to play his flute. Xiaohua was cultivating when he suddenly heard the mournful sound of the flute. The true qi flowing in his meridians became sluggish at first, then it actually started to flow with the flute sound. Xiaohua felt as if he was at the lakeside of a drizzling lake. The mirror-like surface of the lake was disrupted by the raindrops. Countless black dots formed on the surface of the lake, making a pitter-patter-patter sound. That sound was like a chaotic state of mind, unable to calm down. There was a faint mist by the lakeside. Xiaohua felt that there seemed to be a person he was worried about in the mist. However, the mournful voice separated him from that person. He couldn't see her clearly, nor could he touch her. Xiaohua's heart was filled with grief. He tried his best to rush into the mist, wanting to see what was going on. However, the more hurried he was, the more confused he became. He walked through the grass by the lakeside and walked through the forest by the lakeside. All along, he could only see a corner of a pure white dress fluttering in front of his eyes. At this moment, the sound of the flute suddenly became louder. It was like a strong ray of sunlight, piercing through the mist. The pure white dress suddenly flashed, and the graceful figure suddenly turned around. What entered Xiaohua's eyes was a beautiful face. That face seemed unfamiliar yet familiar. Only the beauty mole on the left side of the chin was particularly eye-catching. Dream? Xiaohua couldn't help but groan, Fairy Hongxia. With this call, Xiaohua suddenly woke up. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and hurriedly entered the space. It was very easy for him to comprehend the heavenly Tao. He no longer paid attention to Zhen Qing's disturbing flute sound. However, Xiaohua, who had always been emotionless during cultivation, had a drop of sparkling and translucent tear seeping out from the corner of his eye. Xiaohua sank into cultivation. After an unknown period of time, his entire body suddenly trembled violently, and he was jolted awake from his cultivation. "Io, what's going on?" Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw that it was actually chaos. The entire thunder ship was shaking violently. Everyone on the thunder ship couldn't stand steadily and was floating in the air. As for Zhen Qing, she had already put away her flute somewhere. She flew out of the thunder ship and released her divine sense to observe carefully. Xiaohua frowned. He didn't fly up in a hurry. Instead, the true qi in his body moved slightly. His entire body was nailed to the thunder ship in a very strange manner. Why are there tears at the corner of my eyes? Xiaohua felt that something was wrong with his face. He used his hand to wipe away the tears. At this moment, he heard Zhen Qing's somewhat nervous voice, "Zhenyu, control the thunder ship first. I will go down and take a look." "Yes, disciple obeys," Zhenyu replied. Just as he was about to control the thunder ship, a spirit beast that looked very similar to a leopard suddenly flew out from the pitch-black clouds below the thunder ship. It crashed into the bottom of the thunder ship, causing the thunder ship to almost capsize. The people on the thunder ship were also swaying left and right. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.